This is not real, by the way. Yeah, that's not real.
Yeah, when it growls like that, it's not real, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Remember,
Oh God! It's Phil!
Crack it. Oh!
See that?
Oh! He's hacking at us! Oh, now he's killing me!
Oh, fuck.
I hit the brake! I hit the brake! This is some bullshit! Hit Ramsey! What the fuck was that?
That was bullshit.
I told him I'm grinding on this game. Mons, clip that moment, please.
Mons, don't clip that! Mons, ban anybody clipping that!
Oh, it's bad, everybody.
In fact, Mons, ban anybody who knows what the fuck happened!
Oh, hey, Shrindukum's.
Dragging these nuts across his face! Oh shit! Oh, he got fucked! Oh man, I'm like made of ass.
Shitty aim and I glitched him out.
So close!
What's this? This is oh my fucking, what the fuck? Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
Dingus went live early,
no sense
and I was there, right? I was talking, I was engaging, I was contributing.
Heart racers that
Guess
are
what?
in front of you.
My watch streak got reset.
Probably is what happened.
Even
Yeah,
though
Phil probably needs a guide for.
I watched all of his streams for the last
Gets
8
advantage from
fucking
lightning.
days,
Dude, the game acted like
and it
everyone
still
else got advantage from
fucked me
lightning, but
over.
me.
Because fuck you, Twitch.
What happened
Your
there?
stupid watch streak
That makes
shit. I
no
hope
sense
watch
at
streak
all.
is turned off for me. I hope you guys aren't fucking redeeming those fuckers. Because those things are a scam.
Oh, wait a minute. I had a
Fucking
green shell stroke
scam.
me. I got flattened.
And then when this medication ran out, this is the migraine Advil I have here in this bag. You see these little gel caps?
Oh my god, why are you like my grandma?
Golden brown color, you see that? So those gel caps are so strong that when I pop one, if I have that insane sinus pressure,
Shit, that reaction isn't getting saved.
it's so good. So I'll be like, oh, I'm so good, and then it wears off.
Other chick, they just, like I said, it's not because she was black. I just genuinely just didn't. I guess I didn't notice as a kid. I was early. There's a lot of things.
Oh, well, yeah, you didn't notice it because you were late for your clan meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it's
no,
hard to
look
see
at
through.
this.
It's hard to see through the hood.
Look at Jason David Frank. Doesn't he look like John Hamm?
He does. Oh my god, he does.
He really does. I will say, he's a douchebag, so I don't like to compliment him. He looks a lot better.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
Ay, caramba! Disguises! Surprises! And pies of all sizes! Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Guys, what if Phil is just dead? Actually, better better Theo theory. That's not a unique enough Theo theory for this stream. We got a Theo theory of my own, a Dinger theory. Dinger theory. What if Phil is Arlo? Now, I know, now, consider this for a moment, if you will, before you call me out for schizophrenia, which I absolutely do have. But what if Phil is Arlo? Think about it. Consider this. Have you ever seen Philip Paul Burnell and Arlo last name in the same place before? They both have shitty takes about games. They both sweep for Nintendo. Well, actually, no. Phil doesn't sweep for Nintendo. He fucking hates Nintendo. Okay. Phil shits on Nintendo and then sweeps for Nintendo as Arlo. That way, the layman would never suspect that Phil is actually Arlo, because the contrarian argument to that would be, well, how could he be Arlo? Phil hates Nintendo, whereas Arlo loves Nintendo. Big ups, hello everybody, hello, and welcome to another Swollen Double _ Dingus Tuesday night stream. I hope this Tuesday evening has found you as well as it has found me. I'm gonna try to 100% Daxter today. I gotta look for orbs and gems and all manner of kooply things. I'm just gonna be revisiting old levels with my full moveset and looking for these damn orbs. But since the game has been beaten, I will be watching videos today, and there's a lot to catch up on, but there are no Arlo videos. Guys. Arlo has been gone, missing from the Dingus Zeitgeist, missing from my sub box for 11 days now. 11 days, no Arlo videos. The theories, what are the theories? Well, obviously, I think he's ever since the Feltoning from the Pikmin 3 controversy, I think he's just laying low. Ever since the big Feltoning he took from that one guy whose video we watched, and there's one more Arlo troll video. So we don't have an Arlo video, but we have an Arlo troll video. Arlo troll content is now a thing. It's a shorter video, and it's a little bit more autistic than the last one we watched. But this stream and this sector, we're no strangers to autism. But yeah, Arlo's been gone almost about a dozen days, starting tomorrow. I personally think he's just dodging the controversy. He knows he fucked up big with the Pikmin 3 situation, and it's almost kind of cowardly, but I guess if you're a bigger creator, that's what you should be doing when it comes to controversies, is just not mentioning them. Just don't say anything. Literally don't say anything and just move on as if it didn't even happen. But I know Arlo isn't like that. His conscience will eat him. He'll put out a pussy, dumbass little video talking about, oh, guys, I'm so sorry about that situation. I just want to be positive and talk about Nintendo. And it came out wrong, guys. I will do better in the future. I can already hear the video in my ears, even though it doesn't exist yet. But I feel like that's where we're going to be going. He's just taking the mandatory, couple days off, a week and some change, almost 2 weeks. Just take it away. So people, one, forget about it. Two, cool down, ease off the tension, the hatred, the Arlo hatred. I guess he wants everybody to, just get it all out of their system. And then he'll come back and, go over everything. Because even though it's what he should do, and it's what a creator of his size should probably do, even though it's not the most honorable thing, rather than just admitting you fucked up, straight up, he's gonna let people, get their detracting shit out of their system. The Arlo detracting. He's gonna let people say their piece, and then he's gonna come back and he's gonna either address it in full, which I do not believe he should do. If he does a video addressing it in full and apologizing and kneeling to his fans after getting the Pikmin 3 guy to kneel to him, that'll be a bad look. It's a Streisand effect. It'll get people who weren't paying attention before to look into the situation. Now, the situation did not need to be as big as it blew up. It was a controversy over a Pikmin 3 update. A Pikmin 3 update that came almost immediately because Nintendo isn't like fucking Bethesda. They actually update their games when they're bugging out, which rarely happens to begin with because their first-party games are usually good and bug-free. But Arlo had to go and, bully some other smaller, much smaller channel than his for no reason at all. And honestly, with how fast the situation was resolved by Nintendo, I'm not gonna say it shouldn't have been called out, but given how fast Nintendo responded, it's almost like, what was the point, I'm not saying like Nintendo should not have been called out or they didn't deserve to eat shit from that, but with how fast the situation was resolved, was it really worth it? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking to Arlo specifically. Knowing that Nintendo was already gonna fix the issue, was it worth it getting your shitty take out there for clicks on your nonsense slop channel? I'm just gonna call it the slop channel, like the detractor channel called it. It just kind of makes you think, like, we kind of, like, could have avoided everything. All of it could have been avoided if you just didn't make a slop video. Because the controversy itself wasn't meaty enough for a video on the main channel, but he had to say something on the Ramble channel for God knows what reason. We all know the reason, but I'm gonna be nice about it. But yeah, no Arlo. He's gone. Both Arlo and Phil are gone. Two motherfuckers who I happen to pay attention to have vanished from this life. And what am I to do? What is a dingus to do without two people who I tend to pay attention to? Thankfully, someone who's not gone, two people who aren't gone rather, are the Kino Casino, baby! The Kino Casino is back! If you didn't know, the Kino Casino came back Friday, and they did a show yesterday as well. Of course, these were on days that I chose not to stream, so I didn't restream those episodes. They had a really long, lengthy, almost, I think 2-hour Phil segment on the Friday 4th of July show. And I don't think there was a Phil segment yesterday because we went really long in the tooth on the iDubbbz and Creator Clash situation. Also, they Shat Talk Hassan. They've been going all in on the quartering too. Remember when I watched the quarterings video on why his channel is failing? They actually looked at that. It was pretty good. The Ralph updates have been hilarious. Ralph's dating a 19-year-old senorita. I believe I brought that up on stream. If I didn't already, Ralph is dating a 19-year-old. Different senorita from the last Mexican senorita that he dated. And he has a new co-host. The new co-host is much better than Gator, but still ass. The new co-host is literally just Grok. Grok is Ralph's co-host. Not even like paid Grok. I think it's just free Grok. Was missing two here. No! I missed one. Yeah, Ralph is dating a senorita, and he's also dating Grok, because the Grok is a female voice. I don't know what he would want out of a female co-host. The last time he had a female co-host, he married her. And then divorced her. But let me scroll up, then I got my monologues out of the way. Big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen underscore ones who are here existing in the now. Big ups to the dingers, dongers, the dinguses, ding-dongs, and swollen double underscore ones arriving in the immediate and far-flung future. Like Discord Merchant, Corono, Egg Gang, 1738, MTC Dude with the 3-stream streak. Sensei Croy, how you doing, dingus? We're doing great, thank you for asking. I will 100% the game today, MTC Dude, I promise, man. Big ups to OMG Zelda. Have we ever seen DSP and Arlo in the same room? That's what I'm saying. Big up Shroom Dukim. I miss him too, dingus. I'm feeling the void, Shroom. I have two nonsense nutnicks who I pay attention to occasionally, and they just haven't been here for the past couple of days. I'm starting to feel the void, Shroom. Synthetic Man can only fill that void so much. He doesn't stream as often as Phil does. Big ups Eddie B43, Jay Frosty, Croy says, my theory is Ryan got to him, and the next stream he'll come on like a Leatherface wearing Phil skin, a literal skinwalker. Big ups Joe Blah, Glorio, Ends of Wind, hello. Hello everybody! Big ups Golem. No, I've not caught up on Synthetic Man. I've not, on purpose. I was holding off because Sarah really wants me to watch the Death Stranding 2 video while he's in the chat. Praise that son, hello. Juzzy51, the illustrious Juzzy51, everybody. Voting his thoughts on Dave's top of the streams, so the restreams and such all starve without the ad revenue. Dave wins again, baby. It might be an unmitigated Dave W, who can tell? The Ralph Grok segment had me belly laughing, just the faces he made it was responding. Yeah. Dude, the Ralph Grok I'm waiting for it. I would love to watch that on stream, even though I already saw the segment. But I know some of you don't watch Kino Casino, but you do know about Ralph. So once they get that clipped for their channel, I would love to put that on. It was a legitimately good segment. Hey, Cypher 710. And big ups to all my fellow haters and hyper fixators. Hello, welcome in. We're gonna watch videos today while I play some more Daxter. Dingo misses him? I mean, would you really want him gone though? But what's the plus side if he just never makes content again? Okay, that's all the gems. The lolcow doesn't give you lolcow content anymore. There's nothing to point and laugh at anymore. Okay, I'm missing 5. It's actually a miserable, lonely mind of a YouTube Nazi incel deconstructing Synthetic Man. 2.5 hour hater video for Toby. I watched that on stream! You must have not been there for that shoot. That was during a Monkey Ball stream. I think I was playing through Monkey Ball and I needed to watch something lengthy so that I didn't go crazy from having to play Monkey Ball. If I recall, my general take about that documentary was that it was a lot of projection, just like straight up projection. I mean, like, maybe you could say a lot of it got really personal. The personal insults are the ones that felt to me like projection, like the dude was just talking about himself. And then he admits at a point in the video that he was projecting and that he did used to have a life similar to Synthetic Man's before becoming tanky-pilled. We need you, Phil. I'm a mess without you. I don't think I would say I'm a mess without him. I don't know about that. But yeah, inevitably the motherfucker is gonna stop making shit, right? But it doesn't mean that I actively want him to go away. I want him to live a long and healthy life, even though I know how impossible that is. Because if he is living and he's alive, he can give us content to point and laugh at, or sometimes more often than not be bored by. I'm not a hateful man. I just wanted to watch him play Death Stranding 2. It's over. The Death Stranding 2 playthrough. What if he just comes back and he's like a changed man? He's just a different person. Chudcast, stop killing games, Microsoft layoffs, Brazil sues Nintendo, 10k viewers, streamed 4 hours ago, Synthetic Man, it's fucking 2 hours long. Chudcast is the podcast he does with his brother, Devin, aka Lord Frogmire. I watched some of his videos on stream. I'd say Lord Frogmire does a good job of doing the same type of content that Synthetic Man does, but without having a ham-fisted over-reliance on anti-wokeness. Is anti-wokeness based? Yes. But at a certain point, it does become a lot of, you know, preaching to the choir, but the choir's already heard it. It's like, yeah, I know, woke shit is lame. Can you actually talk about the game, though? I like detoxing from DSP often. That's another thing, too. Detoxing is good for the soul, but it is something you can manually do as well. You don't have to be forced into detoxing. You don't have to be forced into detoxing just from an absence of Phil. You can do it whenever. There are many days when I boot up the stream and I will have not watched the day stream or the pre-stream. And obviously when I'm streaming, it's during the night stream, so I'm not watching the night stream. The only thing I consistently watch, mainly because it happens to exist as I'm playing my stuff, is the daily wrap. And honestly, half the time, all you need is the daily wrap and a good momology video. Comes back and announces that he's a character. Brother, he already did that. Daxter, what are we doing? When every asshole I watch on this site watching Phil, am I just supposed to not watch his stream? Well, that's another thing, Juzzy. You may have noticed on certain streams, I just don't watch Phil at all, or I just don't watch any kind of video. I would say, for me, I want to keep a balance. You know, I just don't want to, like, watch fucking Phil all the time, or any of the other shit that I usually watch. So I would say if it's like a new release, or me playing something for the first time on stream, I tend to keep the video segments to a minimum. You may have noticed. Yeah, maybe you noticed. Outside, of course, like the daily wrap. But there used to be a time back in the early Dingus years, I would consistently always restream the night stream. But I felt like an over-reliance on that creates diminishing returns. And then it unironically becomes like what Phil says, where, the detractors need me, or they don't eat. No, actually, I do just fine not having to watch your bullshit. I figured it had only been one day off since I just knew about the tweet. I didn't know the asshole already had scheduled Saturday and Sunday off. Yeah, it was a rare, well, Saturday days off are typical as of late, but a rare double day off. Sunday he had an appointment scheduled, then Monday he just didn't show up, put the tweet up, so 3 days off. As of today, Tuesday, 4 days off. 4 days non-existing. If he doesn't return tomorrow, 5 days off. And I have to ask, is this the longest he's gone, guys? The last time was during the Comcast thing, with the internet outage. That was during 2023, the 2023 Great Internet Outage, because it was around the time Mario Wonder came out. Is this the longest streak in recent memory of just no streams? I remember last time Dingus restreamed Phil. Wouldn't be surprised if he's not done it at all in 2025. I think there has been a 2025 restream. Oh, wasn't it? I watched a lot of one. It was during Mario Kart. Was it like a truck sim? Yeah, I was like, no, it's happened. It's happened this year. It was a truck sim night stream. Yeah, the Halloween sickness. That's what I'm thinking of. The Halloween sickness. I just don't remember how long that was. The Halloween sickness, and then his internet was out as well. So he was like extra big mad. Yeah, it was a American Truck Simulator night stream during the Mario Kart session. But another thing to keep in mind too is that there's a theory that, oh, he's gonna be gone for long on purpose, so the dented whales come out at full force when he returns. There is something to be said for, you can't be missed if you're never gone. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It is entirely possible that Phil will never come back. Or he'll just wait a minute before he comes back. Wow, the flowers react to your flamethrower. And you would not know that unless you backtracked here after getting the flamethrower. Jacob's D-Side, all the food disappeared in my house when Phil disappeared. Ah! Said by Phil's logic, he's lost at least 900 now, 6 streams of a goal each. True, but consider this as well. Usually after a marathon, it is consistently observed that the money on the streams following the marathon, it's not as high as the marathon itself because a marathon just happened. So a theory running about is that he will benefit by allowing the wallets, the Velcro wallets, to recharge. At this point, I do think it's a health issue, obviously. That's why he's not comfortable talking about it. If it was an internet outage issue, his ego would have had him tweeting about it real quick. Same thing if it was something with, like, the homeowners association. I know there was a power outage observed in Renton, but, like, come on. There's, like, outages everywhere, every day. Doesn't mean you're affected by it. There's been outages in my neighborhood, and my lights were still on. It's like you get an outage, you walk out, your neighbor still has their lights on. It's just convenience. It's a health issue, and it's my dingus theory, and I'm sticking to it. Not that it's unique to me. Reason he's not talking about it is because it is a health issue, and also because I think it's a little experiment. You know, Phil and his dumbass experiments where he likes to bait people. We saw it with Firestone. We saw it with the King Snake operation. Phil will intentionally do something. We also saw it with the Day of No Begs. Day of No Begs, King Snake operation, and the Firestone tire thing where he baited people with the invoice. Phil is not above manipulating a real scenario to put bait out for the detractors. And in this situation, the dingus theory is thus. I think he is intentionally not talking about it. Number one, primarily because it is a serious health issue. Likely with Linda or something, you know, I don't have foresight. I can't predict what the issue is specifically. Maybe Kat really did die. Maybe she really does have type 2 diabetes. But he's not talking about it. Because, you know, it's a health issue. Reason number two for this is it's an experiment. He wants to see, rather, who is going to talk about it. He actually likes the hyper speculation, the wild speculation and hyperfixating. He wants you to speculate publicly about his family so that when he comes back, he can admonish you for doing so and talk about how you're scum, you're pathetic, you're a weirdo, you're a stalker, and he's gonna use it as empirical proof on stream. He's going to say this. He's gonna say this, absolutely. He will say, the detractors do, in fact, go after my family. When you hear them say, no, we just like laughing at you. No, they literally attacked my mom and my wife while I was away. They were saying all this fucking bullshit about her. They said, oh, she died, oh this, oh that. And the thing about it is, the exact health issue doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter whether there is a health issue or not. It could be something entirely unrelated, and Phil will still take advantage of the speculation people were engaging in. Now, to a degree, there's a human element in this where I can see the emotional appeal, and it's like, I don't know, people were speculating about Mama Dingus wildly on the internet. I'd probably be pissed too. You'd probably be a bad son if you didn't get a little upset, right? But Phil kind of invites this when he's being vague, when he's doing shit for attention. When he makes tweets like that, it's obviously for attention. How do I know this? Because 11 years ago, he did something exactly similar. It was explored on an ALT stream, WPig stream that was on today. He looked at a tweet 11 years ago from Phil when he took an unprecedented day off, and Phil said the exact same shit by quote, verbatim, quote for quote. He said, all due to unforeseen circumstances, I can't stream today. 2014 versus 2025, he says the same tweet, worded exactly the same way. And then later that same day, or a couple days after, I didn't look at it, it was within the time frame of him taking the break. He said on Twitter in 2014 that he was enjoying looking at everybody, so, you know, everybody being the detractors. He was enjoying looking at all the speculation and theories and rampant hyperfixations about why it is that he had to take the additional days off. He likes it. He enjoys it. He's into it. When he sees that shit, he gets hyped. He gets bricked up. He gets hard. Now, I'm not saying people shouldn't, you know, speculate. Like, I'm not saying that, obviously. I'm not saying, oh, you're not allowed to talk about his mom. Oh, you're going too far. Like, I'm not going to gatekeep that. I'm not your babysitter. Do as you will. But that's it's just my general theory. Phil is being vague on purpose so people can speculate about what it is. To me, it's obviously a health issue at this point because he's not saying anything. If it was an internet outage, power outage, he would have complained. He would have said something. Because of the health issue, it gives him a reason to not have to bring it up specifically, because I think most normal people will agree that streamers, you know, talking about issues such as health it delves into the realm of it being too personal, and thus, you know, you're not obligated to tell your viewers about it. So, you know, it allows him to not have to talk about it. But then number two, he does like to see the speculation. And then when he comes back, using that speculation as proof that the detractors do in fact go too far, even when they claim that they don't. But that's just a theory. A dingus theory. Yeah, and he does invite it by saying that they're near death. He said that they were near death right before he married Kat. If he's gone with no word for another day, would it be safe to assume he flew out to see his parents? Absolutely. I think by now you can make that assertion. One side of the street always has lights. Yeah, I hate that shit. I don't think his DMs with PPP were a lie. They absolutely weren't. But here's the thing, and I think PPP had this theory too on Monday. Phil doesn't want to give the W to Triple P. He needs the King Snake. He needs the King Snake narrative to thrive and persist. So if he went to go see Linda for her health issues around the time that he told PPP he was going to take the trip, it would have confirmed that the DMs were real and true and honest. They obviously are true and honest, but from Phil's perception, he can't have the viewers know that. He needs to maintain the kayfabe. You know what kayfabe is? You understand? You get it? Kayfabe, wrestling term. He needs the illusion. He needs the illusion that they're, you know, fake and the King Snake narrative is true. He needs that to be sustained. So in order to do that, and this is my theory, I think he's delaying the Mama Phil trip on purpose. He's delaying it from May to now. So if someone calls him on it, he can say, no, the King Snake thing, that's still true. I told PPP, I lied to PPP in the DMs and said I would go visit I would go visit Linda in May. I actually visited her in July. So yes, I did lie to him because I didn't visit her in May. It's such a petty nonsense detail, but it means everything to Phil. I think. He can't give him the W of like, oh, I really did go see Mama Brunel. Because then it would confirm the DMs are true. But you could spin it in a way where Phil's narratives might still have some weight to it. Even though nobody would believe it. But Phil just needs the illusion of people believing his narrative, even if they totally don't. That's so twisted, lol. Yeah, big ups, Conwooble. Only Phil could turn visiting your parents into an L. We already know he doesn't want to give the Detractors a win. I could absolutely believe he doesn't want to give PvP a win. He's going to be super smug when he comes back with everyone talking about him. He's going to be in his lore. Yeah. I can already, like, dude, you don't even I can imagine it. You don't even have to wait. I can imagine it in my head. Why does it have to beacon if I don't have to talk to him anymore? That's just how I see things, how they're gonna play out. He's gonna be totally smug whenever he returns. Talk about how we're all insane, stalker, psycho, lying assholes, and we claim we only laugh at his failures in video games, but actually we do go too far. We do cross the boundary by speculating on his family, even though he's the one who brings up his issues with his dying parents in the first place. And then also invites speculation by not telling us what it's about. Like, okay, if again, I gotta, there's a human element to it, right? If Mama Dingus had a serious health issue, and personally, I would agree that might be a bit too personal to bring up on stream. First of all, I'm of the mentality that streams are, you know, the unwind and not no trauma dump or whatever. Is that what the kids call it? Trauma dumping? Like, you guys don't want to fucking hear about Mama Dingus's health. But you also got to keep it real. So I probably would say, yeah, you know, I got something with the folks right now, this and that and the other. So, and that might invite a little bit of speculation, but it wouldn't be what Phil's doing, where he's intentionally being vague to invite as much speculation as possible. If he just said, yeah, something came up, you know, I don't want to get too into it because it's none of your fucking business, but I'm going to be visiting my parents for a couple days, and I will have more information when I return. Thank you. Would people speculate about Linda then? Absolutely. But it would be more of a laser-focused speculation than if he just... than the way he went about it now, where he just says nothing, and then everybody goes wild with speculation. If he had just said, oh, I gotta go visit the folks, something happened, the speculation would be more... it wouldn't be as wild. What am I doing? Sorry, whenever I'm, like, talking and, like, voicing my deep thoughts, the depth of my innermost thoughts and machinations. I always feel like I played the game just a little bit worse. Levels of lies, subterfuge, and double lives are normally only seen during psychological operations during Cold War instead of an elderly Polish guy playing video game. Hey, he's half Polish, half Italian. Authentic style. I need 3 more orbs. I know where one of them is. Remember him whining that Freedom Chat outed his dad's existence, except trolls knew for him. What do you mean outed his dad's existence? What? He's a human. He has a dad. I know what you mean, but the way you worded that. Yeah. Oh man. Late breaking news. Philip Paul Brunel has a father. Ah! There's a literal hater channel from October 2013 called David Burnell with his photo. Stuff like that might be a little bit too wild for my taste, but again, I'm not your babysitter. I won't tell you what to do and not do. Like, if someone made a hater channel with Mama Dingus's picture, or Papa Dingus, I'd probably be a little bit... It's the human element, I'd probably be a little bit miffed. But it's about not letting it show, you guys. You can't give them a reaction. Anyway, all this started because I made a joke about, like, how Phil could possibly be Arlo. Both of them are ducking controversies right now. You know, Arlo has some health scares, too. One of the recent Arlo videos on the main channel was him talking about how he couldn't speak for lengthy periods of time. I forget what the specific reasoning was, but Arlo also has health issues at the moment. Yeah, Phil gives them a reaction. Usually, I don't want to do, like... Because then it's like we're getting into the territory of, well, it's because you were wearing that outfit, you know? But, yeah, Phil invites a lot of things. Phil, you make me angry, Phil. Almost all of the shenanigans he gets into can be described as, him making a bed and then refusing to lie in it. Alright, but yeah, I think that's a good summation of the stuff going on this week. I do have videos to watch as promised. I think we'll start with some harmful opinions. I have a synthetic man that I want to watch, but I promised Sari that I would only watch it when he was here, because he wants my reaction. God knows why. Oh, Synthetic Man does also have a Mind's Eye video. You guys like Mind's Eye, right?
I hope you're all stocked up on tinfoil, because I'm about to make a wild suggestion. I'm starting to think that perpetual up-and-comer in the bread tube scene, Alec Gunter,
yeah, I know you mentioned it
GOP
earlier.
Plant.
I'm just
he is
reminding
an
you,
inky
people.
black optics vortex to a degree I'm not sure
Maybe they didn't
happens
read your
naturally.
message.
And in the one time I actually briefly spoke with him, we discussed optics, and he cares about it a lot. He's very critical of people who make his side look bad. Well, unless he thinks they might be a valuable connection.
You know what, Tree, that's fair. That's really about optics.
Right. What do you think if Card had leaked a folder from his computer where he'd been jerking off to cartoons of little girls getting f***ed? Would that be bad optics?
We're not talking about Vosh.
And he couldn't just refuse to talk about it. He had to go in for the defense.
No, I don't think that
Certainly
that's
a thing
what
to
was in
start the
folder.
video on.
That's your judgment having seen it.
They were all marked as 18+.
If you're unfortunate enough to have seen the worst of what we were discussing there, you'll understand that's not a great look. And Alex seems to be magnetically attracted to this kind of blunder. Later last year, he actually had a sit-down talk with Vosh and dropped this gem.
Yeah, it's nice to see the younger generation really throwing it back, you know what I mean? Throwing it, not like that.
Now that's just a funny little misspeak. And when he spoke with me, I jumped in with something.
Seems like a purposeful misspeak for the purpose of making that joke.
Prepared. Some fumbling is understandable. But recently he had a quote-unquote debate with a guy called Remnant 777.
No, I didn't see the Synthetic Man stuff off
Alec
stream.
Voluntarily himself brought some touchy stuff to the table and
We want
proceeded
raw,
to make a
organic,
clown
real
of himself.
dingus reactions.
Remnant
Come on.
and Alec were arguing about violent rhetoric.
Oh, the
Remnant
orbs might be
accused
over
Alec
here.
of encouraging violence. Alec said, "No, you," and he brought ammo. He brought examples.
This particular tweet from you is about them making porn illegal in Texas. It says it's a reply to somebody who disagrees with it. You said the First Amendment isn't designed to shield evil. The founding fathers would have hanged such people. Cry harder, freak.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Do you find
up, Seagull
hanging
Wiggle.
people to be violent, Remnant?
Nah,
Good
Ant's
job,
not here.
Alec. You got him. Have to agree that's a statement of positive sentiment regarding violence towards certain people. Whether or not he's proved he doesn't do it, he's shown that Remnant does. But at what cost?
It's not bad as long as they're pedophiles. I don't have a problem.
Do you find
with
it
that.
violent?
Do you think that pedophiles shouldn't be hanged? Do you think that pedophiles should be protected?
Pedophiles? Excuse me? When did I say pedophiles? This is about banning porn in Texas.
Yeah, why did Remnant mention pedophiles? Well, the Texan bill in question sought to ban obscene depictions of minors, and the person he was responding to directly was quoting the Protect Act of 2003. In particular, amendments that include a definition of indistinguishable regarding depictions of minors. So I would tend to believe Remnant when he says that his tweet about the founding fathers hanging such people refers to pedophiles. So alright, Alec, you got him. That's violent rhetoric. But on an optics level, trying to own someone by getting them to say they hate and wish death upon pedophiles, it's, you know, not very effective. Makes you
Probably
very
something that a lot of people would
vulnerable
agree
to
with.
further image
Hang
attacks
them all.
and inferences being drawn
Something
about your
everyone should agree
sympathies.
with.
What if I told you, though, that it gets much, much worse? They squabble for a while. Remnant tries to say his is different because it's about people wanting to diddle kids, and Alec just wants people to suffer. For political disagreement, Alex disagrees and characterizes himself as wanting harm to people who wish harm on others, just a different kind of harm to that wished by pedophiles. Pretty standard for an internet argument until Alec goes for this gambit.
There's a difference between Hey and Happy. Ted Bundy dies compared to a person you disagree with.
I've never touched a child in my life. I've never touched a child in my life.
Did. What do you?
What an odd thing to
Wow.
say.
Wow.
What are you doing?
But I tell other
I don't think the
people-
other person made that
What
allegation.
if I were to tell other people that I am a pedophile? Would you advocate for violence against me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd kill me if I was a pedophile, wouldn't you, you sicko? There's no reason for this. Why would you say if I did that? Just say if someone
Oh my
did
God.
that. I swear to God,
It's a
Trump
mask, but
himself
when Daxter was a
paying this guy
human.
in cash under the table.
Yeah, no kidding. If you molested a kid, I wouldn't like you, Alec Gunter. Great job.
No,
there.
I've never touched a kid. I've never touched a kid.
What?
Never touched one.
What are you even
This
saying?
is a situation.
If you're scrambling to convince people you're not a child rapist, you messed up. You've done very badly.
sounded
in the
pretty
debate.
panicked
And
defending
he
himself there.
absolutely, voluntarily,
But no one made that
unforced,
allegation.
Put himself there, and he's not even getting that much out of it because Remnant has a response.
This is a hypothetical that I have constructed to demonstrate to you that after a certain point, violence is justified. Something that you agree with me on, correct?
To murderers and rapists.
So the trade-off here is Alec Gunter calls himself a pedophile 100 times.
Forgot
In
how
return for
ugly
Remnant
Daxter
agreeing,
was.
Yeah,
The
violence is
character of the
justified
game.
Sometimes.
Oh, you
I
meant
just
his
have
human
different
form.
standards for that. I'd suggest it was extremely not worth it. But at this point, he still hasn't fully realized.
Definitely was a case where they came up with the furry design before the human design.
Trade-off here is Alec Gunter calls himself a pedophile 100 times. In return for Remnant agreeing, yeah, violence is justified sometimes. I just have different standards for that. I'd suggest it was extremely not worth it. But at this point, he still hasn't fully realized how bad things are. Minutes later, he drops this bomb.
No,
Do you disagree with me that I should be allowed to touch kids?
I almost threw up laughing the first time I watched this.
Like in this hypothetical?
What? What are you saying?
In this hypothetical, do you disagree? Take me out of it. It's weird calling myself.
Yeah, I would agree.
There we go. Finally. I wouldn't say he's salvaged it, but at least he's not digging any deeper. And it's a good thing too, because he needs to save his energy to dig other bizarre holes. Before we get to that though, let's defend Alec a bit. Maybe the reason he made this blunder was because he'd been thrown off kilter earlier. Remnant took a shot in the dark.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, we're halfway through the video, but that name... No way. I've heard that name before. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, the guy scrambling to defend himself as not being a pedophile. This is the guy that was making fun of Synthetic Man. The guy being discussed in this video is the guy we watched last week. That's the guy. It's him. It's Alec Gunter. I didn't make that connection until now. I'm dented. I forgot his name was Alec Gunter. He was so boring and annoying and like a commie-taking socialist. I forgot what his name was. He's scrambling to defend himself, saying he's not a pedophile for no reason when no one made that allegation. And he's going after Synthetic Man. Whoa, buddy. He has his own skeletons in his closet. Yeah, the guy with the weird... Oh, that's it. Cypher. That's it. He did have the pedophile logo, didn't he? Wait. Wait a minute. I need to pull this back up. It's literally this guy. Oh, I hate to interrupt the video, but... This is the guy. That guy. That's his logo. He has the pedophile logo as his logo. That's not... Amenable is not literally the pedophile. It reminds me of it. Who was it? Who the fuck... It was Internet Bloodsports era. Jeff Holiday. Who remembers Jeff Holiday? He had a logo tattooed on his arm that resembled the pedophile logo. And that's how I figured out what the fuck that shit was. I didn't even know they had a logo that they associated themselves with. But Jeff Holiday had a logo all too similar to the pedophile logo on his arm. And then from then on, anything with a logo like that, you stay far the fuck away from. But this is the guy, Mr. Alec Gunter. His name is literally Alec Gunter. And this guy, this is the guy that's the topic of that video. Oh man, oh me, oh my.
I hope you're all stocked up on tinfoil.
Oh no, I got my tinfoil, don't worry.
I've never touched a kid.
What?
That's him.
What are you even saying?
If you're scrambling to convince people you're not a child rapist, you messed up. You've done very badly in the debate. And he absolutely, voluntarily, unforced, put himself there. And he's not even getting that much out of it because Remnant has
What a video to start off on.
This is a hypothetical that I have constructed to demonstrate to you that after a certain point, violence is justified. Something that you agree with me on, correct?
Oh, here are the orbs.
To murderers and rapists.
So the trade-off here is Alec Gunter calls himself a pedophile 100 times in return for Remnant agreeing, yeah, violence is justified sometimes. I just have different standards for that. I'd suggest it was extremely not worth it. But at this point, he still hasn't fully realized how bad things are. Minutes later, he drops this bomb.
No, you disagree with me that I should be allowed to touch kids?
I almost threw up laughing the first time I watched this.
Like in this hypothetical?
What? What are you saying?
In this hypothetical, do you disagree? Take me out of it. It's weird calling myself.
Yeah, I would agree.
There we go. Finally. I wouldn't say he's salvaged it, but at least he's not.
It's like he, yeah, that came across very weird, very odd, and he caught it, but the recovery and course correction from him catching it was very weird. Like he realized in real time that what he said was not a good look.
Not digging any deeper, and it's a good thing too because he needs to save his energy to dig other bizarre holes. Before we get to that though, let's defend Alec a bit. Maybe the reason he made this blunder was because he'd been thrown off kilter earlier. Remnant took a shot in the dark and seems to have hit something even though Alec denies it.
I know, it's so funny. It's so funny, this joke that you made, right? Ha ha hoo hoo. I never thought as a kid because I live in a white town with low crime kids who had both parents, we are civilized.
Hey, Coggers, Jack 2 waiting room?
Yes.
Shut up.
Do have both parents. Do you have
I'm trying
both parents?
100% games over here.
You cannot be slugging with people live like this and leave pauses like
It's
that.
a video night.
What's the relevance?
Oh, wait, do you not actually have both parents? Are you fatherless or something? Wait, actually, for real?
Fatherless behavior?
Jesus Christ. This is more uncomfortable than the pedo stuff.
What's the relevance, man?
Oh, no way! Oh, I had no idea. That's funny.
You're so fucking stupid. Both of my parents are still happily married, you dipshit.
Alright, To each other, though?
I just said it was.
I'm sorry, you do give off fatherless vibes and all that stuff. Sorry.
You give off motherless vibes. I think your mother failed with you.
Well,
I think your mother should have had an abortion.
It really looks like a nerve has been touched, doesn't it? He sounds
Definitely.
very molested in these clips, right? But I did some digging. Doesn't seem like he has family problems. Loves his mom, loves his dad.
If I remember correctly, during the anti-synthetic man video, Mr. Alec Gunter was making a lot of disparaging remarks regarding women and like synthetic man. Oh, like you don't have a woman and you're an incel. And combined with what I'm hearing right now, I think it might be projection. Or he has some weird thing against women that could suggest mommy issues.
Though apparently he's a religious conservative, but Alec himself was a Trump voter in 2016. So what in the hell is going on in this debate with Remnant? I'm telling you, man, get the tinfoil out. He looks like a paid actor. And we're gonna look at one last gaffe. Remnant has apparently made some less than politically correct racial comments, to say the least. This should probably be Alec's easiest angle. An easy win in the eyes of his audience. How could he mess
Well, does he
this
fumble
up?
this too?
He presses Remnant about something he said in a tweet, and they get into an argument over rates of crime for different races.
Okay, so is that from internal problems, like it's inherent to being black, like genetic? What do you think?
I think
my goodness.
probably a mixture. What do you think, buddy?
Okay, so so that's at least a partial genetic component. Black people are just genetically inferior to white people. They're not as civilized, right?
No, I never said any of that, you dumbass.
It's Alec
literally
Gunter
just
saying
said
that.
there's a mix.
Yeah, there's a mix.
They're white
Everybody
supremacists,
committing
man.
crime and doing everything. What the fuck do you mean?
There you go, Alec. There's your free square on the bingo card. Guy says there's a genetic component to crime to any degree. You've got him. He's a racist, you win. Alec pulls a nice move, you know. Come on, stand by it. I know what you really mean. Tell us.
Dog, you won't stand by any of your fucking points. You're such a floundering...
But there's a problem. Remnant flips the question back on him.
Okay, wait.
Spineless,
Wait, let me
cancerous
ask you, why do you think black people
I don't
commit
know
crime?
why
Let me
you
ask
got
why do
the
you think
accolades
black
that you
people
did.
commit more crime? Why do you think black people commit more crime? I'm curious about your beliefs.
It's a cultural thing.
This guy cannot be fucking real. He's trolling. Like, for my sanity, I need him.
Oh my god. The lefty ended up being more racist than the conservative. Pablo, run the tape back. Did he really just say that? No, that actually might be more toxic than the JonTron angle.
This guy cannot be fucking real.
Why do you think black people
I don't
commit
know
crime?
why
Let me
you
ask
got
why do
the
you think black
accolades
people
did.
commit more crime? Why do you think black people commit more crime? I'm curious about your beliefs.
It's a cultural thing.
This guy cannot
Why
be
do you
fucking
say
real.
that so
He's trolling.
casually?
Like, for my sanity, I need him to be a troll. How dare you suggest it's genetic? Actually, black people just love and value crime. It's their...
Yeah, it's like your answer was just as bad as like the other guy insinuating that that is genetic.
Culture.
It's related to their income.
Okay, and it's related to their income, but it's already too late.
Wait, you're saying they have a
there's
bad,
more crime.
inferior culture. That's literally what you said. They have a bad and inferior
did
culture
I say?
because it causes more crime.
Now, of course, Alec didn't literally say that, but Remnant didn't say this either.
Black people are just genetically inferior to white people. They're not as civilized, right?
No, I never said any of that.
And it turns out Alec doesn't like tasting his own medicine.
I did not say that they have a bad and inferior culture.
So
When did I say that?
So it's not
When did I even
bad
imply
that they commit more crime because of their culture. You literally attribute it to their culture.
It's not, no, I did not attribute it. I never even said the word culture.
Thank you, Easy Money, for the re-up at the perfect time. We're having the guy that I watched go after Synthetic Man a few weeks ago is now getting exposed by harmful opinions for a variety of weird and concerning things that he has said over his career as a non-10 creator. Thank you for the 17 months at Tier 1 for 30 months. I'm gonna try to 100% Daxter tonight while watching some videos. Got a lot to catch up on. Starting off with this one, I didn't even make the connection that this was the guy at first until I heard the name said for like the 12th time. Then I remembered, wait a minute, this guy's named Gunter. That other guy I watched a few weeks ago was also named Gunter. And it all came together.
Who's the slippery one now? Yeah, technically you didn't literally say the word culture. You said it was a cultural thing.
It's a cultural thing.
That's attributing it to culture. I would say Alec claims he simply misspoke and meant to say it's an economic thing. Entirely
No, you said
possible,
culture.
Likely even. But if you're gonna misspeak this severely, maybe you shouldn't be doing this. Look, man, Alec, if you ever hear this, I don't actually think you're a plant, but you should definitely look for compensation. You are doing valuable work for the right, at great cost to your personal dignity, and I think it's only right that they show some appreciation.
Hey, Izuna. I am 100%ing the game. I beat it last stream, but I 100%, or I try to 100% most things that I play. No, this is not a big tree video, but we're getting there. You're here at the perfect time. Is that all we have on that dude? That was quite fitting, because the royal we. I just watched that video about him going after Synthetic Man a few weeks ago, so it was very harmonious. If I had just watched this video first without watching the anti-Synthetic Man video, you know, I wouldn't care as much. But like now I know, like, oh shit, that guy's going after Synthetic Man. But he's also said some cantankerous things in his time. Hey, Knock. We have a tight tip skull, guys. I'm missing one orb. I'm gonna lose it. If I gotta go through this hotel again, I'm gonna go crazy. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on if Harmful continues to talk about this dude. Watching him raw, I don't know. It was pretty annoying. But some people might say I'm annoying, so fair's fair. No Arlo segment. Big ups Night Zoomer. Arlo has not uploaded a video in 11 days, fueling my theory that Arlo is in fact Dave. Tears of the Kingdom came in today, gonna play after beating Breath of the Wild again. Yeah, I remember you were talking about it. I hope you enjoy it. Alright, well, speaking of Maladvius Fig Tree, Pirate Software rage quits off-brand games. Oh, it's Almighty _ Tevin. Hello.
I am no longer working at Off-Brand Games, says Pirate Software.
Quit.
People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of...
Hey, Pancake Mix. You ever notice Jack has Goku's suit after he lands after being back from Namek? No, I have not ever noticed that. Actually, the name is Baldavius Fig Tree. I'm just gonna say however I want to say it. I don't want to give him the satisfaction of me pronouncing his shit correctly.
Behavior is unhinged. Oh man, let's check out the carnage, because off-brand games are extremely vulnerable to that kind of attack right now. See, as far as I can tell, they've got 3 products on Steam right now, and 2 of them are only available in the form of a free demo, with an independent demo page each. What this
There's no respect to put on his name. Fuck that guy.
Review bomb their games, get together with other people that use bots. There are soft targets to defeat.
And this is coming from me, the guy who's usually the contrarian who stands for the guy that everybody goes after. Remember? I was standing for Billy Mitchell before the verdict came out, but I can't even stand for this guy. He's lame.
Because with the demo, the only barrier is downloading it, running it for a bit, and then you're allowed to leave a review. You don't have to pay anything. See, I downloaded Bonnie Bear Saves Frog Time demo, and now I can leave a review. I'm not going to, and you shouldn't either, but it's right there, and for anyone who wants to hit all their games, it's effortless. So with review bombers targeting all their products, this is gonna be oh, it's literally received 1 negative review ever, and that was in January. So their other soft target with a free demo, Aethermancer, that must have been defaced with a review bomb, right? Not exactly. Okay, so their other game that's actually out, Rivals of Aether 2, and Ludwig, who I believe is a founder of Off-Brand Games, said for sure.
Rivals of Aether is, I haven't played it. That's one of the Smash clones, right? I didn't know he was associated with that. Thinking wanting about the orb, finds it in the last 2 minutes. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say some shit about it, that's why I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, you caught me. Yeah, it was in the lobby. Laugh it up, guys. I blame the PSP's limited draw distance.
must have been defaced with a review bomb, right? Not exactly. Okay, so their other game that's actually out, Rivals of Aether 2, and Ludwig, who I believe is a founder of Off-Brand Games,
Not that
said
Ludwig.
for sure that one is being review bombed. Such a bummer Rivals 2 is getting any shit. People are now review bombing the game. The now deleted tweet he was quoting doesn't seem to call for such a thing, but maybe people underneath it were saying they were gonna. And he confirmed today that the games they support have been getting review bombed. So we're looking for mass negative reviews of Rivals of Aether 2 that are not about the game, or are obviously not really about the game, even if they pretend to be. That's going to be way harder to bomb because there's a price tag on it. Are people bombing it somewhere else, like on Metacritic? No,
Hey,
3
Plan.
negative reviews ever.
This game is
so
great,
Rivals of
thank
Aether 2 has been review bombed.
I don't think Look, I'll have my final thoughts when I get back to doing the replay of Jak 2 and Jak 3, but I'll reiterate what I said last year. It's a very strong 8 out of 10. I enjoyed it a lot more than I remember enjoying it when I first played it as a little teen dingus on my PS Portable.
On Steam. I have to ask, where?
It's a
wanna
shame
see
it never got a
big ol'
sequel.
red spike. Where is it? In the
Kind of a
month
short
of
game.
June, the
Short but
most
sweet.
negative reviews it got in a day was 6. As far as I can count, less than 10 have anything to do with pirate software or Stop Killing Games. But there aren't even enough negative reviews in total that if they were all about that,
They're deflecting! They're deflecting the bad reviews! Wah! To change the conversation.
it could be called any kind of review bomb. But of course, because
Hey, blame
Ludwig
Papa
said
Dingus for
it was
making me
being
a Sony
review
pony.
bombed,
He's the one who
people
gifted me
went
the
on to
PSP.
counter that. One user's recommendation reads, "Game is getting review bombed for some blank that ain't even true, Lamau." Ironic. When I originally tweeted my skepticism
actually true,
of
Eddie
the
B.
review bomb, something became clear.
Actually, no, it was a birthday present.
Game is getting review bombed for some blank that ain't even true, Lamau. Ironic. When I originally tweeted my skepticism of the review bomb, something became clear. People heard about the bomb, went to the page, saw it was on Mixed, and seemed to have thought it dropped down to 50% because of this review bomb. The #1 post about review bombing in their subreddit talks about it dropping to 52% after this review bomb. But that is actually intensely misleading. So we do know a little while before the SKG related reviews, it was on 60%. They're right about that. And on June 26th, post-bombing, it was down to 52%. They're right about those numbers, but there's something they're ignoring. It was 60% of
Hey, it's my
155
Pepsi. Thank you.
reviews, and then 52% of 121 reviews. This is because, of course, recent reviews is a 30-day window. The video that pissed everyone off dropped on June 23rd. So, what was Rivals of Aether 2's 30-day
Gamergate
average the
hate
day
group,
before?
stop killing
24th of May
games.
to 22nd.
I was curious, so I went to look up, because I had to wonder, I had to wonder, Cypher, is there anyone standing up for pirate software? And I was like, okay, what website would have a constituent of people, individuals, most likely to support pirate software? And I thought about it for all of 2 seconds before I was like, oh yeah, Resetera. So I went to Resetera to see if maybe some way, somehow, maybe through association of like Kiwi Farms talking about it, maybe pirate software has allies, and maybe Stop Killing Games is getting branded as Chud Nazi adjacent because Jersh talked about it on a stream. So I went to the thread they had for the initiative, and no, they also really don't like pirate software, even to the point where Kiwi Farms bringing it up. It does not change their opinion on pirate software. Thank you, Pancake Mix, for the 10-bit cheer.
In June, inclusive, 30 days. Using the archives to count day by day, by my maths, there were 130 reviews in that period, 72 of those being positive. That gets you 55% positive the day before Ross's video. So the claim is, that video
Who
got
likes
your
them? I
review
have no
bombed,
idea.
And your recent average dropped 3% by the 26th. Not much of a bomb, is it?
It still
gets
has a
worse.
fan base,
If
I
we
reckon,
shift
so
that
somebody out
window
there
3
likes them.
days. So we're looking at the 27th of May to the 25th of June, the day before the positive counter bomb, you lose 2 negative, 3 negative, and 3 negative, which is 8. In the days that replace those when the window moves, you got 4 negative, 1 negative, and 3 negative, which is also 8. But in those 3 days you lose from the window shift, you lose 2, 3, and 7 positive reviews, which is 12. And it's replaced by days where you got 2, 2, and 1, which is 5. A decrease of 7. Advanced maths, I know. Which dumps you down to 123 total, 65 of which are positive, landing you at just below 53% positive. The recent review percentage went down because you got the same number of negatives, but less positives. That ain't a bomb. Let's take a peep at Pirate Software's self-published game. Now that is what a bomb looks like. Fair few of the new ones have barely any playtime, though that can be explained by the game itself, and they just talk about Pirate Software's takes. Maybe he has a legit grievance there, but this isn't off-brand published. Rivals of Aether 2, now apparently some have been deleted, but I cannot find more than 10. I can't even find 10.
So in response to, what kind of person would like Pirate Software, Izuna says, people who were bullied at school and resonate with them because of his pseudo-intellectualism and condescending attitude make them think he's the smartest guy in the room. I agree with that. The thing is, it's because he uses a voice changer. So he comes off as he has a snooty, as you say, condescending and authoritative personality, and he already has a personality where, he clearly doesn't like being in the wrong or being proven wrong. He cannot take an L. So when he gets proven wrong, all he can do is double down.
10 reviews that are clearly not actually about the game. Now when you get really bombed, Steam steps in and drops one of these. That hasn't happened here, and you can still take that filter off if you want. Plus, on Rivals, reviews that are just talking about Moldavius are still there. I would suggest that there is zero evidence any kind of bombing happened. Just a minuscule number of annoyed people. Not even enough to change the 30-day negative review quantity until you hit the 26th, which is the day the massive counter bomb happened. And all 6 of those negative reviews are from people who put substantial time into the game and are talking about the game. One guy who's played it for 40 hours went out of his way to say, yeah, he knows about the Pirate Software stuff, it annoys him, but this ain't about that. Even though there's content in the game that was used to promote and fundraise for Pirate Software's ferret rescue. I didn't know about that financial connection, but I checked and it is absolutely true. If there's anything I'll give Pirate Software a big thumbs up for, it's rescuing animals. But in those reviews, that's the only mention, and one weird—
Dude, Pancake Mix probably watched the video beforehand, or maybe he's fucking Nostradamus, because maybe he actually is blowing out a furry's back ack.
Just pasted the about section, but
I think I saw that. If that clip originates from the original, his first major big controversy that got people to pay attention to him, the WoW thing, I believe I saw that clip on Maddie.
From all that I've seen, Pirate Software's statement about why he's stepping down
Hey, Red
doesn't
Animator.
exactly strike me as
I believe he uses
real
voice
or
changer.
True, and it absolutely stinks of face saving and fear of what might happen in the future, rather than anything that really has. Little bit like that unlawful DMCA claim. Feel free to prove me wrong, but I did my usual digging and didn't find shit. He did say trying to mass review bomb them, so maybe there's evidence of a
Phil, he had a
terrible
second
plot.
puberty.
But be forewarned that some—
Brother, not even Phil has argued that he's had a second puberty before. That's fucking, what was he thinking?
Screenshot of a dipshit in a Discord isn't gonna cut it for me, especially when they aren't competent enough to even hit your free demos. You don't quit your passion job over that. Maybe he should focus more on something he's good at, being a sacrificial lamb. Blows himself up fighting SKG, signatures go through the roof. Gets hated on a little bit in a tiny dusting of negative reviews. Positive reviews go through the roof, and the game gets put on a nice 30% sale. Maybe I'll pick it up. Don't have much time, but I loved the first one. Oh, the video was gonna end here, but stop the press. Pirate Software has given an update, I just noticed. For
It's
those
a
trying to say this is now
news
somehow a lie, the abuse was across socials, people on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, and
Oh, that is fair. I forgot. Yeah, you guys don't know. This is actually my natural voice. I have a lot of bass to my voice, and you guys just never hear it because of how I have the mic set up. This is it's actually just filters, guys. It's, my voice actually does sound like this. I have a lot of natural bass.
Maybe I'll pick it up. Don't have much time, but I loved the first one. Oh, the video was gonna end here, but stop the press. Pirate Software has given an update, I just noticed. For those trying to say this is now somehow a lie, The abuse was across socials, people on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, and some reviews on Steam. Oh, so you know it wasn't review bombed. Abuse and whatever, sure, horrible. That ain't all you said though. Indie games
Some
are
reviews
fragile
is not a
things, and
review
attacks
bomb.
like that hit hard. Overall sentiment was to bash the games. Very different to people actually review bombing it or
Semantics.
trying to review bomb it, as you said. You know that didn't happen. You said it did. What's that called? People were trying to review bomb it? How do you review bomb? You get the game, run it for a bit, leave a review. If you want to be really nasty, I think you can refund. Maybe they plugged that up though. People were trying to do that, but what? They couldn't find the store page? They went to pay and oh shit, I don't have $20 or whatever. Did not happen. And the sentiment was also to bash the developers working on them to try to
Big
get
up
back at
Scondola.
you. That's horrible.
I saw you were
Too
doing
bad
more
you
Stellar
also
Blade
said
earlier.
other things.
How's that
Saying
going for
thing
you?
B and that
Welcome in.
being legit doesn't erase bullshit A.
Welcome to the
you
Pirate
spoke.
Software
He did
segment.
this with the Stop Killing
Your favorite
Games stuff,
segment.
remember? Hey, I didn't lie. Here are the things I said that are true. Ignoring the thing people are saying is a lie. And this time something more's happened. A review bomb
Almost
has
done with
morphed
it.
into
That's my answer
people
for what I'm
bashing
doing
on
in this
other
game.
platforms, and there being some reviews.
I just
You
gotta
threw
collect
out
some orbs.
a heavy accusation of a very specific kind of conduct. Ludwig did as well, but that's not your fault. And
Not that
Off-Brand,
Ludwig.
and a game they published, has reaped the rewards. The uptick in positive reviews that Rivals of Aether has been enjoying to this day is not because people were being mean on Reddit, it's because they were told the game got review bombed. Did it? Because you've repeated that, your sacrifice is somewhat in vain. Your stink's still attached. It's gonna smell like you for a while.
He smells! He smells worse than items! He stinks! Uh-oh, stinky! 2 more major story segments. How many streams of that game has it taken you? I'm not gonna say Phil absolutely could have played it, but if it only took you like less than 5 streams, I mean, come on, he absolutely could have played it. Alright, all gems and orbs collected for this level. Though No, I gotta go to the first portion of the construction site, actually. I need 46 precursor orbs. And I don't know how many more metalhead gems, or metal bug gems. Pick up Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer Daxter is finished. The story is complete. I just have to get the precursor orbs and the metal bug gems. With that in mind, this will be a video watching stream. Alright, Gano's gonna check how many streams it took him to beat Stellar Blade, so he can prove that Dave could have played it. He could have played it, and he could have had 2 or 3 really good streams before the novelty fell off and, you know, people stopped tuning in. Dingo OCD, no wonder he loved AC Unity. What do you mean? What do you mean? I can't answer or explain as to why I am a completionist, you guys, but I think a lot of it comes from growing up and, you know, you only had so many games available to you. You didn't really have a lot of opportunities to buy new games. Your parents would only take you to Blockbuster to rent games every now and then. You didn't even get to keep the games. So I guess it left me with the mentality that the games I have, I want to do everything in the game. No, because, you know, no, I wouldn't know at that time when my, you know, the next game would be. Like, oh, I'd have to wait till the next birthday, the next Christmas, the next 3 Wise Men Day. I never got a gift on that day, or a video game as a gift, rather. Yeah, I gotta do all the things, you guys. And I've said it before, but the only situation like I don't have that mentality in is trophies, because trophies I'm just fucking, I got TISM when it comes to trophies. I consider that part of the console UI and not part of the game, because the games rarely acknowledge, the ones that I have played that have trophies rarely acknowledge the trophies in game, and they certainly don't attribute trophies to completion outside of Sly Cooper, Thieves in Time. I have TTS, no TTS, sadly. The whole stream runs off a laptop. So it's just, I could have all that cool shit that Ann does, but because everything runs off one laptop, one good gaming laptop, mind you, but because it does run off one laptop, I have the mentality that I should have as few things running as possible to ensure a smooth streaming experience. It's a bum setup. I didn't have a lot, but I wasn't a completionist. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you could have like the same situation that I had and still not be a completionist. I'm just saying that, like, that's where my train of thought took me, that if I was gonna play a game, I should get the most out of the game. Dingus can't work a trade. No, I didn't trade with anyone. I didn't trade any games that... Wait, no, that's wrong. It wasn't a trade, but I did buy... I bought Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney from a friend in high school. Was it high? Yeah, it was. Because that game was hard to find physically. So I think I gave him like 20 bucks for it. And I think that game goes for a high price now, because they had a low production run. About the only time I bought a game or traded for something... traded somebody else for something for a game at school. Maybe that was more common among you guys, but it wasn't something I really did outside of that game. Because I knew I wasn't going to find it anywhere else complete in box with the manual. Thank you, Goki, for the 3-stream streak. Oh, is that Call of Duty? That was all I needed as a kid. No, I wasn't on Call of Duty like that. And it wasn't because, like, you know, I didn't have a PS3 or 360. And I didn't have those consoles. But there were Call of Duties on PSP and DS. I could have bought those. There was Call of Duty on PS2. I think there was even Call of Duty on GameCube. What game? Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney for 3DS. The only game I got off of someone in school. My dad is a completionist, so I got that from him. Then I adapt on being a trophy achievement hunter since Xbox 360 PS3. I think another reason why I'm just not into the trophies thing is because at that time when those consoles were hot, I was still bumming on my PS2. Then later on, I bought a GameCube for 30 bucks from GameStop. Massive steal, by the way. I bought Cousin Dingus's N64 for 20 bucks. Massive steal. And I didn't own a modern console, like, not counting handhelds, because I got gifted the PSP and DS Lite. Then the Janny stole them both. Then I got gifted the 3DS. But modern shit, I didn't have anything modern until I bought a Wii U secondhand. And the Wii U didn't have trophies. The Switch didn't have trophies. Wasn't until PS5, I'd say, was the first console that I had with the trophy system on it. Skipped PS3, skipped PS4, skipped 360. Brother Dingus got us an Xbox One pretty late, but it was his purchase, so I didn't fuck with it. I didn't touch it. We were broke Mexicans! Broke Mexicans! Games for gold on 360 was peak. I have no idea why they took that away. Every time Microsoft has something good, like an incentive that would want you to get their console, they don't stick with it. They get rid of it. They get rid of games with gold, and they get rid of backwards compatibility. They stop adding games to the backwards compatibility, their backwards compatibility log. I mean, the games that are backwards compatible, you know, they're still there. They still exist, but they're just not adding to it anymore. Alright. Pirate Software Internet Victim. Was this like a general video? But it's his most recent Pirate Software video. What does he talk about here?
I had a plan. I thought it would be fun after dumping on the guy so much, after seeing him get dumped on so much, to make a video being nice to Pirate Software.
He's gonna
Thor,
sweep!
as he prefers to be called above all else, it seems. Step 1, I'll call him Thor for this video.
No, you're supposed to call him Fig Tree.
Doing much more than that.
He's a
it's
fig!
very, very hard though, because the guy continues to chirp. I'll do my best, but being nice to him.
Oh, I saw stuff about Tunic. That's the one that's like a Zelda-like, right? Starring the little fox dude. I've seen gameplay of that. That looked pretty neat.
Has to come later in the video because there are some things to address first. Now, this is very cringe, and the odds of him ever hearing this are very low. But I'll make this video as if I'm talking to you, so that I understand you're a human being. Make it human.
Oh, it's not
to
a Zelda-like?
not human to mob, as Upper Echelon suggested. I understand, Thor, that you have problems with the initiative as it stands alone in a bubble. With that portion of the things you've said, I have disagreements and a very, very different perspective. But none of that little portion in a vacuum is why I've said mean things about you, why I've called you a liar. The problem is, as I explain in my video called I Hate Pirate Software, you did more than that. You didn't just explain why you thought the initiative was bad, you pretended, when we have every reason to believe you know otherwise, that it doesn't align with Stop Killing Games' actual goal. You have told over 1 million viewers at this point that the initiative doesn't line up with what they're supposedly trying to do. Let me make this distinction crystal clear.
Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. This isn't always possible in all video games.
Now, this is shallow analysis that doesn't take into consideration the function of the word.
Why are they trying to make Stop Killing Games look bad? Because they're plants! They're industry plants! There's plants! They're planted! Ah! They're not people like you and me! They're NPCs! Maybe he's just stupid. Maybe he's a contrarian. Maybe he would have supported Stop Killing Games if he did his research like the first time. And then he wouldn't have to be wrong about it, and then that could just be his lame take that nobody would have otherwise had heard about. But because he did no research, then said the thing, then was proven wrong on it, he can't be proven wrong, so he just has to double down. So maybe he's not an industry plant, but he has to commit to his stupid opinion. He has to commit to the stupidity. He has to be a brainless, mouth-drilling moron and commit to the stupidity, because otherwise it's him admitting that he was wrong from the start.
Reasonably, but it's just a take to be agreed or disagreed with and argued about. The concrete problem is demonstrated in what you say immediately afterwards.
And it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat.
That's not true, and I know you know that's not true. I've seen you talking about this before you made that video. I know what video you watched before making this video because you quote it in this video, and there is zero.
Whoa, Almighty Tevin says, can you send me a link to that one Bomberman fan mod thing? Yeah. There you go. I think it was supposed to have an Easter update, but something happened with the developer. They have depression sessions every now and then. I think they took an ixnay on the Easter update. That's why I haven't played it recently.
Zero chance that you don't know that isn't true. You tried to convince people that SKG made a mistake. They actually want something much narrower than what's laid out in the initiative. Not because you think they actually do, but because you want people to repeat that and push them to change on that basis. You present it as constructive critique, you helping them get in line with their goals, something that was actually you fundamentally disagreeing with Stop Killing Games, and this confused a lot of people. You also convinced a lot of people that they're wrong because they made this mistake that they didn't actually make. They've asked for exactly what they want. As far as I'm aware, you have never even come close to addressing this. This mischaracterization has now been pointed out by the figurehead himself, Ross Scott. He showed you in a video, claiming that their real aim was something it was never claimed to be.
What is he doing? It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically.
Yeah, I didn't hear
companies
good
that are
things
doing
about
this
that via
under the
Black
guise
Ops
of it being
game.
a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
It could not be any clearer at this point, and yet today, you're still running with this story. With respect, I hope the initiative gets everything it asked for, but none of what it wanted. You have committed to continuing to spread this narrative you know is false. That is a lot more than just disagreeing with the initiative and Stop Killing Games. You are perpetuating the very lie that Ross Scott, gentlest, most conflict-averse man on the internet, felt he had to make a call-out video to counter. It is not true that the initiative is one thing and they're trying to do something else, but it's beneficial to your side that people think that. Who's gonna side with the bumbling idiots, dangerously pushing for something they don't actually want? Now, one might say, over 1 million people, actually, but they didn't until this misrepresentation was addressed, did they? Which brings us to a narrative you don't like. The most interesting narrative is that my videos somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows—
Whoa, big ups, call me Astro. 2 months at tier 1 for 3 months. Hit the free bird, bitch! I can change. I can't do that on the fly. But thank you very, very, very much for the re-up. Yeah, 2 months at tier 1 for 3 months total. We're in the middle of the Pirate Software segment. Don't worry, Astro. There is no Arlo tonight. Arlo is dead. He's gone. He's gone. He eloped with Phil. He's gay. He's eloped with Phil. They're gay lovers. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Thank you.
that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did, though. Best of luck with your next steps. I am sure, Thor, that you've heard the phrase, I'm the villain? Lies, damn lies, and statistics. Sometimes, numbers lie or don't show the whole story, like how some people thought Rivals of Aether 2 had been mass review bombed because its recent average
Yeah, you never seen DSP and Arlo in the same place, have you, Astro?
True, it was tapering off in interest, and then it spikes up when you were made the villain. But Thor, I must ask, why were you made the villain? See, there's another way of reading this graph. Initiative drops. Within a week, the guy who's positioned himself as the expert game dev authority says it's dangerous, disagrees with it, and...
What's the noble sacrifice for him here? What if he says, guys, I was only pretending to be retarded. I was disagreeing with the movement on purpose. I sacrificed myself and made myself the villain of the movement on purpose to attract attention using my fan base and the fact that people already dislike me from the World of Warcraft stuff to get more people to sign the petition.
Not only that, misrepresents it, and then no big slugger touches it until your video is
Synthetic
directly
Man saying
addressed.
Ninja Gaiden Sigma as well. Is that from the stream today?
Gross messed up.
I didn't watch
He should have hit you directly and much harder than he did sooner, instead of releasing an indirect, tepid FAQ that reached a fraction of the viewers your misrepresentation.
We'll get to Synthetic Man
segment. I don't have
Nurgle.
a time machine, but I think if he'd done this earlier, we would have seen a spike earlier. Now, doing it when he did, the hate against you has certainly helped. You being the internet's villain has been a boon, but it's not his fault.
He needs to do that. I think it would be the only way to save face, but people would still call it cope.
We would have seen a spike earlier. Now, doing it when he did, the hate against you has certainly helped. You being the internet's villain has been a boon, but it's not his fault. You've acted.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Cerulean 86 raid, a Kirby Haste raid. Big ups UNFW, Cerulean 86, Aqua Saber, Spanky Joe, Red Animator returning, everybody else coming in. We're gonna 100% Daxter tonight. I've already beaten the story, so this will be a video watching stream, as I have said earlier, and many times already, but I'm repeating it again because you were not already here. I'm gonna finally watch the Death Shedding synthetic thing today. I know you've been waiting on it. You've been dying to hear what I think about what he thinks on the game. I have not seen it. Completely blind. I know you say it's the hotness right now. It's a crazy video. Hopefully it is. I gotta quadruple down. He should. We're watching the Pirate Software stuff right now. About harmful opinions and stuff on Pirate Software. Yeah, welcome in, Sarah. I hope you had a good stream with UNFW1. After 100% this, I can officially move on to Jack 2. Yeah, co-op Wii video games, even though it wasn't Wednesday. So is it no Wii Wednesday tomorrow? Oh, you know, you said you had a music festival this week. Missing 3 orbs. Wii light gun case, it's so nice. Oh yeah, I remember you were talking about possibly picking one of those up. I imagine it's custom made or something, an Etsy situation, I gather. Oh, the Nyko Perfect Shot? Okay, that's a third-party thing. Big Hope saying he did it on purpose, he probably would have been seen more favorable to the general public. Yeah, like someone would go with the flow, right? It'd be almost like a King Snake situation. Where everybody knows it's bullshit, but maybe a few people go along with it anyway because it might be funny to support that, even if in jest. Dingus, I dropped the bet. What's the bet? We're gonna get a bet. Bet live. You could win big, ladies and gentlemen. Saru has a bet for me. The Cerulean 86 bets. If, you know, it could... Well, I mean, it's going to inevitably result in a Dingus sub. DSP will return and tell everyone it's none of your business what he was doing. My theory, my Dingus theory is basically what I said in Baby Park. Or was the Dave channel? Whatever. I said he's gonna come back and he's gonna use... He's being vague on... It is a health issue. It is absolutely... I know there was power outages and internet outages in his area around the time of him disappearing. I think it's an ill-timed coincidence. Ill-timed coincidence. It is a health thing. He's not being specific about it because it's a health thing. It really shouldn't be our business. But he invited speculation by not... Could have just said it was a health issue and just left it at that. They didn't have to specify. You don't have to give us a fucking history lesson on what's going on with your folks. But because you were vague about it, it invites a speculation. And then he's going to take that speculation when he comes back, and he's going to say we're fucking insane psychopath stalkers, and we actually do go... We actually do go too far, and we talk about his family and speculate about his family. We don't just poke fun at Phil himself and leave it at that. We do actually go the extra mile and poke fun at his family, his wife and his cat and his parents. And he's gonna say specifically to do so about his parents is even more egregious because he doesn't feature his parents in his content at all whatsoever. And you can have your thoughts on that. I'm just telling you that's what I think Phil is going to do. It's an experiment, just like the Firestone thing with the invoice, just like the King Snake thing, just like the Day of No Begs. It's going to be an experiment where he takes a situation, an organic situation, and then does a little experiment on the side to see how people will react. And I was watching WPig. WPig was going over a situation 11 years ago, just like this, where Phil had a similar tweet, literally starting with all due to unforeseen circumstances I can't stream. Later that same day, 11 years ago, he puts out a tweet that's like, oh my god, I'm having so much fun looking at all these wild theories and speculation the detractors have, the trolls have about me being gone. Kind of tells me that the more things change, the more they say the same. Phil is still the same person now that he was 11 years ago, just a little bit worse with a fat wife. And I think he still enjoys looking at that speculation. Phil is gonna rant about duty, ask about the Grok AI of his mother. Yeah, it's gonna be shit like that. I don't know if he's specifically seen that, but I could see him specifically calling that out. I mean, he name drops duty when every chance he gets. The way he name drops Duty in the modern era is like how he used to name drop Tevin back then. Duty is the modern #1 main detractor. The one that's in his line of sight. Base Dingoid Truth Nuke. Thank you, Zerpachi. I certainly do try. But that's how I feel it's gonna go down. He's gonna be so smug about it. As though he wouldn't already be smug. But he's gonna be extra smug on his comeback. And he's going to get a lot of money too. Expect lots of money for his comeback because absence makes the heart grow fonder. You cannot be missed if you're never gone. Even some of the trolls are feeling the effects of 4 days of no Phil. Was talking with Shroom. Shroom was here earlier and he was like, guys, I kind of miss Phil. I miss occasionally watching the Daily Rap every couple of streams and pointing and laughing at him. I don't know if I'd say, oh my god, I'm missing Phil. I'm on my hands and knees. Phil, come back, Phil. Life will move on if Phil does not return. Well, I'll move on to somebody else, man. But, I want Phil to be around forever. So he can do what he does for as long as he's able, for as long as he's healthy and able to do so. So I can occasionally turn him on and watch him beg, and I could go, haha, he has to beg on the internet. Shroom's a boyfriend confirmed? Yeah. He's in my basement right now. Missed the morning bingo. Yeah, it's like, I'm not gonna, miss is a strong word, right? But you kind of feel the effect of it. You would feel the effect of any routine, right? It's routine to turn on the pre-stream. It's routine to turn on the day stream to see what he's doing. It's routine to turn on a Momology video to see what the latest summary was of what he did that day. And now, you don't have to do that. But there's no shortage of other eccentrics on the internet to pay attention to. So even if he does go away forever, which will inevitably happen one day with the passage of time, one day he'll just not turn on the stream ever again. But, you know, as I said, life moves on. You'll find someone else to laugh at. People already have eccentrics on the side in this sphere that they want to laugh at, like Bossman, for example. You know, he's a lot younger, so Bossman will still be around for years, long after Dave is gone, and just other people of that nature. It's kind of grim, man, but the world goes on. Just like how the world will go on if Linda really did die. Let's see, Outsider executed Phil, so GTA 4 when mods playthrough doesn't happen, give him another giant playthrough to edit down. Maybe that, look, we can't rule out any theories, guys. Something happened with Fat Cat, or this is the last time he'll see his mother. I'm going on mother. I'm going on. The amount of time he's been gone without saying literally anything leads me to believe it is something to do with family. If it was a power outage, he would have said something. Even for the sake of an experiment, I believe he would have said something.
Villainously. And another thing about the graph, Charlie weighing in is marked on there. His support was significant. The video itself got a lot of views, and people will talk about what he talks about. And
if he still doesn't say anything tomorrow, start believing in theories.
Ross is correct. This has nothing to do with just single-player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game. Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not
because tomorrow will have been 5 days.
About. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like, fixated, as if that is the actual, like, meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games. They need to be more specific in their language about...
Yeah, if it was Cat, if it was something to do with Cat, then, you know, he'd still be able to do the night stream after visitation hours. And so I know, like, people love their theories, but sometimes it's like Occam's razor, the easiest explanation. Why can't he do both streams? Because he's not in Washington at the moment.
It being single.
No, I'm not saying DSP will be back tomorrow. I'm saying if you still don't see him tomorrow, it's pretty blatant. It has to be a health thing, right?
Player, always online connectivity games. When that's just not what it's about. Like,
people like me now.
They're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting.
He was much nicer about this than I was. And Thor, I would suggest if Charlie completely, fully understands something and you don't, maybe you should take some time to look at yourself. Because if you don't, this might happen. A follow-up that I must mention garnered more views than the original video. Why'd this video happen, Thor? Could it have something to do with the tweet used as a thumbnail? The one where you saw fit to name drop him, but not to address the one reason he was talking to you for.
I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation.
Don't worry, Pirate Software leaked the DMs on his own.
Was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere.
You saw fit to name drop him and then talk about everything except the one thing he wanted you to address. You didn't even bring it up and say he's wrong. You saw fit to use his
I think it's a scare that Phil wasn't expecting. I think reality has hit him that he's gonna lose his mother. The timing is kind of interesting on this because it's something I talked about pretty recently. It's that whereas, as funny as it is to demonize Phil as, like, an emotionless person who's, like, an alien and shit, I think he's not so great an alien that he wouldn't break down if his parents finally left him, you know? The human element, guys. Phil is still a human deep down. If Linda or Dave Sr. really did leave him, yeah, I think he'd have a hard time. He's a fucking pussy. not to say that if your parents did die, like you're a pussy for having feelings about it. I just mean, like, this is the guy who cries over his digital bird dying. Of course he would be affected by his parents leaving him. It would be a reality check for sure. I do think I'm not so you know, I don't think of him as so heartless that he wouldn't be affected by that. No, absolutely. Everyone, a lot of people, 99.9% of people would be affected by their parents dying, unless, you know, they mistreated them.
like that. But if he
I think it would fuck him up.
That's you being victimized.
I think it would be like that. Like that scene in Ratatouille, where the critic eats the food and then like flashbacks to himself as a child eating his mother's cooking. It would be like that for Phil. Phil loses his mom, and then just like a quick zoom in to himself flashing back as a child, like eating Mama Burnell's cooking, and then he flashes back and realizes he'll never see Linda ever again. And it's kind of grim and morbid, but that's what I see it as, where that's like that's him realizing it. That's it. The realization hits him like a pallet of bricks. I think it will be an oh no anyways moment for him. That shit won't change him, and I'm not even like saying it's gonna change him in the long term, and don't mistake my words for me saying he's gonna change for the better. Long-term changes, losing his mother is the kick he needed to get his life back in order. No, I'm just saying it's gonna fuck him up. It will fuck him up. Maybe in a week he'll go back to begging, but it's something that will stick with him, as I think it would stick with most people. And it's something that he will bring up for all the begs to come.
That's him weaponizing his audience.
Like when he does a year in review in 2026 for 2025, he'll bring it up.
In your Discord, do not mention that tweet. It's kind of important. Because you emphasized the speed with which he put that video up, you left your fans with a very interesting impression. One suspected that the video was ready to go in case you didn't change your opinion. You don't make a video like that in 30 minutes, he said. See how leaving details out can really mislead people? That theory's possible with what you were telling them, but in reality it's impossible because a big chunk of the video is about the conversation. Pirate's tweet about the conversation is in the video, and just like me, I don't think Charlie has a time machine. You did end up correcting the time frame, but only to emphasize that there was an hour and a half of silence after letting everyone know you told him. High school behavior, making this public instead of just talking privately. Again, no mention of that tweet where you used his name and the fact you had a conversation. Do not pretend for 1 second, Thor, that if someone tweeted that they had a conversation with you and then spewed a bunch of stuff in support of themselves without addressing what you've been trying to get through to them with, that you wouldn't be pissed.
The Minecraft bird was mad foreshadowing. Very mysterious timing. The world works in mysterious
ways. I was not there to
ways.
try and convince him to be part of Stop Killing Games.
That's about as hard as Charlie goes in on you for using the conversation. I don't think you would have been as gentle, and do not...
He's only calling him Thor for the purposes of the gimmick of the video, which is him attempting to be nice to him. This is him being nice.
Pretend that you didn't make it into a public matter first.
If it was Jasper, would he say so?
After a private conversation.
Yes, but not right away.
Funny little extra nugget. You remembered that tweet when
I
it
don't
was
think it's
useful
Jasper,
in a
though.
different context later, didn't you? People were talking about insults and you jumped in to say, yeah, I did insult Ross, but I apologized. See, I said, if you're mad at me for being a dick, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. Shouldn't have done it. Okay, Mr. Precision, you honestly don't get why that ticked people off? Now with that out of the way, I'm going to be nice. I'm willing to believe that horrible things have been done to you, and you seem to want that acknowledged and condemned. I know that I'm nobody and I'm not the guy you want doing it, but you can take this as a little consolation prize, a little comfort blankie to hold on to. On Tuesday, you were swatted. That's no good. People shouldn't be doing it. Whoever's doing that should go to jail. There you go. Feel safer now. You get constant calls to your cell phone.
Now, Nurgle and Seru were having to talk about this in Baby Park, and just debating about whether he actually got swatted or not. I want to say, I understand Nurgle's position that, like, oh, I don't believe it because he's a liar and he needs to show proof of him being swatted. But my take is, I think I would sideboard with Seru on this one, that it ultimately doesn't matter. Like, obviously condemn the swatting, but whether it happened or not doesn't really take away from the general issue that people have with his comments. Like, you can condemn that and still think what he says is retarded. It's not mutually exclusive.
Sorry to hear that, man. Sounds real annoying. You receive tens of thousands of death threats a day. Okay, calm down there, Zoe Quinn. I'm trying to be nice. Stop pushing it. I'm sure you've received some. I'm much smaller and I've received 1 or 2. But, may I see 1 day's worth, please? Like, people call things death threats all the time that really, really aren't. For instance, people tend to call someone saying kill yourself a death threat. People say nasty, crazy things about content creators all the time. Here's a guy talking about me.
We can just send the cops to his house because he threatened to kill harmful opinions. Yeah, I threatened to kill him and I would fucking kill him. Yes, I would kill him. It will not happen because I'm not going to the UK. But if we were ever put in the same
he doesn't want to go
room,
to the UK.
you know, and yeah, again, I'm not killing him because that would be too easy. That would be actually releasing him from pain. No, I would break his spine. I would cut his eyes out. I would fucking hit him in the ears until he's deaf, and I would leave him like that. He would die soon, but I would leave him in that state of complete fucking blindness and agony. I would do this to him. I would, you know, and I would make sure that whoever his so-called girlfriend is, I would make sure that she's watching and she would get the same treatment for even being associated with him.
Mostly nuts on the internet are just really, really funny. I had a guy once send me the entirety of Twitter's TOS and then say like, I know where you live, watch out at the end.
I'll save that.
Something like that. Just goofy shit. But here's my advice if this stuff really bothers you. If you've been sent something credible, if someone demonstrates that they have the intent, the means, and the knowledge necessary to hurt you, police.
Call the police.
Otherwise, take comfort in this. This is how I look at it. If a crazy person on the internet has genuinely dedicated themselves to killing you, you're dead. No use worrying about it. If they're genuinely dedicated, they can get you. I feel like accepting that is the only way to not go insane if like more than 500 people online know you exist. Easier said than done to just start thinking like that, but try it, Thor. Like maybe you'll chill. Like depending on the perspective
Just
you
start
have
accepting
now,
that you can die at any moment because of some guy on the internet
People called
that
the
doesn't like
county
you.
saying your rescue is an animal horde. Yeah, if they don't have evidence or credibly believe that, they shouldn't be doing that. You're being called a pedophile, zoophile, rapist, corporate plant, degenerate, narcissist, nepo baby, and many others. I'm gonna go ahead and say some of those aren't like the others. But yeah, welcome to the club, man. They attacked all of the
some of those are
accomplishments over my
factually
life
accurate.
despite physical evidence to prove the contrary. People did this on the internet? Really? They also went after every job you ever held, trying to say you never worked them or never deserved them if you did. Went after? You mean they're bothering your previous employers? Or just saying, didn't happen, didn't deserve it? Saying didn't happen? They can be wrong about that. Didn't deserve it? That's an opinion. I have little respect for the initiative's supporters due to this. Rarely do I find an actual argument that isn't just flinging insults. That sucks, Thor. But I have good news. There's a guy you could have talked to who would absolutely never ever do any of that. And he's a really
someone who
big
wouldn't call you a
supporter of
rapist,
Stop
nepo
Killing
baby,
Games.
pedophile.
You might have heard of him. He's called Ross Scott. But of course you couldn't talk to him because politicians like easy wins is a dangerous line of thinking. So it's a line of thinking now. It's thoughts about how things are. You understand now it's not a tactic like you said in your video, but a line of thinking that would apply to literally anything they were trying to present. And even that, you know, forget the swatting and stuff, even that's too dangerous a line of thought to engage with such a person. Do you see why your gamer gatification of Stop Killing Games isn't going so well? And one last thing you should understand about the nature of the internet.
To the point that
and
not
its
even
many
Resetterist
commenters.
supports
If
you.
you build your presence online on how you look, people are gonna call you ugly. If you build your presence on authority and credentials, people are gonna attack that. It's gonna happen, consumer advocacy movement or not. And because what you're putting online is media, I don't think commentary on it should be restricted. If you don't want people hitting you, don't make you the thing you're projecting onto the internet, because then it's fair game. Hit them back,
I'd agree
by
with
all
that.
means. But you don't get to use human shields, even if that human shield is you. The alternative is content creators as untouchable gods. Maybe you'd like that.
Yeah, he probably would like that. I agree with that. So, just again going into, he's got the authoritative voice, so obviously people attack him because they believe that he sees himself as a figure of authority, and I do think he does he sees himself as an authority figure. So people of course go after that, and of course he puts his face out there. So of course people attack him for looking like a pig. People attack his LARPing Moldavious fig tree because he put it out there. It's like people making fun of Cat, and like the debates over whether it's okay to go after Cat. Well, I mean, he chose to put Cat out there. And even Phil himself agrees with that logic, that it's his fault, he's the one, and Izuna's the one, the 1 month at tier 1 for 2 months sub. I said follow, I meant sub. 1 month at tier 1 for 2 months total. Hi Dingus, it's my sub-anniversary. You can play Mori in CVS too? Jade. Thank you, Izuna, for the re-up. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. No, I don't think... So, I'm sorry, Jade. I don't think we're playing CBS 2 anytime soon. It's not. She should be considered mentally challenged. Yeah, it's like, you know, every now and then that'll come up over whether Cat is fair game. I'm like, dude, Phil himself agrees that Cat is not fair game. That it's his fault that he put her on stream. If it's something that he actually put on stream, he concedes that it's, you know, fair game to have commentary about it. That's why I'm saying, like, if one was to speculate about his mother and what's going on with her right now, what's likely going on with her right now, when he comes back from whatever it is that's going on, he's gonna say that we're scum for doing so because he doesn't feature his mom in the content, therefore it's different from making fun of Cat. Why did he bring her on stream then? Didn't he say it was Cat's idea to come back? The first time was a different era. It was a different Phil altogether. He was a different man, different person. He was still in that era where he just shows everybody everything. Wanted to brag about a supermodel girl.
Congratulations.
This one is Game Killers Attack. Stop killing games.
SKG, your petition smashed 1 million signatures and is well on its way to be safely padded just in case a bunch are invalidated. You wanted to know if this consumer rights angle could work in your mission to preserve games, and you're gonna find out. But even just getting this far, to the point where the European Commission will take a little peep at it, has drawn out some more significant adversaries.
I finished the story of this game. I just gotta get all the collectibles. Jack has been rescued.
The video games industry has spoken out against the initiative. And who are they? You know, I took a look and they're doing some really good stuff. Apparently they've got a big focus on getting more girls into STEM, which, you know, in turn is going to feed the games industry. And you know, it is absolutely vital that they get a fresh supply of females with these skills, because historically, the women working at places like Video Games Europe member Activision Blizzard keep showing up dead under questionable circumstances or complaining about sexual harassment. But of course, that was only the ones who survived their employment. And damn, wouldn't you know it, Video Games Europe also represents
yeah, second time was because of the interview.
Own problems a little while ago.
It was back when Mike Bloom was going to do the thing, right? So the thinking was that she was going to appear in that no matter what. There would be no way that he could hide her. So, like, may as well, like, fuck it. Let's get ahead of the documentary. Because if the documentary happened and it went through with the Cat re-reveal, you know, that would be the only thing anyone would talk about. Was the Cat re-reveal. They wouldn't talk about the substance of, like, how Phil changed or whatever. So Phil believed, perhaps, that he had to get ahead of the story by reintroducing Cat on his terms. Unfortunately, it went very poorly. And big ups for the Anshik, Izuna.
Oh, didn't they? The little girls of today definitely need to be better prepared, groomed, if you will, in the non-predatory way to survive in such environments. But speaking of grooming, I couldn't help but notice that another of their members is Roblox. It's easy to say, Activision Blizzard didn't admit anything in their settlements, and that was years ago. Riot stuff, that was settled in 2021. But Roblox's issues are a bit more recent, aren't they? And actually directly relevant to your statement on SKG. See, they argue that requiring games to run on private servers would endanger players, away from the watchful eye of the devs and publishers and their tools and moderation teams. People wouldn't be safe, and that, you know, this could be a brand reputation risk if something bad happens on a private server. For Video Games Europe member
fortunately,
Roblox,
depending on what kind of weirdo you are.
Sailed, hasn't it? But what really irks me reading this article is Roblox's response. See, today the association they're represented by is telling the world, if you can't keep people safe adequately, you can't be running a server. But when their member Roblox got called out just a little while ago, Roblox explained, nothing we can do, dude. Government needs to get involved. I mean, we'll do what we can, but it's impossible alone. We want to run private servers for a couple friends. Too dangerous. One of their members got kids getting diddled left and right. Hey man, if you really want it to stop, your taxes are gonna have to...
Izuna, Ann says, Izuna, I am doing okay. Just fell asleep after getting back from work and doing some laundry and currently coordinating stuff with Shy on what I would like to try and play with our upcoming contractually obligated stream game that I don't think will get a whole lot of stream time. You're debating possible Dokapon afterward. Dude, Dokapon games take forever to beat. I'm catching up on all my DMs and checking both game to make sure I do everything for the nightly reset. Ah, yes! Dailies.
to go towards that. It would seem to me, at least, that
Thanks
Video
for the
Games Europe
update.
members' view on the acceptability of risking illegal conduct hinges entirely on whether they're making money from it or not. In fact, they have so little genuine care for humanity that the #1 issue they could come up with occurring on private servers was cheating. Before you start throwing such stones, maybe you should have a little chat with a representative of your member Roblox about how bad things really are. To be fair, if you look into Video
Ann
Games
needs
Europe,
to
you'll
play
see
the
they have
horse
a bunch of
game.
stuff about protecting children.
Force
but that's
Ann,
just so
force
they can protect
Ann.
loot boxes. You know how industry-run ratings boards exist to stop the government
Alright,
from
what the
stepping
hell?
in and
Where are these orbs
heavy-handedly
at?
censoring everything? They did literally the same thing with loot boxes. Peggy added a little label and everything. Look, man, as long as parents know their 3-year-old's having its brain destroyed, it's fine. I do agree with Video Games Europe, though, that it should not be considered gambling. Gambling is far safer and more ethical. Because at least with gambling, they're not allowed to come to you later at any point and delete your winnings for any reason. And looking at their board instead of just members, my impression that this is a group of soulless vampires who would suck your blood if they could, but will have to make do for now with just the contents of your wallet is only strengthened. One Kerry Hopkins of Electronic Arts is there. Is that ringing any bells for you? No?
Well, first, we don't call them loot boxes. I think that was...
Whatever term you wish to apply to them, do you
so,
consider them ethical?
so what we look at as surprise mechanics.
How about now? I love the analogy Kerry used to
yes.
the UK
I love
Parliament. She
surprise
explained,
mechanics
These
in
surprise
games.
mechanics are just like a kid buying a Kinder Egg, except for the part, you know, where Kinder isn't allowed to remotely wipe the toy they've won from existence. For a group so deathly afraid of reputational harm, I think they've made some very interesting organizational decisions. Plus, this legislation, if it ever becomes legislation, you might say it's an overreach, it's dangerous, it's unnecessary, could be any number of things. I call that surprise mechanics, and gamers enjoy that quite a lot. So, I knew this was coming. I wanted it to come. I was excited for it. They're the guys who talk to EU commissioners about games. Yes, Cinnamon Rogers is the name of this person. For real. No,
Rather
they're
demanding
out to
in
pirate,
polls,
as far as I'm
anti-cheat,
aware.
anti-cheat.
Anyway, everyone knew this was coming, but I didn't expect to be so
I didn't know
ticked
Horse Game
off.
was so
And I'm not
super
ticked
serial.
off just because of what they're saying, but because of who's saying it. So, their dream is that this gets seen by the European Commission and they decide to throw it away, with no intervention, legislative or otherwise. To this end, part of their statement lays out the point that consumer protection laws are currently adequate. Robust, even, as they
Robust?
put it. Regarding fair terms, they let everyone know, like, look man, the Unfair Terms Directive
I'm getting
prohibits
gaslit
games
with these
companies from
DSP
imposing
terms
on
in this
consumers
video.
that significantly imbalance the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. And they let us know that everything is fine, does not need to be looked at in any way, while representing Ubisoft, who apparently have been having us agree to immediately uninstall their products and destroy all copies of their product in our possession should they stop supporting it. I don't know, as a layman that seems pretty damn whack to me. Sounds like a pretty unfair obligation to me, and sounds like the remote killing of a game to me. You know, if you slowly heat up a frog, they tested this, it just jumps out once it's uncomfortable. But everyone knows that analogy.
That's not
You
true.
bastards will erode and push and take anything you can get away with in ways that consumers can't in return, and then have the balls to imply, look, the law says we can't be unfair, so we weren't being unfair. Were we? I know what you are. You told us what you are last year, or rather Philippe Tremblay did, when he explained
You
there's a
knew I
fight
was a
to
snake
change
when you
consumer
let me in.
understanding. Gamers even feeling a sense of ownership is a roadblock to corporate ambition. Before we even think about legislation, I don't even care if I'm wrong about the law or my judgment of what's considered fair. I ain't a lawyer. Regardless, fuck you. Video Games Europe, you got a member, Ubisoft, who let the world know they are trying to psyop consumers. Anything that comes out of your organization should be read as if it's written by a literal demon. You don't like people suggesting that? What are you gonna do? Brick my microphone for inappropriate conduct? You would if you could. Just like how Nintendo, another member of Video Games Europe,
No!
wants to be free to brick people's hardware.
They would never do
shit
that!
Is dog shit.
Nintendo,
Is
no!
dog shit. You can explain how we got here. You can explain why it might be hard to change. You can explain how current law supports it. You can't pretend it.
Guys, come on. The sweep is they would never do that. They haven't even done that to the fucking pirates who they pursued legally for emulation nonsense.
Taste is dog shit. is dog shit. You can explain how we got here. You can explain why it might be hard
This
to
is
change.
what Arlo's working on.
You can explain how current
Debunking
law
this
supports
video.
it. You can't pretend it tastes good. And
Maybe.
speaking of things that taste like shit, check out the end of their little message. Video game companies are committed to the preservation of games and their cultural value. You see, members regularly donate game copies and hardware to preservation organizations and support museum exhibitions featuring games. Their examples are temporary exhibitions of Battlefield 1 and SimCity 2000. Alright, here you go, here it is.
At least it's not the
Proof
bad
that EA
SimCity.
cares deeply. They also point out in their statement that Embracer has a games archive, which is of course just for physical games. So let me translate this little bit at the end to what it actually means. Video game companies are
They want
committed
control
to
over
the total
preservation.
destruction of game preservation past the date at which everything is successfully transferred to service or subscription. See
Hey,
this
Perez.
bit? This is
No
them
Arlo tonight.
pretending for the
No
eyes of
Arlo
politicians
videos.
they hope will not understand that they would let their games be preserved is just a matter of details. Has to be a serious professional effort
down.
and has to not be under circumstances.
Big ups, pass the remote for the raid with a party of 4. Welcome in, pass the remote. Thank you for the raid. Give you a shout out. I should have given Saru a shout out too. I'll do that after this pass remote shout out. Welcome in, welcome in. And I tried a 100% Daxter today. I'm on an Easter egg hunt. I'm looking for precursor orbs. I'm watching stuff. Like I always do. Thank you again.
Eyes of politicians they hope will not understand that they would let their games be preserved is just a matter of details. Has to be a serious professional effort and has to not be under circumstances that jeopardize game companies' rights. But of course that circumstance is that it is any game they make the way they want to make them now. They really want total control of modern games, right? The way they're behaving already gives me the impression that they have no intention of ever coming to some sort of self-regulatory compromise. But you get at this point, right, that it's not to control the games. It's not to control their IP. That's just the most effective counter to resistance in this instance. The loss the industry could suffer as a result of mandated end-of-life plans is nothing compared to the loss in progress towards you accepting that you will own nothing
it's not playing
and be
horse
happy.
game.
That would accompany that. Consider, because I think this is very important.
I know where the last egg
They're
is
not
for this one.
terrified of losing what they have now. They're terrified of not being able to get what they want next. Apologies if you were blissfully unaware that mainstream gaming is essentially an eternal war against the devil, but don't worry, every time I've dipped my toe into it, it's been really fun. Certainly more fun than your average live service game. And for the people who are interested in this for broader reasons than just game preservation, if you're not just an SKGer, then it is wrong to think for even a second that this is over if this gets totally shot down, or you get a token. Even if Paris Software's paranoid delusion of Europe enslaving game devs came true, it wouldn't be over. This shit's forever. Get comfy, don't burn yourself out. Mostly, it's just gonna be something to watch.
There you go. Look, again, Nintendo would never brick someone's Switch 2. That's always been the toss since the days of the Wii. I am not sweeping. It's factually accurate. You can check the toss for the Wii and the DS. It was always there. It's not new. The rage baiters found that and suspected it was new. All they did was update the wording, but a variation of that has existed in the toss since time immemorial, and they have never actually initiated the process of remotely bricking a system. They can't even do that. You really think they could have bricked your Wii remotely? Come on, guys. Audit other shit though. Yeah, fuck those other companies. Those other companies. They would brick your mic remotely if they could. They would, but not Nintendo. They always got your back. They would never steer you wrong. They would never just sue you for emulating their games. It's my hardware. I'm gonna do with it what I want. I think Twink Link was banned. He didn't get a brick. He was banned because there's something in a toss now about certain names not being allowed. And people suspect it was because he called himself Twink. I actually think it's because he called himself Link and it was like insulting their character or something. Or maybe it was just because he had Twink in the name. It's suggestive. It's sexual. Now, they would ban your system from online, but that's not the same as bricking your console. Yeah, I'm gonna use semantics about it, because when you say brick, it puts a certain explicit image in people's mind that you literally can't play the system anymore. But yes, I will agree. Nintendo does ban people from online, especially if you try to. With the Switch 2, they'll ban you for attempting to modify the system at all. They got some unique new checks in there where they can tell if you're using non-proprietary like hardware and shit. If you're trying to plug in something that should be plugged in, you'll get like an online ban just for that. Do you need online features to play games? No. I guess if it's like a game key card game. But like ban, when they say ban from online, you're banned from a multiplayer game. Like you can't play Mario Kart online. It's not banned from accessing the internet. Yeah, as D-Side says, you can still update games via other Switches as well. Alright, this next one is... oh, a sequel to this video. Game killers always lie!
In my previous video, I covered a small selection of my issues with Video Games Europe and their statement against Stop Killing Games. One of the issues I took is that they claim private servers create a community safety issue.
My streaming bonanza? Yeah, absolutely. I'll try to do it day one. I got the pre-order locked in, man. With the amiibo! It's been a while since I bought an amiibo. I don't have a Donkey Kong amiibo. How am I the guy that's named Expand Dong, but I don't have a DK amiibo? I think it's reasonable for me to have at least one, given the brand, correct?
Implying that for matters of moderation of conduct, private servers will be unable to deal with
But
this,
yeah, I'm no
while
like
their members
that.
can. Even
That game
while
will be
their
my whole
member
personality
Roblox
when it
has recently
releases.
been shirking that responsibility, claiming it's a broader issue requiring government intervention. And of course, their statement doesn't just apply to private servers, but to any indie project that lacks the financial resources to implement such moderation services they say
Guys,
are
I have
necessary.
no amiibos.
Remember, they're not here
Guys.
for the little guys. They would
Let's
prefer
hit the
you choke
amiibo
to
goal.
death or get purchased. For God's sake, Embracer is represented on their board. These are the types of people who would control literally everything if they could. And might I dare to suggest that this kind of argument is very appealing to governments who would shove cameras up everyone's asses if they could get away with it. I think the relationship between industry and government and their use of safety rhetoric is probably worth multiple videos all on its own. However, there is another kind of safety they warn of separately, one I'm sure many will find to be more legitimate.
I'm not putting the DK amiibo in the jar.
They argue facilitating
Stop
private
putting
servers
images in
could
people's
open
heads.
you to bad actors and, let's call it, more direct technological harm. For instance, you may have seen that very recently, Activision, who are represented by and on the board of Video Games Europe, had to pull Call of Duty World War II from the PC Game Pass because it was extreme.
Oh, I heard about this. Someone got banned for being British, or rather, a hacker banned them for being British. The moderators of the game, like Activision, didn't ban the person for being British. The hackers did. Sofa Eddie B.
Had to pull Call of Duty World War II from the PC Game Pass because it was extremely
But he makes
dangerous.
a good correlation
What a wonderful
between these
showing
two
of how
predicaments.
responsible they are. Multiple people more tuned into the tech side of things than I am absolutely a layman, have informed me that Activision have in fact been exposing their users to danger like this for years. Trying to look into this as an ignorant pleb, I ran across this video that starts like this.
I'm just going to cut straight to the chase on this. A vast majority of Call of Duty games pre-Modern Warfare 2019 are not safe and are not worth playing on Steam, especially the games that run off of player-to-player connections and not server browsers, which are the games that I'm putting up on screen right now. There are security risks, and it is not worth
i.e., all the good ones that people would want to replay. Ba-bum-ba.
the risk of playing these games on Steam without the necessary protections.
Oh, okay, so I just need to download some safety stuff from
My advice is to play them on the clients such as Plutonium and Alterware. These are the safest and most up-to-date options you have for a majority of the old.
Oh, so download the fan client. Even though Activision is on the board for this for this Video Games Europe coalition that's trying to say that Stop Killing Games is bad because they should rely on official companies to do moderation. Private servers don't have the manpower to moderate.
other Call of Duty games.
Like I said, I'm not a tech guy, but sure sounds to me like what's been going on in this industry is a big player's been selling something dangerous, and players have had to resort to third-party solutions to protect themselves. Not quite the story that Video Games Europe is selling us about its members, is it? This is tinfoil hat, and I'm not suggesting it's true, but you know what would hypothetically be really disgusting? What if they added the digital death trap COD World War II to Game Pass on June 30th, just for this to happen on purpose, so that they could show how responsible they are, taking it down so everyone's safe? And what would happen if that were just privately run, when they haven't been quite so responsible in the past? I'm just saying, Microsoft's one of their members too, which shouldn't be a surprise, and of course, they own Activision nowadays. It's just weird looking around the net, because gamers are aware of these issues. Gamers solve these issues. You're telling me they had no idea that there were risks the way they put it on Game Pass? I'm sure that's not what happened though. That would be a digital attack to further political goals.
A big
Some
squatch.
might call that cyber
Say that right?
terrorism. Though I would suggest that if anyone in the industry tries to in any way point to this as an example of responsible action being taken when things go wrong in a way that gamers might not do, you know, look what can go wrong for Microsoft and Activision. Imagine the horrors on a private server. It suddenly becomes much more suspicious, and at that point should probably be thoroughly investigated, and not just internally. Just want to get this idea out there quickly, in case some Video Games Europe ghoul tries to use this to make a point. Anyway, like I said before, it's not just the arguments that have me pissed off, it's who it's fucking coming from. We couldn't possibly have end-of-life plans for our live service games. That would expose consumers to too much danger. Have you considered instead just buying?
More like it would be too much work.
Our vulnerable, broken shit? Because you see, when they're making money, who cares if your computer explodes? As I've stated,
who cares if hackers remotely control your console?
By my lack of expertise. So I'd like to field a further question about security risks to the tech bros. Let's say a live service game shuts down. It has an end-of-life plan and provides some way for players to replicate something of the experience it once was. I splash whatever cash is necessary to get it going, but I'm not trying to replicate the original. It's not for the world. I'm not inviting everyone to it. It's just for me and a couple buddies who also owned the game. What kind of risk am I incurring there? Would it be more risky than playing one of the Call of Duties by official means that Activision is still selling? I get that the peer-to-peer stuff is different, but let me also ask, would it be more risky than connecting up to a live service game from some no-name indie dev that spun one up and invited the world to come play on their service that no one knows anything about? I've just got this funny feeling that the industry would like more than just stop killing games gone. Now, I've said this before, but it bears repeating.
They would like to start killing games.
Essentially, the closest thing to demons
That's
that
kind of
walk
what they're
the
already
earth.
doing.
They will take
They've
any
already
shape,
started.
any form they need to get what they want. And they have zero regard for honesty. A longtime right-to-repair advocate with an interesting perspective on Stop Killing Games recently highlighted an issue of just how slippery Video Games Europe is. While covering their statement, he noticed this.
Competition from community-supported versions. Such a requirement could
my
lead
God,
to
it's
community-supported
Louis Rossmann.
versions of games competing with official versions, potentially jeopardizing the financial investments of the video game companies. How could it compete with your version when you've disabled? Here's the saying the quiet part out loud here. This is kind of like what the guy at Camera Research is saying. If you can get a repair, you may not buy a new one. You're taking money away from us. If people can still play Call of Duty 18, they may not buy Call of Duty 19. The ability to revoke access to what you bought and paid for is crucial. And
This is just subjective. Look at any Call of Duty. Look at any Pokemon game. Oh, we still have access to the old one, so they won't buy the new one. No, they'll just slop it up no matter what. That's weird, because you'd think they would have the sales data to ease that concern. Hey, Mr. Pun.
Essential, as ChatGPT would say, M dash, to the functioning of our ability to charge you again.
And this is what I imagine I'm going to point out a million times before this is done. They use the language of safety, but obviously, demonstrably, don't really care, unless they have to. They'll try to make it about controlling what they own rightfully. But what are they really scared of? What did we just hear from them that Lewis was commenting on? They're scared of your behavior. What they want control of is you.
Doing great, Mr. Pun. Thank you for asking.
It's called 1984. In this story, there is something called Newspeak. a controlled and simplified language. In a nutshell, the idea is, if people aren't able to vocalize a thought, if they're not even able to put it together in the form of language in their mind, it's harder to even have that thought. If the industry manages to successfully architect a world in which future generations will only ever engage with software, or specifically games, via subscriptions, under terms that it can be revoked for any reason. If kids grow up and that's just the way everything is, you play Gleebles Orb 1 until they kill it, then you have to play Gleebles Orb 2 until they kill it, then you have to play Gleebles Orb 3 until they kill it. Then for them, going back and playing something old isn't even a memory. They've never seen it. What do you mean, own a game? I rent services. It won't just be in the fine print. It won't just be in the law. What they want is to get in your kid's head, because they're not going to fight for something they can't even strongly conceptualize, are they? It would sound a bit nutty and far-fetched if not for the fact, and I'll hammer on this as many times as I need to, they've told us they're doing this, and they've told us it benefits them. By the way, speaking of subscriptions, did you know that Video Games Europe represents Netflix? This of course makes sense because they have a gaming division, but I thought I'd share a funny story.
Yeah, you can play games on Netflix. I don't know why you would.
A gigantic threat to preservation, a massive lost media risk. They've allowed some efforts like that by the British Film Institute to protect certain materials, but I understand people's concerns, and there was a very interesting instance of some media being lost recently. There's a good chance you've heard of Black Mirror Bandersnatch.
Dude, you're speaking about Fortnite on this. Fortnite in the disc. Nice lie, Grandpa. What is a disc anyway? I had an opportunity years and years ago to get Fortnite on disc. I did not. I don't regret it really, but I could have had the novelty. I could have.
It was an interactive episode that, alongside another show, was removed from the platform back in May, having removed all the other interactive experiences the year before. Why were they nuked? What's on Netflix reported that it's a result of a redesign that phased out the tech needed to play them. Platform change multi-kill, and that was of course the only official place to watch it. The conversation around Stop Killing Games is focused on individual products, but maybe this is a glimpse of the kind of massacres we'll see if there's enough of a shift to subscription services. Sorry gamer, every product under this player count gets wiped. Apologies for the inconvenience. Thought I'd just end on a cheerful note. With so much uncertainty.
Found a copy of game Overwatch 1 and returned to the game like a good boy. I don't think even they would have wanted that. I think when that game went out of service, they just had I still remember reading an article. They had everyone like clip the disc in two. That was already something that they already did when it came to games that are worthless to them. Toss out a game in the garbage. Well, we can't have dumpster divers enjoying the game. Snap it in two. I still have World of Warcraft on disc. I think it was a big box. I didn't keep it. Let me check. Whoa, buddy. I hate not owning it. Fucking sucks when the content I paid for is wrestled from me for no reason.
You don't own it. You actually own a license for it. You get it? The physical doesn't exist anymore. Correct? You understand?
Sometimes it's good to cling on to something you can be sure of. You know, that everything can always get much, much worse.
That's true. Things can get so much, much worse. That's why you don't give them an inch. You must wrestle power away from them. Because if you don't, they will use every opportunity in the book to wrestle power away from you. So if you are a European, and like it's free to do it. There's no reason not to sign the petition, I'd say. Fortunately, I'm not a Euro poor, so I cannot sign the petition, and I don't want to risk forging a signature because, you know, that's going to throw the signature out, and it's not allowed, and there'd be no point, and it's making the initiative look bad, so I wouldn't do that. But yeah, even if it doesn't affect you personally, it's better to take power away from them than to give them more power. No one company should have that much power. Is Phil going to take a mile and stay offline indefinitely? The detractors need to pull him back. No, he'll come back. He'll come back and be smug. I don't know why you're expecting anything else different. No, he will come back and be as smug as humanly possible. I gotta do this minigame again. Sign the UK one. We got the signatures we need. Yeah, last I checked, maybe they have the overdrive signatures by now, but they're doing overdrive just in case they do throw signatures out.
It was a test, dude. It was an experiment. I was testing you guys, right?
Okay,
Is that the end of the harmful updates? It is! The end of the harmful updates, ladies and gentlemen. It's finally time. You guys have been waiting on me to watch this. So he doesn't title this Death Stranding 2 review. He doesn't say the name of the game. Curious title. The title is entitled, "You Will Own Nothing and Be Quote-Unquote Happy."
Death Stranding 2 is the perfect representation of everything that is
said
wrong
no
with
Arlo
modern
tonight.
gaming and modern society at large. As is the case with pretty much every one of my videos, people are probably going to ask, is Death Stranding 2 woke? Well, let me answer that question with another question. Do you think a game where you play as an immortal, autistic, incel golem that serves globalism, surrounded by women with superpowers who direct the story? I mean, Sam basically plays second fiddle despite being the main character. He has almost no character. Norman Reedus is essentially playing a Ryan Gosling type role. In fact, this game reminds me a lot of Blade Runner 2049, which we'll go into later, but if you were working for the bad guy the whole time. But yeah, Sam has no agency. Fragile is a better main character than he is. Tomorrow has superpowers. Deborah Wilson's in this fucking game talking about how great mothers
She's literally
are and how
named
evil men
Deborah
are.
Wilson in the
I'm
game.
not making that shit up. That really happens. And to dive, a little bit deeper into the conspiracy paint here, I think this game quite literally represents what the World Economic Forum wants for Western civilization. Own nothing and be happy. And that's an order, by the way. It's not that you will be happy. No, you will fucking cope and lie to yourself and say that you're happy. That's what this game is really about. Now, having said all that, this is not a review of Death Stranding 2, and I'm sure some of you are going to click off the video immediately as soon as I said that, but I'll be honest.
The review is not actually a review. Thank you for the alert, Goki. Goki's still playing the game. He doesn't want to get spoiled. I'm pretty sure what does he mean it's not a review?
No, you will fucking cope and lie to yourself and say that you're happy. That's what this game is really about. Now, having said all that, this is not a review of Death Stranding 2, and I'm sure some of you are going to click off the video.
I haven't seen many people shit talk this game. Just filling this guy. But maybe it really is bad.
Immediately as soon as I said that, but
Did my stream just rewind itself? Typically when I unpause, I rewind a little bit because sometimes I end up talking over the video.
Honest, as a game, it's just a better version of the first game. So if you like the first game, you'll probably like this, but I would never in a million years recommend you purchase this because of what the game represents. And I imagine if you clicked on the Synthetic Man channel, you're probably against Globo Homo, for lack of a better term. So you really shouldn't be buying this shit. And if you're a normie who stumbled on this video, get ready to delve into the schizo iceberg, the tinfoil hat shit that makes people knee-jerk and write stupid comments.
We've been doing tinfoil shit all night.
That's mainly what we're going to be talking about here. This is very much a black pill style video. On this channel, at least in videos, I try not to make content that isn't really about video games. Even when I cover movies, I'm talking about video game movies. But despite Death Stranding 2 being the inspiration for this video, this is very much about men in modern society and how we all lack purpose and have to cope. Because Death Stranding 2 is about a goddamn wagey who copes because he has nothing left to fight for. And yes, I'm going to spoil some things from Death Stranding 2 in this video, but something that happens at the end of Act 1 is a perfect representation of everything wrong with this game's story. And I want to talk about the nature of wage.
How much does he talk about Fuda in the video? I waited to watch this on stream, so I do not know if Fuda comes up.
Slavery games, because there's a lot of these now. I mean, Euro Truck Simulator was crazy popular on Steam, and I bet a shit ton of people still play it. And despite the reputation in the early days as basically being streamer bait gimmick games made of Unity asset flips, or I guess these days Unreal Engine 5 asset flips, there's a whole host of simulator games that are not parody in any fashion. I mean, we're talking about like washing cars, flipping houses, working in a card shop. It's etc., etc., etc. And that's not even going into the various other genres that waste your time in various fashions, giving you almost nothing of value for that time, like survival crafting games, or the type of MMO I can only describe as RuneScape likes, and basically every single mobile game that is designed to milk your wallet dry. And don't worry, this isn't gonna be me just throwing shade at people who love to waste countless hours as a NEET because they have no purpose in life. I've been there and I've done that.
I was about to say,
fucking people
kind
who
of describing
grinded
yourself there.
import-export in Grand Theft Auto Online because I had nothing better to do with my life. So just know I'm speaking from experience when I talk about some of the things in this video, okay? And don't worry, I am going to cover
games are meant to be like... Playing a game is a pleasure cruise. You are technically wasting time. There's so many, oh, you could be so much more productive right now, but you're wasting time playing games. That's kind of the idea, right?
basic thoughts on Death Stranding 2 other than the gameplay. Well, yes, I'm going to talk about the Amazon shipping shit, of course, but I'm not going to talk about the combat. Not that it's very good in the first place, trust me. So don't worry, by the end of this video, you won't be wondering why I didn't just make a review. I'm going to cover my most important thoughts in this video. So without further ado, let's talk about wage slaving in video games. So since I'm sure all of you clicked on this video to hear about Death Stranding 2, let's talk about that first. I'm sure your first question is, did I play the first game? And yes, for about 10 hours, that's as much as I could stand. I don't think I should have to tell you this, but I don't find it particularly appealing to play as an Amazon shipping worker. No, I don't care that you are the last hope of humanity to bridge the broken connections between us after the 2016 election, which is supposedly what the game's really about. Now, what does that have to do with using fetuses to see ghosts connecting to the beach, which is like
he considers it a humiliation ritual to play as a wagey.
Sister bringing back you as a dead fetus, which caused the Death Stranding, and you're adopted by the goddamn president, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. The plot was fucking retarded. I have no desire to go into the nitty-gritty details of the Death Stranding universe. As a post-apocalypse, it's really dumb and not nearly as interesting as Kojima thinks it is. All you need to know is like over 95% of the population is dead. This is like a true post-apocalypse, but not with cool mutant monsters like Fallout or any of the sci-fi technology really, other than autonomous drones and exoskeletons. I mean, we're fucking stuck with electric vehicles that can't even drive up a hill. So most of the technology is pretty boring. You're not even really allowed to kill people, because if you kill somebody, it ends up creating huge craters, which is how most of the population got wiped out in the first place. But the real reason why you are humanity's last hope is because you're a repatriate, which just means you're immortal. Every time you die, you just come back. So it's up to you to ship everyone's...
Like Phil, he shows Fallout. He really hated the Fallout TV show, though. He doesn't even like Fallout 4. But I guess most people don't.
Important packages by yourself, the ultimate wage slave. Now, you could argue in the first game, at least you had some real things to fight for. One was to protect your BB.
No, he like I said, he hated for
Lou. And the next was to find your sister Amelie, which of course was kind of a lie, but again, not going to go into that, right? But still, decent motivations to connect all of America, even though everyone's fucking dead, so there is no America anymore. And over the course of the first game, we were told numerous times that the female president is the only reason why things hadn't fallen apart even worse.
Madame President.
Obviously, we know who Kojima wanted to win the 2016 election, the fucking moron. And he even almost directly quotes Hillary Clinton in the second game, as we'll get into a little bit later.
It's her
So what you need to know going into the second game is...
You know what else had a female president? Lazarus. Yup.
Basically, Sam frees Lou and lets her grow as a normal little girl. Like, she doesn't have to be this fetus piece of equipment that people just throw in the trash. And so Sam goes off the grid, which is where we find him in Death Stranding 2, near the border to Mexico. And of course, Fragile, the hag from the first game, has to come find you again and rope you into a new adventure to...
I thought you were gonna say Mexico. Sup, Ralph? Without explaining, Synthetic Man is making shit up about the story to fit his narrative. I haven't played the game like you have, so I won't be able to tell when he's spinning fan fiction and when he's not. I watched the video his brother made on the game, and I fell for it until like halfway through. I had suspicions about whether it was satire or not. It ended up being the video about satire. But he fucking
this brother just spun wholesale fanfiction about that game, saying like Solid Snake got graped in it and shit, or rather, a Solid Snake XP got graped in it.
Link up Mexico. Yes, this isn't about rebuilding America anymore. This is quite literally about spreading globalism, because later we go to Australia too. We need to connect the entire world under the chiral network under one world government. And no joke, they tell you twice that the UCA has no interest in global domination. Can you imagine if I just randomly said to someone, no, I don't want to kill all my enemies. I don't want to impregnate all sexy women. Would you believe me? And of course, we're given the illusion of a choice. Well, if we say no,
your haters say you're an incel, so
loops the cutscene back, and if you pick no again, it fakes you out and thinks you have to play the intro all over again. Haha,
that was funny,
Kojimbo. So we
no, come on, dude. Saru had a very hilarious organic reaction to that. Let me rewind.
Enemies, I don't want to impregnate all sexy women. Would you believe me? And of course, we're given the illusion of a choice. If we say no, the game quite literally loops the cutscene back, and if you pick no again, it fakes you out and thinks you have to play the intro all over again. Haha, very funny, Kojimbo. So we decide to help her. We end up linking up all of Mexico.
That's funny. That's classic Kojima
she's
humor.
Taking care of Lou on her own in our bunker. And what do you think happens as we head back there? Yeah, Lou gets fucking killed. The baby that you fought for the entire first game, he got his happy ending, just living off the grid with his daughter, and she gets fucking killed. Now, of course, you might be thinking, oh, that is a great plot hook. This is to keep engagement going after Tutorial Island, so to speak, right? So that you're really...
He did say at the start of the video there would be spoilers. He did say there would be spoilers. If you have not finished the game and you don't want spoilers, there was a warning.
Engaged in the next act of the game. Okay, well, I'm here to argue the exact opposite. If anything, Sam should have no motivation at all to help the UCA because he has nothing left to fight for. In fact, I can't show you the scene because it will probably get this video age restricted, but he tests out his immortality multiple times, it's implied. So I know some people are going to say, well, I mean, at what point do you have to just move forward? And that is one of the major themes of the game, even though it's directly contradicted like right after this, because the BT version of BB, Lou, crawls back into the pod and reverts to a fetus, now like a tentacle ghost fetus, and you actually travel around with her, go on one more journey with your ghost, which I know someone's probably going to spoil the plot in the comments or whatever. Yes, I know that Lou isn't really dead and it might be connected with another character that you meet later. You could probably figure it out by what song she knows. And I think Kojima's totally not a pedo for having an adult woman have the mind of a literal toddler. You fucking globalist pseudo toucan freak. But I digress. Let's finish up this little plot synopsis so I can get into the real point of this video. So despite having nothing left to fight for, with his only family being dead, Sam decides to pass through a chiral gate thing. Yes, now linking up all these networks has created portals that teleport to other sides of the planet, because you can't cross the sea and you can't fly through the air, except
from the river to the sea. Kojima's games will be free.
A tar submarine that can more or less teleport. So I don't even know why we need these gates, but who fucking cares? It's a metaphor for open borders. I'm not joking. This is globalist propaganda. I don't know how many times I need to fucking say that, but yes, this game advocates for open borders. I'm not joking. And I know I said this wouldn't be a review of the game, but I do want to point out one of the journalist lies that is going to become immediately apparent.
It doesn't promote open borders. I wouldn't even care if it did.
Saying this game has better pacing than the first game, as in like fewer cutscenes, more gameplay. That was just a straight up lie. I'm assuming some of these journalists literally only played Mexico and then wrote a fake review. Because once you get to Australia, there is 10.
I saw Saru play through, I don't know, a good chunk of the game. I would say, you know, he was moving through the plot at a pretty steady pace. He's already done with the game. Well, I don't know. The only person I saw who played Death Stranding 1 was Phil. And Phil plays games with a streamer bonus that's somehow worse than my own.
10 minutes of cutscenes after almost every single main.
Are you listening to this unironically? Sarah requested that I would listen to this because of how delusional it was.
I'm sorry to hear you've had massive rage all stream.
Hey, Law of Power. I don't have massive rage all stream. Welcome in, Law of Power. I'm listening to Synthetic Man do a glowing review of Death Stranding 2. If you have not played that game and you don't want spoilers, fair warning! Thank you for the bananas.
I didn't watch the stream.
Thank you for the alert.
I didn't watch the stream. Is that true?
Oh man, Ralph, he looks so much worse today. What happened to you? Like, his face is, like, fatter, but also fuller in that little video. Now it looks like Terry A. Davis.
Story mission. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but seriously, this is reaching like Metal Gear Solid 4 levels of cutscene pacing. You get a 20-minute mission of driving around the giant empty sandbox where you just mooch off of other people's buildings, or at least that's what I did. All the generators, the roads, the zip lines, etc., etc. And then you watch 10 minutes of cutscenes on the submarine. Every single mission. The journalist just straight up fucking lied to you, dude. Like a blatant lie. This is like factually a lie, not
yeah,
a matter
I've
of
seen his
opinion.
arms.
This
They're
has
fucked up.
worse pacing than the first game. But anyway, to get back to the plot, this is where you meet the new president of the U.S., except it's not the president of the United States, because I guess Kojima's trying to say that what's left of America is basically one big mega corporation, and this guy is like the CEO. And he was not voted in. No, he was elected through an algorithm. I'm not fucking joking. This is so dystopian and disgusting. In a better game, I would think it'd be kind of interesting commentary, actually. But this motherfucker is literally branded on his neck. The organization he works for is suspiciously close to APAC. Yeah, don't ask any questions about that. That's definitely a coincidence. So the new president of the United States is quite literally a golem. He's a puppet. And I know there's going to be someone who's already beaten the game and watched this video and says, oh, well, he was the villain anyway. That doesn't fucking matter. You're working for the bad guys the whole time, spreading their globalism with no player choice. You have no motivation, nothing to live for, no woman, no children, yet you continue to wage slave anyway, because the cogs of society have to keep turning. That's what this video is really about, right? Sam Porter Bridges is not the real hero of this story. He's just the equivalent of the fucking garbage man, the sewer treatment worker, the Amazon employee. He does the grunt work that the women can't be bothered to do, who are the real fucking main characters. Fragile is the boss of Drawbridge, even though she doesn't do her whole
Sorry, had to take a call there.
Teleportation thing anymore because of a sickness that she got from it, very much like a Kojima-ism to do that. You have Rainy, a woman who can summon the Timefall rain at will and reverse
for the
its
ad
effects. Oh, and she's permanently
Some people might prefer seeing an ad to sing.
Yes, Kojima inserted his pregnancy fetish in this game. It's a major plot point that babies aren't being born anymore, which there's multiple
Yeah, we all know Kojima likes pregnant women and he likes feet. He likes trad wife women, fat, pregnant, filled with your baby batter, barefoot in a sundress with a big old straw hat in a sunflower field. That shit gets him ricked up and hard.
Different ways you could interpret that into the whole globo homo narrative. But anyway, the point is,
yeah,
this
that
bitch
sounds
can
kick-ass. What
reverse the aging effects of the rain, which kind of seems woefully underused. We of course have Tomorrow, who is a totally mysterious character we found basically
wouldn't Synthetic Man be in support of that?
Who just so happens to know the same song we played for Lou as a toddler, like right before this. I wonder who she could be.
Okay, Sarah.
And she has magical tar powers that can even Timefall age killer death robots that literally like swim in the tar and shit. And holy fuck, this scene looks so goddamn bad. This is why I hate girl boss shit. And if somehow none of that was enough to convince you that Kojima is a leftist or that this game is pushing progressive ideology, just listen to this quote from the game.
Did you think Kojima was a chud?
In the weak have always been easy targets. In every conflict and disaster, We're always different.
Oh, Hillary Clinton line. Hillary Clinton line. This is fucking propaganda. This is propaganda. Yeah, not the men.
And you guys thought the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom video was schizophrenic.
Who go to the front lines and die to gunfire, explosions. Are you fucking kidding? I hate Kojima. And look, I'm gonna red pill some of you motherfuckers. I'm not a contrarian who thinks the Metal Gear games are bad or anything. I think they're great games. But Metal Gear Solid 3 was one of the forerunners of girl bosses. Okay, the boss is one of the worst like feminist characters.
Now, this isn't a new opinion. I figured he was going to bring this up because I think Saru mentioned it when he brought the video up to me. I haven't seen this part, but he has consistently stated that the boss from MGS3 was a woke character. I have not played MGS3, but I am aware that many people like the boss and do not consider her woke. But this is not a new opinion. He's always thought this about the boss. Apparently, even when he was a kid playing the game, he thought she was woke. He just didn't know what woke was at the time. Let me rewind before that part.
Explosions. Are you fucking kidding? I hate Kojima. And look, I'm gonna red pill some of you motherfuckers. I'm not a contrarian who thinks the Metal Gear games are bad or anything. I think they're great games. But Metal Gear Solid 3 was one of the forerunners of girl bosses. Okay, the boss is one of the worst like feminist characters that had ever existed at that time, especially in gaming. And
she's gonna get even worse in the remake. I can't wait for his video on the remake. He can shit on Kojima even more. And he will have not put his fucking mitts on that game.
This soldier who ever lived was a woman in the fucking 60s. You're an absolutely autistic, delusional, probably brain-dead weeb if you don't think that's woke. The only reason you don't is because you seem to think woke only existed after Occupy Wall Street, when feminism has been around in various forms for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I mean, there's an entire religion/ethnic group that is very matriarchal in nature that I'm sure most of my audience is very well aware of who I'm referring to. But to be a little bit less schizo about it, you can say, at the very least, a lot of what we consider woke these days started all the way back in like the 60s in movies and TV shows, and I would argue at least a lot of the modern
terminology just changes every couple of decades.
This stuff started with Marxism. But anyway, my point is Kojima has been at the forefront of girl bosses for over 20 years.
He's the reincarnation of McCarthy.
And although I do enjoy a lot of the female characters from the Metal Gear series, Kojima has always been left-leaning, but with Death Stranding 2, he's definitely played all of his cards. This is just Klaus Schwab's wet dream. I mean, I know back in the first game you...
Okay, first of all, like, does it really matter if he is a lefty or not? Second of all, I agree with UNF. He's a Japanese national. Why do we have to put him in the box of American politics? Like, we'd be more accurate to ask what his politics are in the context of Japan's politics. Though he is a Westoid. He is a big Westoid. Is it really surprising that he's a lefty? First of all, it doesn't matter that he is a lefty, but is it really surprising that he is a lefty given his prominent position in the game industry? I don't think he would be. I don't think he would be who he is in the game industry if he was this based, secret, secretive chud guy, chud-pilled, chud Nazi.
Literally eat the bug, and you're still doing this one for health and now for your battery life as well. I don't know how the hell eating a bug charges your batteries, but don't question it. But I think the entire gameplay loop of this game, the entire purpose of this game, is a perfect example of predictive programming.
It's like I'm really browsing V. He did get his channel start off on V. That's where I found out about him. I think the first video I watched from him from his videos on E3 2020? Yeah. But yeah, he did used to openly show.
What you're doing in this game is what they want the modern man to be doing in the future of society, to just do these meaningless tasks that we are gaslighted into believing are incredibly important, where in reality we have no agency in our lives and we're fighting for nothing. The only thing that is stopping us from either getting some free rope or starting a Boogaloo style event is copes, and this game even has all the fucking copes as well. I mean, you saw the thumbnail. thumbnail, I think you know where this is going. So first off, we have the like system, a very shallow allegory that's honestly a little bit too literal. I think everyone understands what this represents. This is just like the fucking hamster wheel, man. You run and then you're rewarded with food and drink. Wow, okay. I built this road, I get likes. I like other people's stuff. We're all contributing to society, but this also supports the own nothing and be happy, because every single base in the game has their own resources. And they also each have their own private lockers. There's no equivalent to the Resident Evil item box except on the submarine. And you can only store a certain amount of resources on the submarine. So that means one of two things. Either you do a shit ton of fast traveling, which takes multiple loading screens, or you do what's more likely what the game intends, which is you build a bunch of infrastructure around the base, and then you take everything you can carry and go to the next base. While it's not quite literally owning nothing and being happy, you're never truly progressing other than unlocking new weapons.
Yeah, Jeff Keighley wouldn't be Kojimbo's friend if he was a chud. I just don't know, like, of course someone like Kojima is a little bit progressive. Are we surprised, you guys?
Pins, new structures to build, stuff like that. You have to start over every time. So you're on this endless grind. And what makes things worse is that these structures degrade over time. Now, I think everybody's gonna just fucking beat the game before they see their own buildings break down, but this endless treadmill of keeping this dead society alive, again, is that not the perfect allegory for the collapse of Western civilization? And there's also an alternative way of playing these games, which is exactly how I played the 10 hours of the first and most of my 15 hours of this one, which is being the equivalent of a welfare parasite, where you just use everyone else's online structures and then contribute nothing of your own.
And says, Dingus, there's a saying I remember from some dumbass lit class I took in college. It went something like this: men who fear demons see demons everywhere. Yeah, just like McCarthy back in the day. But guess what? That class you took was probably taught by a wokey! A woke liberal! A woke liptard! Therefore, it is irrelevant.
Because
Synthetic Man probably argued that.
Why would you? Everyone already built the roads and the zip lines and the generators. Really, the generators being the most important by far, because you're mostly just gonna be driving in this game. There's actually not much of a reason to actually run from point A to point B anymore, which is a good thing, actually, gameplay-wise. But the driving is so goddamn boring that, well, again, wouldn't you rather just play Euro Truck Simulator at this point? At least you don't have to watch 30 hours of cutscenes. And so if we're sticking with this huge metaphor about the game representing real life, after a certain point, just getting those social media likes isn't going to be enough of a dopamine spike. And there's not really an equivalent of video games within this video game, but they do have something else that has risen up in the past 5 years under COVID that got extremely popular. VTubers!
Here it is.
As you've probably heard, Picora is in this game. Yes, a AAA video game has a goddamn VTuber in it. Now, of course, my first thought is this obviously reminds me of Blade Runner 2049 with the AI girlfriend, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that there's no equivalent to an AI chatbot in this game. That's really what it's missing. Instead, we get Doll Man, which is basically just a copy off of Mimir from God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, and they even make a joke about hanging him on your ass.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
No, you freak. Don't touch me.
His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Really, Sam?
Now we're coming off God of War.
What about Shotgun?
Yeah, see, he was making fun of God of War. I got it. Which I think is actually one of the only
Was it?
downgrades from the first game to the
I mean,
second
I guess.
game. If the whole point of playing a relaxing game
guess
like
Kojima
this is
would've
just to
played that
chill
game.
and drive around, the last thing you want is some fucking asshole doll chatting about nothing on your hip. It's actually really annoying. It's one of the ways that it makes this game like every other mod.
Yeah, this is even a unique thing. Yeah, Yakuza, Ishin? It was Ishin. Like a Dragon Ishin did it first with Yanners. We don't talk about her, though.
game. That was one of the very few compliments I could give Death Stranding 1, is it felt like a semi-unique experience. Not truly unique because there's so many like indie simulator games that kind of do something
don't make an
vaguely
Arlo
similar.
mod.
But as a total experience, Death Stranding still kind of plays different from other things, which makes it interesting in its own way. As someone who's played, you know, over 1,000 video games, anything that's a little different, I'm going to be a little bit more fair to critically.
I'm slightly
just
familiar
because
with
I'm tired of
Neanders,
playing the
that's
same
fun.
shit. But now that we have Doll Man, great name, that just makes this game even more generic. But anyway, to get back to the VTuber, so I'm not sure I even really have to explain what this represents, but for the sake of the video, I will. Modern men's society are essentially fighting for nothing. Many of us have no girlfriends / wives, no children to speak of. Many
All right,
of
here's
us
the lesson
have
of the video.
very little dating prospects in the modern world. And while it would be very easy for me to go full misogynist mode and talk about how online dating is giving women impossibly high standards, I mean, 80% of women only find the top 20% of men attractive.
He's projecting! What's that meme about having a smile on your face so that only happy thoughts come out and then like you're prettier because you have happy thoughts? You gotta smile more, bud.
Basically, any mid or even uglier bitch can sleep with Chad in a one-night stand, which is inevitably going to significantly raise her standards. Call it alpha widowing, call it whatever the hell you want. So because men have these insatiable libidos, they're willing to sleep with women significantly uglier than them, which has completely destabilized relationships between men and women. Which actually, if that's what Death Stranding 2 was about, it'd be a far more interesting game. But of course, that game could never be made.
No, he's not
Bridging
married.
the connections
Shock
between
of
men and
shocks.
women would be something I'd at least be personally invested in. But no, the Death Stranding universe is very sexless. In fact, they literally have breeding programs, which is how Rainey got pregnant. I don't know if we ever meet the father in the game, maybe we do. But it certainly was not a focus of the narrative. No, it was about a strong single mother with time-altering powers. Not woke, by the way. But of course, I'm rambling and going off on a tangent again. And so to get back to the point, we have no women, we have no purpose, and so we must cope in various humiliating ways. Whether it's talking...
This is a consistent critique when it comes to him reviewing AAA games, is to analyze the sexiness of it. Not like, you know, whether the women are attractive and whether it's a sexless world. What was the last AAA game he reviewed? I'll have to check his channel. Just to remind me what it was. It is a consistent tangent that he will go on off of. It wasn't Doom, was it? I can't remember. No, wait, maybe it was Erdtree. It could be Shadow of the Erdtree. Regardless, take my word for it. I'm the fucking idiot that watches all this guy's videos. He will consistently call out a AAA game when he believes or perceives it to have a lack of sexual content.
into AI chatbots, blowing all our money on gacha waifus, or giving it away to women pretending to be anime girls. And it's important to remember that this is not necessarily pornographic in nature. This is an extension of the male loneliness epidemic. Young men are unwanted and unloved.
Now, he says this, but he recently streamed Uma Musume, the horse girl game. Not the cat game, the horse girl game. He recently streamed it on his channel, along with Blue Archive. Blue Archive was released on Steam, and he put it up on there and did like 2 streams of it. Now, I'm watching this video late. This video came out before he streamed those gacha games. And when people called him out on that, it's like, okay, when people called him out on it and said, why are you playing these gacha games when you had this segment in your Death Stranding 2 video about like it's just a symptom of the male loneliness epidemic, and you're relying on these VTubers for companionship. And he was like, well, I never said I was better than these people, so yeah. And then he proceeded to stream the game. I never made an argument that I was better than any of these people. I just pointed it out. And says, I actually kind of have a negative take on VTubers. I think when they insert VTubers into a game as a possible selling point, possibly detracts from the quality of the game. Bow game collab with Hololive, which is here as a collab. Then you have things like a dragon, where the additive is a character appearing like Keisan, but not integral. Then you have like Little Witch Nobita, where the entire selling point was having Fubuki as a main character or Polka as a main character. It all depends on if the game relies specifically on the game and having that connection to the VTuber personally. I think it's it depends on the implementation, like you said. It shouldn't be where the game sales rely on the fan of the VTuber. Like, certainly sales of Death Stranding 2 don't rely on Pekora. And it's a little... Maybe immersion breaking is also a thing, because it's like... It would be like if you suck a celebrity in a game. But, like, they wouldn't voice a character. It was just them playing themselves. It has 5 of them in that game from Hololive. Yeah, like at that point, like beyond just one would probably stick out a little bit too much for me. Hey, Kazugana Sakura, why is Pekora bad but Kirsch is good? Because she's based, you guys. But then she ghosted him, and then she wasn't based anymore. They're just guess they don't add or remove don't add or remove to the game in a negative way. No, I get what you're saying, but it's just. It's how they're implemented and how the game promotes them specifically. Like, I wouldn't want, just because the VTuber's in the game, I wouldn't want that to be the face of the game or the marketing. Like, Pekora wasn't the face of Death Stranding 2's marketing. Like, she's not on the cover, but she's in the game. It's a, or implementations like that versus putting them in the game and it coming across as the fans of the VTuber need to buy the game, or we're relying on the fans to buy the game. Like, that's the main draw. The main draw is, oh, the VTuber's in the game. The main draw should be that you've created a fun experience of a game that you want people to buy and enjoy.
And so we seek these girlfriend experiences, essentially. Now, does that make it any less pathetic that it's not porn? No, it's still pretty fucking sad.
As long as it doesn't detract,
and
exactly.
I will have to preface this with saying that, yes, some of you know I'm on good terms with a VTuber, so don't think of this...
You spoke too soon. Yes, the Kirsch mention. Why is he too afraid to name her? Name her! Name her now! Name her now! Hey, Mr. White. Name her now!
Yes, some of you know I'm on good terms with a VTuber, so don't think of this as I'm talking shit about anybody in particular. I understand why these people do these things, and yes, I still find it somewhat morally questionable to milk the wallets of lonely, desperate men pretending to be their friend, girlfriend, whatever the fuck. But none of that is the point of this discussion. The point is it's all cope. These are all just ways to ease our never-ending
Yeah, he's actually talking about me.
It's not going to lead to happiness or satisfaction with life. No, it is just staving off the rope. That is all it is. And it's not that there's inherently a problem with escapism. I mean, we all need to relax after a hard day of work. Well, maybe not me, because I'm a YouTuber, but
I was about to say, you're making videos and shit.
Wage slave job, you want to come home and just relax. And again, I don't think inherently that's bad. When it is a problem is when you're just constantly escaping from reality.
Dingus pretends to be my friend because I do Dingus gift sub. That's exactly.
Which is why I don't
it's all
have
about
a real
the money,
job.
Serial.
Because video
That's all it
games
ever was
were
about.
significantly better than my real life. But of course, you become an adult, and after...
Jay Frosty brings up a good counterpoint. Isn't it morally questionable to milk the wallet of people that want to be fed black pills? Isn't it morally questionable to take advantage of people who feel disenfranchised, who feel lonely, who feel like they have nobody in their life that gives a fuck about them? You know, maybe they have a bad relationship with their parents, maybe they don't have any friends, they don't have a girlfriend, they're certainly not married. There's no one that they can turn to except for the person on the internet, on YouTube.com, telling them the things that they want to hear that is in line with the things that they see on Poll and Kiwi Farms, and not saying anything bad about like these places, but like, you know, the schizophrenia is everywhere. So you see things that align with the things. You're a noticer, you're a pattern noticer. But it gets to a point where you notice too many patterns, and it kind of affects the way that you look at things. And you can only see things in this one narrow-minded kind of point of view. Yeah, exactly like Phil. Yeah, exactly. And you look for companionship, and you find people like Synthetic Man, or
If you want to go even more further to an explicitly political extreme, you find someone like Nick Fuentes, who tells you exactly what you want to hear. You're right, and women are all whores. They're sows for you to breed, except Nick would never do that because he's gay. He's a gay cat boy, and he takes advantage of kids, high schoolers, who feel who exactly like Synthetic Man. Synthetic Man is exactly the type of person that would be taken advantage of by Nick. In a different timeline, he would be one of Nick Fuentes' cronies. But we're in this timeline where Synthetic Man dodges that fate, and he himself has clowned on Nick Fuentes in the past. But now he's become like, you could make Jay Frosty cuts a good argument. And I brought it up before, whenever I've talked about Nick Fuentes. These people take advantage of these disenfranchised people. You could argue in a similar way to the VTubers he's bringing up. VTubers take advantage of these lonely people by LARPing as a girlfriend experience, a best friend experience, friendly friend zone experience. So too do these people take advantage of these very same people by LARPing as like the Black Pill experience.
Spending tens of thousands of
Having
hours
sex with
playing
women
video
is gay.
games, they're not as fun as they used to be. And that can really apply to any hobby that you waste too much of your life doing. And so that leads you to find other copes. Obviously, porn is one of those things. Don't have to go into detail, but I've obviously wasted countless hours jerking off as well, as many men.
We did in fact get a Futanari reference today.
I've obviously wasted countless hours jerking off as well, as many men have, and that comes with its own dangers, especially having to look at more and more extreme fetish material to feel anything.
Okay, explicit Futanari reference. I wonder what he meant by that. Hopefully Futanari is as far as he goes.
Having to look at more and more extreme fetish material.
No, I'm not going to provide any examples of this on screen. You already know what I'm talking about.
To feel anything. And to wrap back around to this girlfriend.
I don't get this argument either. Maybe you guys are different than me. Maybe this guy's definitely different from all of us. But the idea that you progressively need to look up like more and more degenerate porn to quote unquote feel anything, I don't know. It was never like that for me. Maybe I'm not. I guess I'm just not that much of a coomer compared to the king over here. It definitely feels like some kind of projection. Like, I've heard it before. It's not something like, this is not the first time I'm hearing that. I just don't understand the idea. Like, oh guys, after like jerking it for the dozenth time to like vanilla mating presses for the purposes of procreation, you know, the vanilla mating presses hand-holding style just aren't doing it for me anymore. I can't. Like, breeding just doesn't do it for me, guys. I gotta go look up girl penises now, or else I can't get hard. Like, these are not in the same camp. Like, I will never be into girl penises. How does getting tired of Nakadashi lead me to wanting to be into Futanari? They're two entirely different types of pornography.
Experience thing. There's the loneliness aspect. Obviously during
it's what Izuna said, from missionary to scat. What's the connection? Dingus isn't gooning to his full potential. Yeah, I'm named Swollen Dingus, but I'm not gooning to my full potential.
More and more extreme fetish material to feel.
I just want to know what specific. I hope Futanari is what he's talking about, and he's just too shy and embarrassed to put Futanari on screen. But I had to rewind to this part. It's very strange. This coming off of him playing Blue Archive is very suspicious.
Anything. And to wrap back around to this girlfriend experience thing, there's the loneliness aspect. Obviously during COVID, the normies spent a lot more time locked up, and the loner type people probably even more than they already did. And coincidentally, this is also when VTubers started to explode in popularity. It was clear that most people were kind of tired of the e-thought era. Because whack-off material is so common and widespread, the novelty's kind of gone. I mean, yeah, talking to these vapid horrors could maybe be appealing for a while, but it seems like, just based on a lot of statistics, statistics I've read, Zoomers crave real intimacy, emotional support. And, well, honestly, let's just call a spade a spade. They want love. Reminds me of that Doge meme from a few years back.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore.
For this, on the simulator argument, I never really got, like, watching the... Okay. For the big VTubers, like you're rest in peace, but I know she reincarnated or whatever. When it comes to the big VTubers, watching them for the girlfriend experience, I don't really understand, because they have so many viewers that, you know, it's likely that they'll just never pay attention to you unless you give them money. I guess you would just give them money in that scenario. Basically what I'm saying is, if you go specifically for that experience and you don't just want to watch them for funnies, wouldn't you rather watch an attractive VTuber with not as many viewers, maybe less than 100? They do exist. They're out there. You can go to the category right now and probably find one with a good-looking model that you can try to befriend. If you want that experience, wouldn't you just do that instead of watching one with a gazillion viewers who would never, never acknowledge you unless you pay them? And even then, it would probably be a kind of a worthless acknowledgement. Basically what I'm saying, you gotta find someone who hasn't been discovered and then love bomb them. And then because you love bomb them, they'll give you a lot of affection back. If you want that experience, is that not what you would do? This is why Rusha got so much shit in Backlash, even in her second reincarnation. This is why I dislike Korone. She's basically just a gamer dog. Yeah, I know you like Korone. And you don't like her, but you like that she is funny and does silly little things, but you're not looking for the girlfriend experience. So you watching Korone just for the funnies makes sense to me. But if someone wants to watch Korone looking for the girlfriend experience, it's like, okay, but why? She'll never know you exist unless you pay her. And even if you pay her, she gets so many super chats that it's not like you're unique. You're just one of many super chats that she'll read for 5 seconds and then move on. Maybe you just think differently from other people. Thing is playing 5D chess. No, I'm just putting myself in the shoes of someone who would want that simulation. And then I'm like, well, you could get better results by just supporting somebody else who's not a bigwig. And then it's like well, love bombing is actually kind of toxic, but I was gonna say, well, then you're supporting the smaller streamer, wah, at the cost of like possibly emotionally and spiritually manipulating them. See, you scroll up. Using Daxterity to rant about globalist New World Order. He is. He actually is. It's a better way. It's a better game to use that springboard rather than something like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Wasn't the video supposed to be about Death Stranding 2? And to be fair, the title is "You Will Own Nothing and Be Happy." He does say at the start, if I recall the intro, part of the video is Death Stranding 2, and then it's just going to segue into whatever this is now. At that point, if it was only for attraction, why not look at porn of the popular VTuber you think is attractive? That too! Why not just cut the middleman? Don't even support a smaller VTuber, just look up porn of the big VTuber. If all you want is a simulation aspect, just look up porn. Because they're never going to say anything sexy, especially if they're corporate. If they're a big corporate VTuber, they will never do anything or say anything overtly sexy for you on stream. Just look up porn, you fucking gooner. And yes, I know Mr. White, he was in Kirsch's chat. Fucking suck it up to her. He tried to own the meme, as Phil tends to do. I think the meme was like, what? He typed in all caps, "Whoa, mama," in her chat. So now he has like a Johnny Bravo emote. If you become a member of his. Why even pretend and kid yourself into thinking that anything would come out of it? Well, again, we're talking about people who are like legitimately disenfranchised, who think that they have no other kind of lot in their life, that this is what they have to resort to for interaction. Like, if you just enjoy a VTuber because you think, they play, maybe you think, I play retro games, and it's like, whoa, Dingus plays games from my childhood, and he watches videos on locals, and I am in his sector, and in this DSP sector, and I like pointing and laughing at locals. Like, if you just do it for that, you're cool. There's nothing wrong with you. But if you're a lonely person, and you feel like you need to watch these internet girls to get some sort of jollies out of it, whether it's having the girlfriend simulator, or actually to the point of, I have to watch these people and consume this in order for like a sexual thrill. For the sexual thrill of it, I have to watch these people or I can't get hard anymore. We're talking about those people. Dingus is my Oshi. No, I'm your Yoshi. Is why most VTubers I follow are generally just gamers, because I just want to see someone play a 20-year-old game that nobody plays kind of shit. Wait, I hope you're not talking about me. I play games. I can be good at games if I want to. I literally follow some next to nobody VTuber because she plays farming sims and she does knitting. That's it. Oh, you're talking about Reina. I know her. You watching Reina is why I got you the little croquettes on the last cruise. Because I was like, oh, okay. You watching that exposes that you like those little croquette things.
They want love. Reminds me of that Doge meme from a few years back.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
And I don't need to tell you how popular anime is. And so it isn't too much of a stretch, especially given how people can't really distinguish reality from fiction anymore in many significant ways. That people are able to delude themselves that an anime girl is worthy of their time, their affection, and worst of all, their money. And this is
you guys are worthy of my time.
People keep
Hell
living,
yeah.
keep being a cog in the machine. It is one of the copes, one of the reasons that Western society is taking so long to collapse. And so I'm not here to give you some kind of knee-jerk reaction that a VTuber made it into a huge video game. Obviously, I find it pretty cringeworthy. I mean, the first time I heard Picora speak in the game, like, just look at my fucking face, dude. But thematically,
he was playing it up for the camera.
The disgusting dystopian post-apocalypse future.
I would say I'd agree with Nock when, if anything, like the worst thing this does is that it dates the game. Because eventually, at some point, she's going to stop doing the VTuber thing. She's going to grow old and graduate and then move on. And then you'll just forever have a little time capsule of her being in this game. But I guess it's not all that bad. Cause it's like, I mean, you have songs in like Grand Theft Auto, licensed songs that like came out in the 70s or the 80s. And those are dated. Is it really that bad?
That Kojima created, where Sam Porter, the doomer incel golem with immortality, is forced to spread globo homo for no reward. His adoptive daughter now dead. He's fighting for nothing, yet you press on anyway because you are told to. Picora just represents another
Those are not VTubers though. Yeah, it's fair. It's kind of... It's not really that good of an argument, because music has been normalized. Ah, yes, since the dawn of man. While VTubers is still a relatively new thing. There's a reason why it's a thing that's garnered such attention to begin with. Because in the grand scheme of it, the concept of VTubing is still relatively new. It hasn't exactly become normalized, I would say.
A motivation for Sam to continue his Amazon wagey job without unaliving himself. Not that he even can in-universe. The only representation of roping is turning off the game and never starting it back up. Actually, it's kind of like Dark Souls in that way. The only way to truly go hollow as the player is to stop playing. And so this should come as no surprise, but the region that Picora is located...
You do make another good argument, Astro, is that, yeah, music is timeless, but the VTubers are more like a meme and fad. You're reminding me of when Nintendo Treehouse, Nintendo of America, their Treehouse localization division, snuck in memes in their 3DS Wii U era of localizations. And then, you're right, the memes date the game, because the memes, not all memes are timeless. Some memes definitely get dated and stale. They were sneaking in like Doge memes in Zelda games and shit. You gotta be careful with stuff like that.
Located in, by far has the most structures that are all leveled up to level 3. I appropriately titled her region Simpland, and I myself even contributed quite a bit to these structures because I honestly had no idea how like the social link mechanic worked in this game. As it turns,
yeah, I did see Gura at the Dodgers doing her little thing. I think other VTubers have been in baseball games too.
You know, baseball is big in Japan, but it still has that disconnect. Like, yeah, I think more people know about VTubers now than, say, 5 years ago, but it still comes with that little bit of disconnect. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, that's a thing that's becoming more prominent. That's all I really mean. I take back the music argument, because you guys are right, music is timeless, but VTubers currently would be more in line with, like, memes. Here's the thing. This whole talking point about anime girls is no different than how people treat the 3D live streamers. Some people just want to sit there and elevate people because they love their thinking, they're infatuated with how they look and want a goon. They take their word as absolute true. For X6, we have people who worship DSP as if he has something to actually say. Nah, I think a lot of those people are being a bit disingenuous with their worship of Phil there. I think his hang-up comes from their blanket popularity because they can remain anon behind a never-aging mask. Yeah. Like the 3D roasties that he likes to make fun of so much. Like, they'll eventually get old and, like, pass on and just never... They'll never appear again on camera because they're old. Unless you're like Corinne and you're just insane and you just keep doing what you're doing long after you've expired. Whereas VTubers can stay anonymous without having to put their face on there. And maybe at some point they'll graduate and just move on. But you'll never know, outside of you going out of your way to look for it, you'll never know who they were behind the mask officially.
Out, really the only shit that matters is delivering stuff to her or finding the lost packages. So I end up wasting a lot of time. And once you get her linked to 2 stars, you get a hat. And you get to publicly humiliate yourself in the most autistic way possible.
Humiliation ritual.
Becco. This is what I wasted. I wasted over 2 hours of the stream just to listen to that. So yeah, that's the closest thing to a Death Stranding 2 review you're gonna get from me. Obviously, you shouldn't buy the game. I don't have to tell you that. Everything this represents is absolutely fucking disgusting to me. I think I truly hate this game. And not just because it's a boring Amazon employee simulator. I mean, you are a globalist golem fighting for nothing.
Not that golem.
This is exactly what they want for you. Again, predictive programming. You do it in the game, you're gonna do it in real life. And so I actually don't want to close out this video here because I want to talk a little bit about the nature of...
Isn't it more like the game is based on real life already than the game predicting what real life will be like? That's where they got the idea for the game, from real life. I guess you mean to say it will get so much worse in the coming years that eventually life will be Death Stranding 2. I don't know, maybe.
Wage slavery in video games in general because it's been around a long time. I've been doing repetitive, meaningless tasks in video games since I was a small child. My first MMO was RuneScape. It doesn't get more of a waste of time than that. Just mindlessly mining ore, smelting it, and smithing the same 100 weapons over and over again to grind up mining and smithing.
Pekora will be real.
For what purpose? None.
Pekora will be real, and then all those years of simping for her, wanting her attention will pay off, and she'll want to marry you. Yes! It wasn't a waste of time, Synthetic Man. Sup a girlfriend simulator? More like wife reality. Haha.
Don't even know why I found it fun, except just the novelty of playing with all these countless other people that I didn't even engage with socially because I was always such an introvert, and still am. And I wish I could say that was the only game that I blew a bunch of time on for no reason. I also played Adventure Quest Worlds, which is yet another just clicking simulator, with each combat class in the game only having 4 skills.
Take this off, Don't even remind me about this game.
Classes or some shit that you collect like clothing. I've even spent some time on mobile games that I'm deeply embarrassed of. Probably the video game that I have spent the most time on in my entire life was a Facebook game called Marvel Avengers Alliance. Because believe it or not...
Cringe! He plays Sweaty Men JPEG games! He plays Sweaty Men JPEG games! Ah!
Nah, I used to be a huge cape shit guy. My dad grew up loving comic books, and he passed
now
on
he's
a
gonna
lot of his
explain it. He's
comics to
coping.
me. And so
He's
I love
coping. You like cape
superheroes
shit.
until the
He's
movies
coping.
kind of ran everything into the ground.
At least
And
anime
so
girls
I
are women.
played this fucking turn-based RPG.
He likes sweaty
for
men in
thousands
tights.
of hours, just daily grinding. It was essentially a proto-modern mobile game, and all that time is gone. The game got shut down like, I don't know, at least 8 years ago, and I have absolutely nothing to show for it. I never recorded any of that progress. It's gone. All that time
You have the
down the drain.
memories.
And after that, there was GTA Online. Yes, like I said in the intro,
Guys, this is why they gotta stop killing games so I can have my shitty Facebook games back. God damn it.
Spent over 500 hours in GTA Online. Who knows how many of that just running import-export missions, just flying expensive cars from point A to point B, and occasionally selling my bunker full of weapons like every 8 to 12 hours or whatever it was. And while,
Yeah, again, you can say this about literally any other game. His favorite game in the world is Spyro the Dragon. What do you get out of playing Spyro the Dragon? I would argue memories, but he doesn't seem to have any good memories of playing the Marvel game, or at least he doesn't think they're worthwhile in bringing them up. He would probably argue good memories if he was asked, what did you get out of playing Spyro? But pragmatically, practically, efficiently, effectively, what did he get out of playing Spyro growing up? He has nothing to show for it. If he doesn't say good memories with this one Marvel game, would he say good memories with Spyro?
yes, I still do have all those things. In fact, I might boot up my PS4 and show some of my garages here. Who cares? What was I doing it for? Just to run the Doomsday heist one time with my buddies? I'm not even sure if we ever even ended up completing the casino heist. Even Monster Hunter World, at least the base game, I played like a wage slave game, because the end game was just killing the same Elder Dragon over and over and over again for a 1 in like 1,000 chance of dropping an attack jewel. Why did I do that? Why did I waste my fucking time? I love that game, and I was ruining it for myself because I had nothing better to do. And
all
that
of his
brings
videos
us
are
to the
doomer
game
pilled.
that I'm sure all of you know that I play if you've ever tuned.
Here it comes, Dragon Ball Breakers. Let's see what he says about this one. Dude, he plays this every stream. Every single stream, there's a Dragon Ball Breakers segment, and it has become like his whole channel's personality as far as the live streams go. His mascot for the channel is Poir, literally because he can play as Poir in this game.
And that brings us to the game that I'm sure all of you know that I play if you've ever tuned into a single one of my streams, Dragon Ball The Breakers. Now, that's not a wage slave game necessarily. It's an asymmetrical multiplayer game that's somewhat similar to Dead by Daylight, with some elements from Evolve, if you remember that game from a decade ago. And I've spent over 500 hours in that as well. Now, although I've had a lot of fun playing that game, and like I just said, it doesn't really have wage slave elements to it. There's not much of a reason to log in every day and fill up the battle pass or any of that stuff. You don't have to. I have treated it like a wage slave.
The biggest shock about this game is that he's still able to find games for it. But apparently he plays with his community, so maybe him being such a big creator is quite literally the only thing keeping this game alive. I'm not sure. Do people play Breakers? I never see anyone talk about it. Like, nobody's talking about it again. So if you have a copy of Spyro and you 100% it and you still have the data, you're just keeping the physical proof that you wasted your finite time on this earth with nothing to show for it? Yeah!
Game because I stream it so often. Out of that over 500 hours I've played it, I think over 200 were on stream. I have subjected people to watching this shit game for a countless amount of time over countless streams because it's easy. It's like doing my job. Like, streaming itself has become a soulless job when I play this. But I love Dragon Ball The Breakers to death and will be sad when it finally shuts down. But when it does, it'll just be yet another game in this list where I have nothing to show for all my effort.
I mean,
except,
come on,
I guess,
you'll
a
definitely
million stream archives.
Yeah,
And
you'll
again,
definitely
I'm not
have
here
memories.
To shame anybody
You'll have
about
gameplay
this stuff.
footage.
I think all of us have wasted a fuck ton of.
What do you say here? I got lazy as fuck with the editing from this point on. Naming a million genres in specific games is definitely a mistake. My lazy ass can't be bothered to pull up examples of everything I'm about to say.
shame anybody about this stuff. I think all of us have wasted a fuck ton of time on a game that is just ultimately meaningless. There's so many examples of this. Euro Truck Simulator, any MMO ever made, Factorio, RimWorld, Kenshi, arguably a shit ton of JRPGs. And of course, I couldn't forget basically my arch nemesis of modern gaming, sandbox games, and to a lesser extent, Western RPGs, at least the ones with extremely half-assed side quests and open world activities. And another genre that I just absolutely despise that is shockingly popular on PC is these survival crafting games. There's like 1,000 of these. And people will actually pretend they're quality games. I mean, remember Pal World? The amount of people who were pretending that game was good just because they hate Game Freak is unreal. And of course, a lot of strictly
Pal World bros. Pal World bros.
Survival crafting games. There's like 1,000 of these. And people will actually pretend they're quality games. I mean, remember Pal World? The amount of people who were pretending that game was good just because they hate Game Freak is unreal. And of course, a lot of strictly multiplayer games as well. I'm sure a couple of those examples in there will probably piss off some people, but ultimately you just have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? What are you working toward? If you're not really working toward anything, that's how you know it's a wage slave game. That's why Death Stranding 2 is like a perfect example. I mean, yes, you're working to connect all of Australia, but why? Why are you doing it? Is it fun to drive from point A to point B? No. No, it fucking isn't. You're wasting your time because you have nothing better to do. And that is the real problem with your life, with my life. If we had a wife, if we had kids, we would not be wasting time on this shit. And if you are married and have kids, and this is what you choose to spend your precious time on, you need to reevaluate your fucking life. The real problem with this shit, at the end of the day, is not necessarily the needs. I understand why the needs
you don't want to shit on your audience
like this.
Of course.
You got no job, and so you treat the video game as a job to replace that hole in your soul, to give you some illusion of purpose, some illusion to contribute to society, because you are a man, and deep down, you want to be useful to the community, but there's no way that you can do that in modern society. So I get it. What I do not understand, what is truly the soulless...
I listened to his Chudcast recently, today, and maybe this might relate to what he's talking about now. But he says that he's never been a nihilist. He does not promote nihilism, and he states the only purpose in life, the primary purpose in life for people of his temperament would be breeding.
NPC behavior is having a job, working fucking retail or in the food industry.
Again, keep that in mind. Like he believes the primary purpose in life for him is to be breeding. So when you hear this argument, just like think about that, and then think about like why does he sound so impassioned here?
Is having a job, working fucking retail or in the food industry or any of these other meaningless jobs that serve no fucking purpose. And then you come home and then you fucking play Death Stranding 2. Those are the true golems. You were meant to have no inner thoughts. You cannot imagine an apple. You can't perceive breakfast. You are the perfect slave for modern society. That's who these games are really made for. Escapism used to be simple power fantasies. You want to be the knight who saves the princess from the dragon.
It's not meant to be a full
well, of course, saving
DS2
a princess
review,
is objectifying her, which is misogynist, so we
now
can't have that anymore. We're not allowed
distress
to have
tropes.
any attractive women in video games anymore. And if there is one, it's some Coomer bait sex doll like Eve from Stellar Blade with no substance at all. Men are not allowed to be men. You have to be a worthless cog in the fucking machine, simping for an anime girl's PNG pussy. It's so over, man. It's so unbelievably over. In fact, you could argue it never began, at least for many of us. We are not even allowed to fantasize.
He doesn't like Stellar Blade. He doesn't like any of those, even though he just recently did a stream where he played it. It was supposed to be like, oh, just for the meme. But he doesn't like Coomer Gooner games. And when his because it's weird because his fans are of that, they're
a lot of his fans like those kind of games, so they typically go after him for not liking anime. He likes normie anime, like DBZ. That's why he plays Breakers. But he doesn't like the Kumar Gunner stuff, even though his type of content would appeal to people that like Japanese media, especially Kumar Gunner stuff. So they go after him when he says he doesn't like that. And then specifically, I'm referencing a stream in which he called his audience brown people LARPing as white people. I forget the specific phrasing, but he called his fan base lolicons. A third of his audience are lolicons, and another third is like Mexican people LARPing as white people. And then I presumably, hopefully, the last third is just normal people who don't like woke shit. Yeah, you're not even white, you're Mexican.
Eyes about the things that we want anymore, because that's dangerous thinking. It's sexist, it's racist, it's homophobic, anti-Semitic, buzzword. It's all so tiresome, man. And you guys wonder why I'm so unbelievably negative about video games. Now let's just be honest here. I'm gonna turn 30 by the end of this year. In a better world, I wouldn't...
Oh, okay. That explains everything. Oh, dude, it's total twink deaf. He's old! He's old! He's 30! He's 30! His 20s are leaving him behind! Oh, dude, there's a good meme for this. There's a great meme for this, but I don't think I'm gonna find it in time. It is a Soy Jack fucking Shardy meme, but it's like 30 years old, life is over. I'm not gonna find it though. Why don't I save shit that I see? Wait, I may have found a variation. Oh, I found it! Wait, no. This isn't the right one. There's so many variations. I promise I'm gonna find the right one. I'll save this one just in case. It's not exactly the original one that I wanted. All right, I'll settle for this one. It reminds me of this meme. Hey, Malcolm X Square. Dude, Joe Blah, you're fucking, you're a little chuddy. You know what I'm talking about. It's this one. Now, there are multiple variations of this. This is just the one that I wanted to go with because it's the closest one to... It's the closest one I could find where the dude is like almost 30. But this is what he's like right now. You don't understand. I'm only 29. 29 is young. And then he has the medal that says 29 wasted years. And then you have his Hitler parents in the background. Honey, did you make money from your investments yet? If you look up, what did I Google to get these results? Sorjak, 30 years old, life is over. You get a lot of variations of this meme. That's what he's feeling. Even though he still has his entire life ahead of him. He could live to be only 60 years old. He would still have half of his entire life ahead of him if he doesn't die young. Yet he thinks at age 30, currently 29, his life is over and he's wasted it. 29 wasted years doing apparently nothing. He lives at home with his brother and his mother, yes. Look, I'm not gonna knock that, you guys. Times are tough. Moving out and whatnot. Securing a house in this day and age. Are you crazy? I mean, maybe he could pull the YouTube money with Devin and they could, like, rent an apartment or something. 29 wasted years because no scat breeding. Yeah, he wasted 29 years. He could have been breeding from age 1. Why did he waste all these years, Chad? He says the only reason you should be alive, the only thing you can contribute to society as a male, a strong, virile male, is to breed. Why wasn't he breeding? It's just, when you apply his own logic to his fears, it's kind of like, okay, you think the only worthwhile thing in life is to breed. That's the only thing that you would consider productive. But you couldn't do that for, like, I don't know, reasonably until... Let's go with the law and say 18. You couldn't really do that until 8. So would you consider the first 18 years of your life a waste because you couldn't do the one thing that you would consider productive to society? And then you still had 11 years after you turned 18 to do that, and you still didn't do that.
So maybe you only wasted 11 years of your life. Whatever, I'm going off a tangent of my own. He could live to be 70 or 80 or 90. He's got his whole life ahead of him. Why are you acting as though it's over now? 20s are years designed to fuck them up and learn how to fuck up less. Yeah. So I'm not going to act like a sage on this because without power leveling too much, you can hear the sound of my voice. You can probably put a pin on where I lie in that range. But no, I get like these are the years where you're supposed to fuck up. And then in your later years in life, you become a Discord merchant and you become you become a sage with wisdom. And you can reflect on your life's experiences and then confer your wisdom unto the next generation. Things played by electronically manipulating images produced on a display screen to generate visual or audio feedback through which enjoyment or entertainment can be derived from the experience of interacting with said medium, i.e. a video game. My man should just drop gaming and go out into the woods and start a farm and get off the grid. Go get some, You're basically telling him to become JF and get his potato wife. Get some 80 IQ lady who wants like 8 kids and just plow both fields until he develops ideal self-sufficient society. Now, hopefully you're implying that without like the murder part. 30 is when you actually have your brain firm up and get your experience enough to know how to start dedicating your time to a purpose. True. Your frontal cortex, according to science, is not finished developing until you're 25. So technically, going off of that, he only wasted 4 years of his life. All you can contribute as a man is sperm. You're sperm. Nearly 22, and I don't think I fucked up yet. Clean slate, hopefully. I personally don't think I fucked up too big yet. I mean, I've never got into a car wreck. You know, I don't drink. I don't smoke.
Even be playing video games anymore. I'd have
a real fucking
job. I'd have a wife and kids by now. But no, instead...
Oh, wait. Sorry, I talked over him. Tell me what you would be doing right now if it wasn't for video games.
Better world, I wouldn't even be playing video games anymore. I'd have a real fucking job. I'd have a wife and kids by now. But no, instead, I'm a 29-year-old man bitching about video games on the internet. That is the purpose of my existence, I guess, is my YouTube channel. That's the only thing I'm continuing for. It doesn't matter if I got, 150,000 subscribers and a...
Yeah, okay, this does seem to be less about... Well, yeah, obviously by this point, it's less about the game and more about the fact that he's turning 30 and he's having his existential crisis because he believes the only productive means of society that he can contribute as a man is breeding, yet he's 30 but doesn't have a girlfriend.
Bunch of money. That's just not good enough in this modern world, apparently, if you're an asocial spurg who hates people. And so, yes, this video was never really about Death Stranding 2. It was about men having no purpose in modern society. Because in a way, that's what Death Stranding 2 is really an allegory for. Or the real lesson of the game is to tell you to push on even if you have nothing to live for. Just keep working that wage slave job, Goy. We need you. You're so important. We love you. But no.
Well, that seems like a sort of meaningful message that's being twisted by him into something nihilistic, even though he claims he's not nihilistic.
Oh, you can't have a woman, you can't have children. No one will ever care about men's rights until society literally collapses, which unfortunately I don't think is going to happen anytime soon. And it's all because of these copes. These copes that have been around for a long time now. Whether it's TV, movies, watching sports, video games, pornography, and now we have even more dystopian things like VTubers and AI chatbots to keep us going.
Is VTubing really dystopian though?
Wants to even look at modern men.
It's gotten so much attention because it's a cartoon anime girl playing a video game, but is it really that? It's just another flavor of the e-celeb watching someone play a video game on a stream, which isn't really all too different from watching the angry video game nerd play a game and then scream and yell about it.
And much less touch them. God, isn't that fucking great. This has got to be the most black-pilled video I've ever made on this channel, but things are pretty bleak, dude. They're pretty fucking bleak. So yeah, is it any wonder why I don't care about the video game industry anymore? It's not that I hate video games. I can still play some good games. When I was playing through Gex 2 and now some of Gex...
Yeah, Gex 3. I was about to say. He did finish Gex 2 and Gex 3. The level he's playing right now is the anime channel. This is another tangent, but he was very upset the anime level in Gex 3, a 1998 video game, had no specific references to anime. That it was just like generic mecha and Transformers.
3 on stream. I was having a great time. Doesn't even matter that Gex is like a pretty mid 3D platformer by the standards of that era.
There's schoolgirl
Gex
enemies.
is infinitely more fun than Death Stranding, and it's simple. It brings you back to the time of your childhood, even if I don't even get like a lot of the 80s references that Gex makes in the game. It's just mindless fun.
Forget about
Take
it.
your mind off how bad things are for a little while. But yeah, you could argue that's part of the problem. I've read that comment on so many of my videos now. Whenever I talk about gaming is dying, there's always someone saying, gaming dying is a good thing, actually, because then maybe you'll improve your real life. Well, that's a lot easier said than done. Many of us don't really belong in modern society, and we've learned that the hard way.
He's scared. He's scared by comments like that, because gaming could go away, and then he won't have anything. Imagine, he's scared of that actually happening, and then he won't know what to do next because he doesn't have any other lot in life. He doesn't have another deck up his sleeve. If that was to actually happen, his life would not immediately magically get better, because now would be the next step. He'd have to put in a little elbow grease to make some magic happen, and he doesn't have the mental, spiritual, and perhaps even emotional wherewithal to make that happen. He wouldn't be able to take the next step. Even if life somehow miraculously gave him the opportunity. All games, stop killing games fails, and all games die. All of them, even old games. All of gaming could disappear tomorrow, and his life would still not get any better. He is terrified of that actuality. He needs something to blame it on. He needs a scapegoat. If games actually died, his life still wouldn't be any better, because he'd have to put in the work. And he doesn't think he has it in him to care enough to put in the work, despite clearly wanting his life to be better. Just go outside to talk. Yeah, just, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, just go get some pussy. Go to a bar or something. I don't know. Go to the casino. Go to slots. Talk up the ladies. Go to the smoothie shop and talk up the senoritas. Go to Wingstop and talk to the Wingstop girls. Such a boring person, he can't find a real person. Well, that's another thing. Even if he did do everything that I just said, would women even like him? Look at him! Listen to him! Thank you, Dingus. The entire hour-long experience has thoroughly wiped me out physically and mentally. I successfully achieved a level of tired that could only match my level of anger for an Arlo video. Arlo has been gone for 11 days, and Arlo is Phil confirmed. Oh, I think he's just dodging the heat from the Pikmin video. He's gonna come back and make a video about how he's sorry. He's very sorry. He should. He's doing the right thing so far, just not mentioning it. Well, really, no. It's not enough to just not mention it. You have to continue making videos while not mentioning it. Not making any videos at all only heightens your absence. People notice the void and then start to speculate as to why you're gone. Just like how people were speculating why Phil is gone. He should have just continued making videos while not mentioning the controversy. But I think he's going to come back and apologize for the controversy and how he was so mean to the little couple thousand subscriber Pikmin channel. And it's going to Streisand effect, is what I think. And all I have to ask is, was it worth it, Arlo? Was it worth it to kick up such a hubbub and bully another content creator over something that Nintendo immediately fucking patched? It's also what I would ask the Synthetic Man. Was it worth it? Was it worth it comparing Death Stranding 2 to your inability to get laid?
Hard way. And as much as I would like to believe that, you know, things will just work out, I'll just get...
Most women just want to be approached because this mindset keeps most men from talking to them. Yeah. I would consider... Well, I talked about it on stream before. I'm more outgoing and extroverted when it comes to talking to strangers because I have the thinking in my head that in all likelihood I probably will never talk to this person again. So I'm more outgoing with them because I want to leave a good impression on these people. And generally, what that means is that I'll turn on streamer dingus mode when talking to strangers. But when I'm with close friends, family, and whatnot, I'll be a little bit more reserved and not put that... I wouldn't even call it a mask, because it's not like I'm playing a character right now. This is kind of how I am. But when it comes to me, you know, talking to the folks or cousins or friends, I'll be like a little bit more subdued, I'd say. But if I talk to a stranger, I'm like, whoa, what's that? Walk up to the women at the smoothie store, and be like, ladies, what's going on, senorita? But you're right. Most ladies just want to be approached. You need to have confidence and commitment. You gotta have a big old smile on your face. It's exactly like I said earlier. You're prettier when you have a smile on your face and you think happy thoughts. You're uglier when you think bad thoughts and you think negative thoughts. Women don't want to hear negative thoughts. They want a real man's man. Yeah, don't have a persona. Just be yourself. Yeah, the Shy Guy mask stays on for family meetups. That's why sometimes when I used to work retail, sometimes family would visit me, and they'd always be shocked at just how more outgoing I am, like when in the old store, than I was at like any family gathering. It's not like I don't like you. I don't like you, fellow family member. It's just a different side of me. I practice my Ralph impression to the ladies. What's up, bish? You fucking cocksucker.
Get lucky and things will turn around.
Anyway, long story short, just be yourself.
I find that increasingly hard to believe as I get older. So I no doubt will read some normie comments on this video talking about, oh, you know, just take a shower, smile, cold approach women, join a bike club or a cooking class. Just utterly
do that
worthless
unironically,
advice,
though.
most of which
Put
you
yourself
have
out there.
never taken yourself. No, the sad.
Oh, shut the fuck up. No, he's coping now by saying that it doesn't matter because you guys probably also haven't done it. Maybe that might be true for some of the people in his audience telling him that, but it feels like you're using that as a cope to tell yourself not to do that because nobody else is doing that. So you shouldn't also do it?
Cold approach women, join a bike club or a cooking class. Just utterly worthless advice, most of which you have never taken yourself. No, the sad fact of the matter is most women are not attracted to most men, and
he said earlier that retail jobs were pointless, but wouldn't a retail job, or, well, he wasn't just saying exclusively retail, but like delivery or food service, wouldn't these jobs give you opportunities to be more socially, active and interact with people? You could meet someone who could be a friend, or you could even meet your Mrs. Dingus. I think it was, I forget who. Was it Bache? I don't want to dox who it is, but I already said Bache's name, but I don't think it's Bache now that I think about it. I think one of you guys in the chat told me, like, you met your lady at the bank or something. It was just like a casual, you went to the bank to go deposit a check, and then she was just in line. Hey, just put yourself out there. You never know. Mrs. Dingus could be lying just around the corner, and you wouldn't even know it.
most men throughout human history didn't even pass on their genes, yet most women did. Maybe get a paternity test if you have children. But I digress. The purpose of this video is not to encourage you to get some free rope. It's just to mourn the sad state of escapism and why we even need escapism in the first place. And I implore you, if you are wasting your time on something like Euro Truck Simulator or any of these other numerous
interesting
indie
people
game
doing
simulator
bank robberies,
games,
of course.
or even worse, Death Stranding 2, please find some better entertainment. Play some old, really good, solid single-player games. At least then you can feel like you experienced something. It might make you feel, right? Just like watching a really good film or TV show makes you feel something. It's memorable. It sticks out in your head. A really good video game can do the same. Just please stop wasting your life with these completely meaningless activities. There are better copes, ones that you could at least maybe share with other people and not feel ashamed of yourself. And if you do have a chance to have a meaningful life in real life, please take it. And I'm saying this as someone who wasted half of his 20s, and depending on how much of YouTube counts as a waste, well over half. So I'll leave you on that note. See you next time, guys.
Well, at least he only thinks he wasted half of his 20s instead of his entire life. That video, if you're even still here, Saru, that video did not disappoint. I'm so glad I waited to watch it on stream. You know, at the start where he's just talking about the game and summarizing the game, you know, I never played it, so I don't really have anything to work with. not much commentary there, but holy shit, holy shit, it got crazy toward the end. That was very good. Not for the reasons that I would usually say that was very good. Does he need help, guys? Does he? Look, I've been watching his stuff again since 2020. I was one of the original viewers, you guys, but he's definitely changed over the years that I've been watching his shit. He is a different person now than he was 5 years ago. He fucking YouTube and video games and the wokeness, the woke liberals broke him. Insane? Yeah, I really don't have any other word for it. It's insane. He really needs to just step away and either pay for pussy or I don't even know. Go meet someone. Go interact. But that's the thing. It's what I said earlier. He doesn't have the gumption within him to put himself out there and then makes excuses as to, well, it won't even matter anyway. What use is it? What use is it, guys? DS2 got caught in his vortex of incel. Yeah, it almost didn't have to be Death Stranding 2. It could have been any other game with remotely, vaguely similar themes. It just so happened that it was Death Stranding 2. And it has the themes of connections and bonds and like connecting America. And it just so happens that that was the game that he chose for his little piece here. Because it lined up with his 30th birthday. It's like saying nothing matters because we're all going to die anyway. Yeah, I dislike thinking like that. Well, if we're all going to die anyway, you may as well just get the rope right now. Except you won't because you're a bitch. Not you, Izuna, but you know what I mean. People who think like that, I understand your line of logic, but if that was true, if you really genuinely thought that, wouldn't you just jumped off the bridge already? I don't believe anything would make him happy. If he had everything he was complaining about, he would complain about that stuff taking up all his time. Yeah. That's why I said gaming could die tomorrow, and he would be afraid for that. He would be terrified because he wouldn't have the gusto within him to make something for himself. He wouldn't be able to go out there and socialize, and he wouldn't want to. He would come up with every excuse in the world to not have to do that. Like, oh, what's the point? Oh, even if I met someone, they would be a roasty. Who cares? Useless, fruitless, all this, that, and the other. Now let's head up the other side of the coin here. We have his brother. Now, as I've said, I think the brother puts out better content because the brother just talks about video games so far without making it about making it too much about anti-wokeness. And he's got a couple videos for us. We also got a Synthetic Man's Mind's Eye video. That one's like an hour, but at least it's actually about the game. Alright, this one might be fun for me. The Switch 2 is garbage, yet you, Rue, bought it anyway.
So the Switch 2 released about a month ago. I feel like that's enough time to say that it wasn't worth it. It's not worth $450 for a console that is plagued with problems. That's barely an upgrade from the one before it. That if you bought it on release, you may just be a little bit stupid. I know that's harsh to say, but I'm a harsh man. I've heard a lot of things. I can write it off on taxes. And not one
it's a business expense. I still own it.
Anyone who isn't a professional Nintendo dick sucker. I mean, what was really improved
that sounds like me.
Console? It's got a bigger screen, except that screen is somehow worse than the one before it. Sure, it's 1080p, like every screen ever produced in the last 10 years, but it's slower. It's slower than the Switch 1 on release. It's about 100 times slower than the OLED Switch, which I can only imagine was intentional at this point, so that they can sell you a Switch 2 OLED at some point.
Yeah.
And even if that bigger screen was
stuff for early adopters.
Do you really want a bigger screen? Is it even portable at this point? I remember when a portable system meant it fit in your pocket, so you could, I don't know, take it places. If you need to put it in a backpack, then just use a laptop. It's more powerful, can play more games, and maybe get some work done. I know you guys are allergic to that, me too, but we can imagine. Okay, well, the screen is worse, but what about the controllers? Remember the Switch 1 had Joy-Con drift, that crazy thing that totally wasn't happening, that caused the sticks to just move in whatever direction they wanted, to slowly drift off into space, like I'm drifting this sentence way too long. Well, actually, they didn't fix that at all. In fact, people are already reporting Joy-Con drift in the current controllers because they use the exact same system as the previous sticks. Now, those reports might be false. We don't have any major lawsuit this time, but they certainly have the ability to drift because it's the same system as the last console. And I personally, through the power of lying, have tested 900,000 Switch 2 Joy-Cons and figured out that every single one of them will drift eventually. You have my guarantee. But Frogmire, they're magnetic now. Isn't that cool? It is. Kind of neat. Except one, now, how you hacked the previous Switch, it doesn't work anymore, which was the only reason to buy the previous Switch, was so that you could hack it. Also, this somehow made their like shitty Joy-Con controller even shittier. Honestly, it might be a fair trade-off. I don't know who used that like shitty plastic connector thing anyway.
I mean, I prefer the magnets, it's not that I use the
Joy-Cons.
Joy-Cons.
That somehow they made something worse. They figured it out. Okay, so screen's worse. Joy-Cons are equal at best, possibly worse. So what else is new? Well, we got game chat now, because before you had to use an app. Now you have Discord right on the console, except it's not Discord. It's a shitty Nintendo service that you know won't work. You get to look at your friends in 360p.
Well, I haven't used it yet, so I can't camp for it.
You actually have to buy a secondary peripheral to do this.
Phil does use the Joy-Cons.
The console doesn't include a camera. You know,
he only uses the Joy-Cons to prove that they work on the system. If he could, he'd use his RGB Chinese controller.
Your friends in 360p. Oh wait, you actually have to buy a secondary peripheral to do this because the console doesn't include a camera. You know, the thing that's in every phone? So, rather than just connect to Discord, a free program that you can have on your phone, which already has a camera, you can instead connect to your Switch, where I'm sure the content will be heavily monitored. That, or your children simply aren't safe at all. From me, I will explain the Federal Reserve to all of the world's children, and you can't stop me. That you have to pay for, or you could just use a free program on your phone. Yeah, but the Nintendo chat has its own button. A button that you have to pay for and look at all the time. Okay, but surely the battery life might be better. Sure, it's not really a handheld because you can't fit it in your pocket, but you'd still put it in your backpack, maybe play it on a plane ride or something. So how long?
I played it on the go. I played it on a road trip.
Oh, that's worse too. The battery life is worse too. It won't even last you a long flight anymore. Another win for the laptop, I guess. Surely, it couldn't have been that hard to put a better battery in there. It might cost a little more, but with the console already being $450, they couldn't have put anything better in this thing without making it impossible to buy for the normal consumer. Oh wait, except it didn't have to be $450 because the console in Japan sells for about $330. And it's not that the console is created in Japan, it's not manufactured in Japan, so it's not a shipping issue, so they could just charge $330 to everyone at any time. They're simply choosing not.
Well, it's because the yen is weak. So they released a version of the Switch 2 in Japan for cheaper. Well, there's two versions of the Switch 2 in Japan. The global version, the same version as ours, and a Japanese version that is only meant to be used in, like, it can only access the Japanese store and only play online with other Japanese players. So those are the stipulations you gotta accept if you buy that cheaper version. Thank you, UNFW, for the ScamQ game redeem. Lemmings. I played that on that one of those bootleg consoles I owned. Those little games you buy at the flea market that have like 8,000 games installed, but it's all just duplicate RAMs.
Two, one, because the Japanese are racist and we must them a third time. And two, because fuck you, that's why. Oh, but you don't get it. The economy, the yen is down. You don't understand. Yeah,
okay.
Because I'm sure the Japanese consumer can afford less than those in Venezuela.
I mean, that's what they said.
Console. Who cares?
That was their official reasoning.
We buy video game consoles to play video games. And I'm sure the Switch 2 already has some great games. In fact, we have the whole Switch 1 library. That's a lie, by the way. it actually doesn't have the whole Switch 1 library. You can play some Switch games, and they may run better, possibly. And those that are guaranteed to be an upgrade, you get to pay $10 extra.
Not all of them. Some of them did get factually free updates.
Games that came out up to 5 years ago, you get to pay $10 extra to have it run maybe slightly better. Incredible. But who cares about those old games? No one cares about old games. Old games suck. We hate old games over here. We're Zoomers. We like new shit. And I bet you there's some great new Nintendo games. Right now,
they're just Mario Kart.
You got one, a $10 advertisement, and two, $80 for Mario Kart World. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. $10 for what is basically a user manual that looks like shit and isn't a video game. It's actually calling it a tech demo is an insult because it's not a game. It's the user manual that you have to pay for, but I feel like everyone's already shit on that enough. No one was gonna buy it anyway. Remember Wii Sports? That was free, by the way. One of the most famous games of all time. Brought gaming to people who probably would have never played video games otherwise. You know, nothing special.
It wasn't bundled with the Wii in Japan.
Came with every Wii. Better console in every way. It was actually new and innovative. I'm sure you've never heard of it. Anyway, what about the real first-party game? Mario Kart World. Can you believe I was actually excited for this? I'm a simple man. I like open worlds. You get to drive around in your little car. That's the point of the game, is driving around a little car. So I get to drive around in my little car all over this big world. It sounds pretty cool to me. All they had to do to make that big world is sacrifice literally everything that makes the game good. And that big world is completely empty, and there's no reason to drive around in it. You get a couple of tiny missions that aren't even tracked on the map and are completely pointless.
Yeah, they could not have gotten away with charging fucking 20 for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It just would not have happened. It's goodwill that one is free. That's how you win the fans back.
Because all you get for them are stickers. You know, stickers, not characters that this game has about 10 fucking thousand of. No, you get stickers. Want to know how you get characters? A couple are unlocked normally by doing the main modes, and the rest are unlocked by a random item that people in basically last place get and doesn't help them at all, and may, not guaranteed, may.
The tier that Kamek appears in for the character unlocks, I believe, is anywhere from 2nd to 5th or 6th place. And it's not random so much as it is dependent on where you are in the world. What track you're on affects what enemy you transform into. So there's a way to game the system to get the unlock that you want.
Give you a new character. Who made this? You have this giant open world that has challenges in it, and instead of giving you the only thing you could possibly want, they give you nothing, and then the thing you want has to be completely random. Are you fucking with me, dog? Oh yeah, but they have costumes too. Surely you unlock those in the big open world. You can, if you want to. All you have to do is drive into it as a character, then switch characters and drive back into the same thing about 20 times with every single character that has that costume, because not even every character has a costume. Wow, that was fun. Totally worth having this giant open world for. And what did they sacrifice for this giant open world? Only every single other mode. Because now, to justify the giant open world, every track is connected, and you have to play those connecting tracks, which are literally just a straight line.
Yeah, nobody likes the straight line maps.
Because they know they're bad. You know, an intermission, when you leave the theater, you are not engaging with the content anymore, and they force...
They're not actually officially called intermission tracks, that's just what the fans call them, because they pre-released misunderstood a setting for intermissions as an intermission between races in a lobby. So after you do a race in a private lobby, or private lobby. After you do a race in a private lobby, they have you wait like anywhere from a minute to 30 seconds, 2 minutes. People saw that setting and misinterpreted the intermission for, literal intermissions between races as like, oh, intermission as in the intermission track between courses. So intermission has colloquially become known as like the fan term for these straight line tracks that connect the courses together, but they're not officially called as such.
You to play them in the online mode.
People found
a workaround so that they wouldn't have to play the intermissions anymore, and they patched it out. And how much was that game, by the way? That really good game that I've described, $80? Whoa, that's standard price though, right? $80? Oh no, actually that's the only game that's $80. That Nintendo has set a new precedent for video games for a piece of shit that is objectively worse than the last one. And let's just talk about $80. $80 for a video game. You know what I actually heard someone say? They say $80 for something that'll stay with you the rest of your life. That's nothing. The fuck are you talking about? These games are dog shit. You know for a fact you're gonna play these games one time and never think about it ever again. If you don't have brain damage, you're gonna play Mario Kart World one time and immediately go back to the last Mario Kart, which was better in every way. Had more tracks, more characters, was more fun. Oh, but didn't have 24 players. You know, 24 players, that makes the game worse because you're just constantly hit by items and you're basically not racing ever. You can literally go from last place to first place in an instant. Nintendo used to be the budget company. You used to be able to get cheaper games from Nintendo because they knew their games
wasn't true when I was growing
quality,
up.
But they had less budget, so the game could cost less. Now these games clearly have less budget because they don't have as good of graphics, they don't have as much content, but then they also cost more. $40. That's how much
$40.
a 3DS game cost at launch. $40. Half of what Mario Kart World costs. A technically handheld game. Even if you want to compare it to Wii, a new Wii game, $50 for a game that is higher quality, more fun, will be remembered for longer, and $30 cheaper. And this wouldn't be so bad if Nintendo games ever got cheaper. In fact, all you have to do is look at Switch 1 games on the Switch 2, and you realize the games don't get cheaper, they get more expensive over time. I can't wait for the Switch 3 with Mario Kart World Plus that costs $150. People bringing up inflation when it comes to $80 games
I was
is
waiting
the
for them to
dumbest
bring up
fucking
inflation
thing in the universe. What you should be comparing the price to is not the literal price 10 years ago. Yeah, sure, they had SNES games that were $80 and people bought those. But back then, you could buy a house for about $13,000. Now you can buy a crack house for about $200,000. Normal people do not have the extra income they used to. That's the point. Leisure needs to cost less. And we know the games don't cost more to make because they look like shit. And they're all online anyway. It's not like they're making discs or cartridges, and if that really is why it needs to be so expensive, make digital games cheaper. Oh yeah, that's the best part of the Switch too. You know all those great games I was talking about? You don't really buy them anymore. That's the thing, you buy a cartridge and then there's no game on it. What's the point of that exactly? Well, it's so you can own nothing ever, and they can take anything they want from you whenever they want. Sounds like a real good deal for the consumer. Sounds like that console is worth $450. The idea of preservation for video games has long since been dead, but Nintendo was the last bastion of just regular ass video games. The other consoles have been doing this game download shit forever, but honestly, Nintendo has raised the bar because at least those other companies, most of the games at least had some of it on the disc. This is literally just a key code, so good luck getting that shit when they shut the servers down, like Nintendo does with every single one of their consoles. You can always buy digital though, except those are game
Sony and
cards
Xbox
too
do
now,
it too.
which is somehow a benefit to the player because now you can share your games online, except you could always do that. You could always just log into your account on another Switch, something you can't do anymore. If you log into another account on a different Switch, you have to trade the key card over because your fake cartridge is in the other console right now. It's not real. It's a fucking download. Compare this to like Steam Family Sharing, which already you could just log into your Steam account wherever you want and you get every single game that you have. But you could also just connect your account to anyone else and now you share all your games. Sure, you can't play the same game at the same time, but that's literally the only limitation. Why this is all so disappointing is the Switch actually has competition now. What the Switch 2 is competing with is the Steam Deck, which is $50 cheaper and is infinitely more open. The Steam Deck, you can play whatever the fuck you want on it, including...
I don't think the demographic that, well, I've said it before on stream, but like the demographic is not the same as the Switch. Like, I don't think a family Unless you're like a gamer dad. Normie ass normal family probably is not going to buy a Steam Deck over a Switch 2. Or a Switch 1 even. Primarily because I don't think they sell the Steam Deck in stores. Do they? Last I heard you could only order them off of Steam itself.
Including every single Nintendo game. The Switch 2, on the other hand, plays some Nintendo games horribly, and you have to pay monthly just to get access to them, and they'll maybe add some more sometime. It's just sad to see Nintendo get completely outclassed by someone who is just copying off of them. I mean, what innovative features does the Switch 2 have that the Steam Deck doesn't? Well, the Switch 2 lets you use the controller as a mouse. Compare that to the inferior Steam Deck, where you can connect a mouse to it, or a keyboard, or literally whatever you want because it's your system. Normally, at this point, when you're talking about PC versus console, you'd start arguing about exclusives or price. But the Steam Deck is cheaper and has about 1,000 more exclusives than the Switch does. The Switch 2 is exclusively dog shit. You can have Mario Kart, but bad. Or you can have the manual, but expensive and bad. Earlier, I joked about a laptop being more useful than the Switch 2. The Steam Deck is that laptop. It's just a computer, and a computer is infinitely more useful than a dog shit console with no games, no flair, no Nintendo magic that has been featured in every other console they've made. I mean, fuck, dude, it even looks like a Steam Deck. It's entirely black. It has no color, nothing to stand out.
They got copied off of, then they copied right back.
Disappear. Oh, but the Steam Deck is hard. It's hard. It's just too hard to use. Do you really expect people to be able to download an emulator? Are you insane? You could get a virus. People get what they deserve, because putting in even 1% more effort is not worth it. $80 games, people would spend $10,000 to not have to do something. I mean, what we're complaining about here is downloading a program. That's it. And assuming you're getting your ROMs like everyone else does, that's just one more download. So 2 downloads. 2 isn't worth it. That's too hard. They would rather pay a monthly fee for a shittier product, a more limited product. You see, that's why Nintendo will always win. It's not nostalgia. It's not man babies. It's not even your wife's boyfriend who buys the console for you. It's lazy people. Lazy people are what lets them win. They could charge $900,000 and lazy people would still pay for it. So let's talk about emulation on the Switch 2. So obviously you have everything that was already on Switch 1, which is a limited selection of N64, SNES, NES, GBA, some other shit maybe, I don't.
It's most of the first parties released for NES, SNES, and 64. I would say first party, the ones that are lacking in first party editions right now are GBA and Game Boy, and of course GameCube as it just released. If you actually look at the libraries, there's very few first party offerings that are just straight up not available for the NES, SNES, and N64. It took a while to get there. One day we'll have DK64.
Remember, that is objectively worse than just emulating it on your computer or the Steam Deck. And now we have GameCube on the Switch 2. You can't run GameCube games on a Switch 1. It couldn't handle it. It's too weak. We all know the GameCube was the most powerful console of all time, but the Switch 2 could handle it. And the emulation that you have to pay for an online service for is worse than you could download on your computer right now. It's complete dog shit. It has extra input lag. The analog stick, they somehow fucked it up. It just doesn't work properly. It's like extra sensitive for no reason. And it comes with about 1/100th of the options of any free emulator on the internet, which means the games look shittier than they have to. But that's the Nintendo way. Pay more for less than you could get for free. In fact, that's the motto of the whole fucking console. I mean, just look at Switch Welcome Tour and compare it to Wii Sports. You pay for something that is worse than you could get for free. And you know, part of what made the Switch 1 so great is everything used to be free. If you had a little know-how, just a little bit, not a lot, you get any game you ever wanted for free. Now they'll just brick your ass. They'll throw your console in the garbage all the way from Nintendo offices. Now this one, personally, I understand, and it doesn't matter. You really shouldn't be online anyway if you're gonna be fucking with your Switch, but I'm sure some Europeans gonna be up in arms about it. So what is there left for the Switch
Okay.
2 that makes it worth buying? Nothing.
So
that
it's like your
exists
fault
right now,
anyway
but
if-
maybe
if
the
you get it
future.
bricked?
Then again, you could always just buy it in the future. I know, the crazy idea. But Donkey Kong's only a month away. What if all the Switch 2s are sold out by then? Is Donkey Kong worth
No,
it?
they're
Probably
in
not.
plentiful
I mean,
supply.
are you fucking with me, dog? What, have you listened to a word I said? Nintendo seems to be pretty shitty right now. I don't think a big monkey can save it. Then again, I do yearn for the mines, so I might buy it anyway. You see, normally people
he's
will get to
gonna
this
buy
point
it
in the
anyway.
video and say, don't buy a Switch 2. The thing is, I kind of don't fucking care. If you want a Switch 2, you should buy it. The reality is, there is an infinite number of normies who will buy
He's a
literally
tendy.
anything. It does not matter. They could put an advertisement with a literal piece of shit on it and people would buy it and say it's great. No amount of greasy
graphical
nerds
glitch right there for me.
complaining about the screen being slightly shittier will stop them from buying slop. If you really can't stand $80 games and you can't stand Nintendo becoming more corporate and more greedy, you have to convince other people that it is socially unacceptable to buy a Switch 2. You have to make it common knowledge that if you own a Switch 2, women will not have sex with you. And if you're a
You hear
woman,
that,
the
Synthetic
other
Man?
women will think less of you and call you names in the bathroom.
Well, Synthetic Man bought a Switch 2. I guess we know now why he's an incel.
You have to make it common knowledge that if you own a Switch 2, women will not have sex with you. And if you're a woman, the other women will think less of you and call you names in the bathroom. Now, how do you accomplish this? I have no idea. Maybe screaming really loudly on Twitter. Not that any of that matters. I'm gonna buy a Switch 2 because I'm a monkey man and I need to be in those mines. And you'll say to me, Frogmire, you are the problem. It's you that's doing this. You're the reason games cost $80.
you.
And what I'd say to that is, get fucked, normie. I hope all of your games cost $10,000. I don't like you, so subscribe for a Donkey Kong Bonanza video coming soon.
Oh, look, see, he ended it on a happy note. Man, he's gonna buy it anyway, but he gets to critique it, so, like, it's okay. He's not sweeping for it. He's gonna buy it to make fun of it, you guys. That's how you know Nintendo. At the end of the day, the only thing that truly matters is that the games are good, bud. Because even he's still gonna buy it, because he knows deep down the quote-unquote slop they put out is still miles better than the actual straight-up slop coming out from the other companies. Pretty good video. Like I said, he does the gaming videos now. I feel like his videos remind me of his brother's videos 5 years ago, before Synthetic Man got like buck broken by like anti-wokeness. And yes, I don't mind anti-wokeness, but you saw the video we just watched. It was more anti-wokeness than game. This was just about the game. Now sure, it's a lot of parroting shit that other people have already talked about, but it was like his genuine opinion on the Switch 2 as a system, without many political tangents, aside from a joke at the expense of the Japanese and how they need to allegedly be nuked a third time. Your mileage may vary on that opinion. But yeah, his stuff kind of reminds me of like how Synthetic Man used to be. He's got one more about Xbox. Xbox is failing, and you deserve it.
I remember back when the console wars was a competition, that each company was competing to create the best product, and there was a real argument for each console. Now, the three biggest gaming companies are competing not to make the best, but they're competing against each other to be the worst. Although there was a great debate in the past, now I think it's a universal consensus that Xbox has won the console wars. Not to be the best, but to be the worst. They have failed in ways that I could not have even imagined, to the point where I don't even think most people know that Xbox has a modern console. Xbox has completely lost its identity. Nintendo is the cheap console, the one for kids, the one primarily known for gameplay and gameplay alone. Sony consoles are for normies and the normie games. Most third-party games can be played. Sometimes people play mainline Sony games. For the most part, the PS5 is a status symbol. It is culturally relevant. How many times have you seen a meme of a man with spare money, the first thing he buys is the PS5? And it symbolizes happiness and freedom. And what does Xbox stand for? Nothing? Windows, maybe? The PC? Definitely not consoles. To be honest,
Used to be the console you'd have only because your friends had it.
Are anymore. Does it count as an exclusive if you can just play it on PC?
It's the Game Pass box.
Sure, it's exclusive to Windows, but everyone has Windows. And the thing is, being culturally irrelevant is the least of Xbox's problems, because now they've become famous for something far more heinous, which is buying up as many studios as possible, sending them into development hell for up to a decade, and then killing the studio off. In fact, the best case scenario is that they get one shit game out that is terrible and nobody likes. This wouldn't be a problem if these were Xbox studios, but these are independent studios that were known for making good games that are acquired by Microsoft and forced into shit games or just closed down entirely. My last video, I spent 20 minutes shitting on Nintendo fans for buying the new console. At least Nintendo has fans. I can't imagine.
There we go. He concedes, he kneels. At least Nintendo has fans. At least they still make games. What do you have, Xbox? What do you have?
Xbox even has any fans left. But all of that is old
They
news
exist on
at
Twitter,
this point.
apparently.
Let's talk about the modern state of Xbox after you subscribe. Do it now. Let's start with what I already gave Nintendo shit for. $80 games, which is even more absurd for Xbox. At least Nintendo has games that people want to buy. Xbox doesn't even make games. I could only
They just
find
buy studios
one
that then
example
cancel
of
their
an
games.
$80 game they're going to sell, and it's Outer Worlds 2. I was gonna buy that if it was $20, let alone $80. If you played Outer Worlds 1 and you want Outer Worlds 2, there's something fucking wrong with you. You'd think they would at least make some games first before deciding to up the price. And these are games that are going to be sold on PC. Nintendo games are console exclusive, and there is no Switch 2 emulator yet. All of these Xbox games are on PC and will get cracked day one. So you're asking people to pay $80
Fit Girl's
instead
right
of
on it.
free. And for what? Extra convenience? Not really. It's a lot more convenient to just run an EXE than use Microsoft's shitty store that is forced onto Windows. Oh yeah, and you have to use Windows 11, which is complete dog shit because it's based on Windows 10, which was dog shit, which was based on Windows 8, which was dog shit, which was based on Windows 7. Wait, actually 7 was great. Windows 8 was based on a tablet OS. And if $80 for a game isn't bad enough, Microsoft has increased the price of their consoles. They've gone up, not down. Remember when they used to release a console and then a couple years later they'd release the slim version, which was half price? No, now we have the same console, but even more expensive. The Xbox Series X has gone from $500 at launch to $600. Most people don't even know Microsoft has a console, and you expect them to pay more? For what? Genuinely.
I would say people know that there's a new Xbox out that rivals the PS5, but due to the naming schemes, they don't know what the fuck the name is.
What can you get on the Series X that you can't get literally anywhere else? Oh, but Frogmire, there's Game Pass, dude. Game Pass. It's only
it's on PC.
$20 a month or whatever the fuck, and you get every game for free. Honestly, I'm not gonna shit on Game Pass. At the moment, it's a pretty good deal. Now, we all know it's gonna get worse at some point. Every Microsoft service is designed for infinite growth, and Game Pass is currently stagnating, so they're gonna have to do something to increase revenue. So I have the strangest feeling it's not going to be such a great deal soon, but for now, Xbox's pretty much only saving grace is Game Pass. Except you can just get that on PC, and $600 is plenty of money to get a good PC. It's not going to be the best in the world, but it's probably going to be better than a fucking Series X that doesn't do anything. But if you have $600 and you like Xbox, you psycho, you're not buying the console, because there's a new thing coming out that may be $600. They refuse to say the price, probably because it's going to be way too expensive and people will yell at them. But Xbox is making a new handheld.
No, AMD is helping them make
another
a handheld.
PC.
Or ROG.
Steam
No, wait,
Deck
ROG.
clone,
AMD is helping them with the next system.
Time, it's Xbox branded and
Or
has
ROG also
Windows
AMD?
on it.
I don't
You
fucking
know,
know.
the worst operating system ever that we all use just because it's the easiest thing. Well, actually, it's not as bad
Exactly,
as it
Eddie.
sounds, because apparently this is super
Grandma's gonna fucking lose it and just settle for a PS5, or better yet, a Nintendo.
special Windows that's super light.
Okay,
and they'll
Rugged Aces,
save
there
a
you go.
whole
Thank
2
you.
gigabytes of RAM. Actually, that's a lot. Who knows? It might be great. But knowing Microsoft's track record and Windows track record, I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's a ROG
shit.
ally with the,
But if it's not, this actually
Xbox
could
logo.
be the solution to people who can't figure out Linux on the Steam Deck. At this point, this handheld will literally just be a computer with a controller permanently attached to it. Now, don't get me wrong, I still would never buy this shit. It's clearly not portable. It's a way too fucking big. I mean, look at this shit, and I can't
Yeah,
imagine
real
it would
handheld
be
was in
better than
development.
something like a Steam
Now
Deck
it's
or
felt
even
it.
a Switch 2, but who knows?
Arlo had
At
the
least
scoop
it's
on that.
something to look forward to for Microsoft, because what this video's really about are all of the layoffs, which is Microsoft telling us there are definitely no games to look forward to. So Microsoft has laid off 4% of their global staff, about 9,000 people. Supposedly about half of that is Xbox. Honestly, that doesn't sound like that many to me. Hear me out. Hear me out. Xbox, pretty big. 4,500 people. Probably at least 4,500 people who are doing literally nothing. But well, let's talk about it. We'll see.
Probably
We'll see.
true.
So we have Raven Software, High Moon, and Sledgehammer. The Call of Duty people. They got some people laid off. Honestly, this is really surprising to me. I imagine Call of Duty is just free money, but I guess you can get free money with 2 devs.
What would the reaction be if we find out all the laid off people were like, I don't know, Nepo hires or DEI people? The HR people got left off or laid off.
Game Freak has taught us that you can get free money making the shittiest games ever. So maybe they realized, they're like, hey, wait a second. These Pokemon games are basically just Call of Duty, and those can look like shit and can be made on a $5 budget and make millions of dollars. So why are we spending all this money on Call of Duty? So I'm going to mark that one down as a win for Xbox. I think that one makes sense. 50% of the Forza developers laid off. This one's kind of brutal. I kind of wanted to play the Forza games. Not an Xbox guy, so I've never had them, but they look kind of neat. I'll just go ahead and mark that one down as a loss. Rare. Everwild has been canceled after 10 years of the
DSP kept saying that Everwild was an MMO, but I don't think it was ever specified just what kind of game it was. The issue was that they couldn't figure out a gameplay loop for it up until very recently, according to news articles about like progress on a game. Xbox would do like weird little live streams where they talk to devs, and on the ones where they talk to Rare devs, they would give like hint teases about Everwild's status without, you know, going into specifics. And on a recent one, they talked about how, oh, we finally figured out the gameplay loop after however the fuck many years since we first announced it. So I don't think it was ever supposed to be an MMO, or maybe Phil knows something that I don't.
development. 10 years. I don't understand how people are complaining about this. I mean, you could blame Microsoft, as I do. Trust me, I blame Microsoft, but this needed to get canceled. 10 years of hell? I know they were saying, oh, just 3 more years. We're almost done, just a little more work. No. Can any of you think of a single game that was in development for that long and end up good? I can think of a lot of ones that end up real fucking bad, and this is Rare we're talking about. I don't know why people still pretend like Rare, the name, has any value. Yeah, Sea of Thieves was fun. People like Sea of Thieves, but other than that, Rare has released nothing but dog shit as soon as they were bought by Microsoft. None of the devs who made Banjo-Kazooie great, Conker's Bad Fur Day great, Donkey Kong Country great, work there anymore.
Donkey Kong.
Speaking of Banjo-Kazooie, Microsoft has already said nobody cares about Banjo-Kazooie anymore. So fuck it. I hope they close Rare down, because that's the best thing they've ever produced. So again, I'm marking this down as a win. This one's not too bad. Perfect Dark got canceled. Whole studio shut down. Again, another game that was in development hell. and the few gameplay teasers they showed looked like shit. It didn't look good. I think Microsoft's real problem is not canceling these things sooner, laying off people faster.
They should cancel even more games.
Sound bad because they are bad, but no matter how you look at it, this sounds like a win for the players because there's really only two options here. Either option one, these employees were worthless and shitty, and they
this is his brother
to
Goki.
be laid off.
Like, quite actually, it's his brother.
The
For real,
products worse. Or the other option here is that Microsoft is a prison, and these people are trapped where they literally cannot make a good game, where you're taking good developers and you're wasting their time for 10 years where they could have been working for someone else or even working for themselves and would have eventually made a good game we could have played, and now they're being released from prison. Last time I checked, that sounds like a fucking good thing. But anyway, moving on. ZeniMax cancels their new MMO after 7.5 years in development. This one might be more reasonable because MMOs tend to take a really long time, but do we need more MMOs? I'm sorry.
No.
I don't think the problem with modern gaming is that they're not given enough time. They're clearly given too much time. How much time do you have to waste to go 7.5 years and have nothing to show for it? Supposedly, there are some leaks that this was some super great game, that they only need a little more time, but I just don't buy it. Xbox has not released anything that's not shit in over a decade. I don't believe it. Okay, finally, Halo Studios had some layoffs. Big surprise. Halo Infinite was dog shit.
I can't imagine why.
It looked like dog shit. Everyone made fun of it. Even Xbox fans made fun of it. Halo has been a dead series forever. Ever since, I don't know, the people who fucking made it left. You know, that's the real problem here, by the way, is the people who started these companies that made these companies good left.
Are all
Here's
no
what
longer there?
happens. A bunch of programmers or artists or game developers or whatever get together and say, I don't want to work here anymore. Let's start our own company. Then they start their own company and they're visionaries, so they make a good game or many
Then they run that
good
company into the
games.
ground and then leave and start another
Microsoft
company.
Sees them and says, hey, I'll buy that company and then I'll have good games. The problem is those people who started the company, who make the games good, all have stake in that company. Meaning, when it sells, they make a
There
shit
are no
fuckload of money
stakes.
and so have no reason to stick around anymore. So now that the company is owned by Microsoft, it's not the same company. The people who made the games good don't work there anymore. Companies aren't a name. They are the people working there. That is why it is far better news to hear a big company like Microsoft publishing a game rather than outright buying the studio. Except
That's why you should never trust, game companies when I say from the people that brought you this, from the people that brought you to Intergalactic, Naughty Dog, brought it up before. Intergalactic, Naughty Dog, initial trailers, like from the people who, it's the studio that brought you Jak and Daxter, that brought you Crash Bandicoot. They actually mentioned Crash Bandicoot, as though the motherfuckers who made Crash Bandicoot are even still at Naughty Dog. As if even one of those motherfuckers on that less than 20 people team still exists at Naughty Dog today. Fuck you.
Now, Microsoft's also apparently canceling some of their publishing deals. Romero Games, the John Romero was apparently making a game and was being published by Microsoft. That's done now. I don't know, man. I feel like this stage in the game, you should really just be going indie. Enough with the publishers. It's not working out. Or if you're gonna get published, do it literally from anyone else. The weird thing about all of this is I just don't get it. Why did Microsoft buy all these companies? Like, what's the point? They had to have known. Like, how many failures do you need? Does anyone remember Redfall? No? Okay, I won't talk about it. You know what's the cherry on top, though?
Remember
what makes all
Redfall?
this so funny? Xbox isn't even failing. They're actually doing better than ever, apparently. Revenue is up.
They can afford to fail. It's literally Microsoft.
Game Pass is stagnating, sure, but they still have, 35 million monthly subscribers? That's insane. I think that's more proof that these layoffs aren't really a bad thing, that Microsoft had fucked up. They shouldn't have bought these guys in the first place, that maybe there really is bloat at some companies and that it needs to be removed. Like I said, worst case scenario, these devs were being held back by Microsoft, and them escaping is a good thing. The real funny part to me is I think Xbox has always been kind of shit. Xbox was like the ultimate normie console. It was for the people who...
Big ups to having my tier list of Dexters. Dexter, famous Dex, Daxter with the lab, and then Daxter, as in this Daxter. I agree. Welcome in. We're listening to Synthetic Man's brother tell us why Xbox is awful. And I'm egg hunting. Not that egg hunting. Almighty egg gang.
Only played Call of Duty. Because remember, the Xbox 360, its real selling point is that it had the best online. Not the best games, not the best exclusives, the best online. I mean, Halo has always been great. I'll never shit on Halo. Halo's cool. A big army guy killed a blue woman, have sex with her? Maybe. But Gears of War? Dude, Gears of War started the worst trend in video games that I think has only been surpassed by Souls-likes.
Cover shooter?
The shitty cover-based third-person shooter where all of these games play exactly the same. There's been maybe one good one, and it's Vanquish, and every other one has been incredibly boring. Yes, even Uncharted. Uncharted was good for the story and the set pieces, not the fucking shooting. And I'm pretty sure that's it. Genuinely, like, what the fuck? What else did Xbox have? I mean, we skipped the Xbox One. Their only good exclusive was Sunset Overdrive, and no one fucking played it. I played it because it's great, but no one else did. So Insomniac went crawling back to Sony to make the 900th Ratchet & Clank game that's still worse than Up Your Arsenal. Oh, but Scalebound was great. You know, that game that totally came out by the Platinum devs. Oh wait, Microsoft canceled that too. See, they've been doing this shit forever. Nearly killed Platinum too, which might have been a good thing. Who knows? Because Okami 2 is coming out, and it definitely is at the cost of Platinum, losing basically everything. And I would sacrifice literally everything Platinum has ever made, except Metal Gear Rising, to get a new Okami game. And if you want to talk about the OG Xbox, look, again, Halo, great. Would never shit on it. But you're trying to tell me the OG Xbox is as good as the PS2. Arguably the greatest console of all time. The PS2 didn't just have
I'm a bit
great
biased
games.
to the PS2
it had
personally
great
there.
entire trilogies. Literally entire trilogies of only fantastic games on one console. Now you're lucky to get one good game. Anyway, enough shitting on Xbox. It was certainly better before than it is now. I won't deny that. But that's an everyone problem. That's not just a Microsoft
how could he forget
problem.
about Rare Replay?
It's not a Nintendo problem. It's not even a Sony problem. It's an all video games problem. Video games are just shittier than they used to be if you're looking at AAA. Like I said at the beginning, this is a competition to see who can be the worst. And as much as I hate Nintendo, and Sony has some of the worst exclusives of all time, in fact, I don't even think the PS5 has video games on it. You can't convince me otherwise. But still, Xbox is the worst because it has nothing. It has no identity at all. Genuinely, I forgot they even had a console. I thought they were gonna quit by now, that they would just make computers. That's what Xbox's new handheld is. It's just a computer with the Xbox logo on it. Look, I'm always right. I've never been wrong before, not a single time. So I can tell you with absolute confidence, Xbox,
yes, that's true.
Maybe not next gen, maybe not even the gen after that, but soon they are going to go the way of Sega. They're going to leave consoles behind entirely. At best, and I mean at best, you're going to get a computer that acts like a console. It will have
They're already doing
new
that, though.
lightweight Windows
This
on
is
it.
an
and it may
Xbox.
come
That
with
whole
some
campaign.
Xbox
This is an
games,
Xbox.
But ultimately, it will just be a computer. And honestly, is that really so different than what's already happening? With the old consoles, they used to have special chips that you would not have in a normal computer, built specifically for handling games. You would have a specific chip for the sound, a specific chip for graphics, a specific chip for penis butt. Now, you can literally just look at a console specs and almost everything's the same as what you can get in a normal computer. The operating system is basically the only thing that's different at this point. And despite gaming on a PC, I am not PC master race. I understand consoles. I get it. In fact, I think console exclusives are a good thing. They give publishers a reason to make games with a high budget that might not necessarily sell well, but they do sell consoles. Call of Duty doesn't sell consoles, but it does sell games. Something that's super niche that only some people like, but they really love that, will buy a console for it. To me, something like Paper Mario is a console seller. It may not sell that much, but the people who love Paper Mario can literally only get it from a Nintendo console and will buy the Nintendo console for it because there is no alternative. Something like Forza, you can get a racing game literally anywhere that just uses regular ass cars. It doesn't sell consoles, it's not niche, but it will sell a ton of copies. That's why it's sad that exclusives are dead. That's why it's sad that Microsoft has abandoned the idea of exclusivity entirely. Because now, even successes don't
I'm spending
matter.
$500 for Paper Mario, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Shut down
Right.
because it didn't make enough. Because if you don't make as much money as Call of Duty, then why make anything else at all? Before, the answer would be because it sells consoles. So then people will buy Call of Duty from you instead of from Sony. Remember Blue Dragon? That game was specifically made to sell the Xbox 360 to JRPG fans. It didn't work, but it was an attempt. JRPG fans were a niche community at
they
that
wrestled
time.
into fucking
JRPGs, this is
Toriyama
about
too.
the time where they died, but it was worth making a new JRPG just to sell a console. And that game ruled, by the way. The world would be a worse place if that game
same thing for
wasn't
Lost
made.
Odyssey.
Now that doesn't matter, and it's sad. Anyway, subscribe for when I shit on Sony eventually. Who knows? I'm sure they'll fuck up again sometime soon.
They did already. If you look at that Last of Us news with Neil Cuckman leaving the show, Phil was so nefarious about that, even though it was probably just like a contract thing. Pretty good. Shout out Nintendo. Shout out Xbox. That's how you know he's a Sony pony. He's a Sony pony. Is it time we watch the Mind's Eye video? I think it's time we watch the Mind's Eye video. This game is a blatant money laundering scheme. Why?
Now, originally, as I was playing Mind's Eye, I thought there's no way I could possibly make a video about this. I mean, not only does nobody care about this game, it's probably the biggest bomb of the year so far, but also it's incredibly bland. It's almost an anti-game, and you'll know exactly what I mean later in this video, but basically, it feels like a PS3/360 era generic third-person shooter if you removed every ounce
But don't
of
you want to go
soul
back
and
to
even
those
some of
times?
the basic mechanics that would make a game like that interesting. I am genuinely convinced that this game is a money laundering scheme. There is not a
No, I didn't
single
get
ounce
Lost
of
Odyssey, I just
passion
know
poured
about
into
it.
any aspect of this except maybe the environment, which isn't even properly utilized by the gameplay because this isn't a true sandbox game. It is a linear campaign shooter with a huge empty sandbox that does basically nothing. But as I slowly forced my way through the 10 to 12 hour campaign, I realized, wow, this
Relaunching
game
Mind's
is like
Eye, huh?
even more broken and
I didn't even know they took it
unfinished than
down.
it appears on the surface. So while I still don't think this was worth a real review on any level, I did get quite a few funny highlights out of it. So this is going to be sort of similar to my older Suicide Squad and Star Wars Outlaws videos where I kind of just give you a brief opinion on the game and then the rest is a bunch of stream highlights. So we'll just dive
it's a
right
lazy
into the
video.
mini
He's
review
lazy.
first. Like I said, this is basically just a 2010 era generic cover-based third-person shooter, except there's no melee button, which is absolutely insane, and you don't even get access to grenades until something like 80 to 90% of the way through the campaign. I was actually blown away that such basic features that have been in basically every single shooter in the past 20 years are not in this game for the most part, because even grenades can only be accessed through your drone, and they have a cooldown measured by the drone's health. All of the guns are incredibly generic and not worth mentioning on any level. Even the laser guns are boring. They're just a normal rifle and shotgun, but they do more damage. The only semi-cool gun the entire game is completely missable if you're not paying attention like I did. There's basically a shitty BFG that you find in the
switched to the
third
brothers
last
videos for a minute.
and I just straight up ran right past it.
Doing great,
I made
Gogi.
the
Thank you for
game
asking.
significantly harder on myself because that thing has unlimited ammo. All you have to do is charge and release. So yeah, it's safe to say the shooting is incredibly bland and boring. What about the GTA element? Because as you might know, this was made by former Rockstar devs, directed by Leslie Benzies. Well, the GTA element is basically non-existent. I honestly have no idea why this game even has a sandbox to begin with, because you don't even unlock free roam until after you beat the game. Yes, the entire campaign is linear, and you're not even allowed to hijack cars. In fact, there's many missions in the game that if your car gets blown up, you just straight up game over. Well, what about the story? Is that at least somewhat decent? Yeah, I think you already know the answer. The script of this game genuinely feels like it is AI generated. Not only is the story incredibly generic, the dialogue is stilted, boring, and lifeless, but a few of the major characters literally just drop out of the story at certain points. There's a Trump analog who's the female mayor of this pseudo Vegas, and she gets shot at one point, but she lives, and then she never appears again. She had basically no relevance to the story outside of not letting the discount Elon Musk launch his rocket. And honestly, if you asked me to tell you a plot synopsis right now, even though I finished the game yesterday, as of the time of recording this, I genuinely could not summarize it properly. As far as I understand, it's about ancient aliens, except they're not actually aliens. They're from another dimension, and they built pyramids so that we would one day discover them with our advanced technology, and then they would take over our technology and come into our world to, I don't know, harvest us. And so we play as this mystery meat military guy who has an implant in his head, and he was there when they first discovered the ziggurat, and his memories got wiped by this chip in his neck. And so 3 years later, he ends up working for Tesla, more or less, as a security guy. And somehow over the course of the game, despite the fact they tell you that there's virtually no crime in this utopian sci-fi Vegas because there's robot cops essentially that are very bullet resistant, but despite telling us there's no crime, we are shooting people for like half this game. And yeah, some of them are military personnel once it gets placed under martial law, but there's a hell of a lot of like gangsters and mercenary criminals and that sort of thing that you end up shooting, so that's not even consistent. And there's this hacker chick who looks like a man that does almost nothing in the story, and of course your boss in the game, who's constantly ordering you around and emasculating you, is a bald black woman.
Big fan
not
of the
Deborah
ratchet music in the background for this
shockingly,
video.
but a former federal agent who in the final mission actually helps kill all these killer death robots with you. Yet another girl boss, and shit. There's this fat, probably gay dude with painted nails who's this super
He's probably
genius
gay!
who I guess made the implants and he can make androids and stuff. And I don't even know, man. I'm just like describing random shit. I'm not describing a plot. What ends up happening is they launch a rocket to communicate with the aliens from another dimension, which ends up just awakening their cybernetic virus from their dimension, which is what takes over all the robots. And there's this evil military guy who's just straight out of every generic B movie, and so you end up having to stop both the evil military and the other dimensioned human people from killing us all or something. I know that was an absolutely abysmal plot synopsis, but I genuinely don't feel like the game explains what's going on the vast majority of the time. I genuinely don't even know how a lot of these missions end up connecting to each other. It just feels like as soon as you finish one, some other character's having a problem and you got to go do their bidding. And even the political commentary feels incredibly
just like
hollow.
GTA.
I mean, again, the discount Elon Musk is just some pathetic white guy, and the Trump woman is just a bitch, I guess. And one of the major villains in the story is Elon Musk's secretary, who ends up being a badass and leaves you to die and then just disappears from the story and never shows up again. Truly fucking bizarre. And the only reason I decided to summarize that is because these highlight clips are not going to make it apparent what's going on at any point, and don't don't worry, I also had no idea what was going on most of the time. So hopefully you at least understand what the purpose of some of these scenes are going to be. So that's pretty much it for the mini review. The game is complete shit. I genuinely would give it like a 3 out of 10. Truly a terrible fucking game. The worst game I've played this year so far. So let's just get straight into the highlights from the streams. Everyone I've seen play this game can't stomach more than 2 hours.
I think there wouldn't be any highlights.
We'll see. I have a high tolerance for mediocrity. We'll see what happens. I'm glad it didn't let me turn down the audio before it started. Good shit. I like seeing a woman soldier right in the beginning too. That's how you know you're in for quality.
Woke.
I feel like this is reminding me of like the sloppish Ghost Recons, like Future Soldier or whatever. Mind if I use stream as sleep aid? I feel like it's too loud right now.
I'm listening to a movie trailer.
Audio. 3 years later, I don't even know what just happened in that cutscene because a drone flew into some ruins or something. I don't fucking know.
Damn, man. You made it. Yeah.
Okay, stop with these close-ups. Stop. I don't want to see this anymore.
Well,
I doubt I'm gonna review this, but that would have been a good thumbnail face right there, right at the beginning. This like dysgenic close-up.
Can't believe after all this time I'm sharing a roof with Sergeant Commander Jacob Diaz.
He has PTSD.
Oh, the PTSD's kicking in. Oh.
Oh my heckin' mentals.
These close-ups, they're doing this shit on purpose. Oh my god, he's spurging out. He didn't take his meds. Average schizophrenic chat member.
You alright?
Hey, you alright?
I got you this. As promised. Hey, you really came through, man.
Yeah, stop smiling. I'm not reviewing this, but there's a
Oh,
lot of good fucking thumbnail faces right in the beginning. You know, what if I need this? Is this like copyrighted? It's probably copyrighted, isn't it? I don't know. Here, can I get a thumbnail face?
Content ID! Content ID!
Oh god,
Content
whoa,
ID!
lard ass, actual realistic lard ass.
Good looking out, man. You got this.
Like every protagonist has a head that's too big these days. It's relatable for me though, because I also have a big head, so it's literally me for real.
For real.
Oh god.
Just got to town this morning.
I'm Carrie Rigby.
Just got a target right on her forehead. Take the shot. Oh god, guys, just like GTA, guys, it's former Rockstar devs. Yeah!
Finds out about this.
Woo! Do I get a game over, or am I still allowed to fucking hit people? Like... Oh, there it is.
And your sidearm.
Just immediately.
I trust you know how to handle one.
No, I have no idea how to shoot a gun. That's why you hired me, you dumb whore.
So they need to be deactivated immediately. Use the gun.
Testy today, aren't we?
All right, let's shoot him. Can I run him over?
That's done.
Nope, no player choice. Oh my god, how do I take cover? C, okay. Yeah, C for cover, makes sense. Blam, 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 blam. Oh my god, he died. Whoa, dude. Blam, 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 blam. Oh, he's gone. I got him too. Oh my god. Blam, 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 blam. Holy shit, games is so good. It lets me shoot these guys, and nothing happens.
In the military?
Look. I mean, there's no consequences for that? Alright, sure, whatever.
Thanks, man. Be seeing
Now, don't apply that logic to real life.
I won't be seeing you, because you're dead. Yeah, eat shit, you fucking bitch. There's no consequences? Does that guy never show up again? How do I get another achievement already? This is literally, all these achievements are just to track how many people played more than 5 minutes of the game. Oh, I'm in a drone. Right. Shut up, bitch. Shut up. The devs of this game actually think this is exciting to like just fly a drone and look at a car. I mean, really, did anyone play test this? Is this another money laundering scheme for ex-Rockstar employees or some shit? And you fly into the car. Do you really want to see me fucking game over? Then we might have to do this again. If you make me do this again, you have to donate money. That's the deal, okay? Okay.
Whoa, buddy. He's making dirty deals.
Spotted. Okay, where's the money? So, hand me the money now. This is the first fucking mission. We just tailed a car in a drone for like 5 straight minutes at least.
Good job, DS.
Holy shit, video games are dead. This is not a real video game. This is another certified not real video game.
The implant. All this time you just wanted answers about the tech in your head? Are you kidding me? I gave you a place to live. I got you a job. And all this time you were lying to me? Now you want me to break into this office? It's my ass on the line too. Look, I should have told you. And I appreciate everything that you've done for me.
I love how the browner one is the more white one.
This is the office of the guy who built
You know what I mean? Like metaphorically, he's more white. Can we like shoot things now?
What the hell?
When am I allowed to do that? What do you mean enter the portal? Okay, so this is optional. Was it a memory or something?
People are gonna die, but you never know who. Could be your friends. Could be you. Could be the enemy.
Wowie zowie.
They got friends too.
That's some profound dialogue.
Worst. The only thing worse than being in a combat situation is being in one and not being able to defend yourself. And that's where we come in.
All right, well, if it's a hostage situation,
It's the same actor as the Mafia 3 lead.
I just walk up behind that guy and kill him.
Did he win?
I didn't see a stealth option. I didn't see a stealth kill option. Did you? I don't think the stealth kills. Didn't the devs say that Rockstar was trying to sabotage the game or something? It's like that is
the
fakest, gayest publicity stunt because no one even knows what this game is. How can Rockstar sabotage it if no one has heard of it?
I think he did beat this game. Yeah.
What the fuck is that
He
voice
played it,
acting?
so you
This
don't
is
have
money
to.
laundering. This is a money laundering scheme. I'm just gonna say it. Heard something about walking into a wall. Better not have been talking about me, you fucking piece of shit. Can I melee? Is there not a melee button? There must be a melee button, right? Hold on. She's running. She's like, wow, that guy is kind of suspicious right now. Sprout credits to climb, interact, reload, aim, shoot, toggle scope, weapon slot, next weapon, weapon light. What? No fucking way. What? There's no melee? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You can't even bash me. Fuck you, you dumb bitch. Should've ran.
I don't know, guys. Maybe Phil was right about this
You
one.
say after you've killed 10 people. I didn't come for a fight.
Yeah, Death Stranding 2 is too much
Just
for him.
like I'm covered in the blood of my enemies.
Look, he likes
Better
slop
put
games.
flares
Actual
down. How else do I
games
know
are too
where to
much
go?
for him to bear.
What? They have women too? I'm just casually killing women, but I guess it's fine. It's a modern game. Modern game. Killing women doesn't matter. More predictive programming. Get ready to kill women in World War III.
Are you okay?
You think he would want to kill women? I guess it's
Take the
for him.
shot.
It's a sign that like it's woke because you
Dude,
can
you
fight
work
women
for
at
her.
all.
What are you doing?
I guess it.
Just holster your
Is
gun.
his thinking like women should just not be there at all?
And the PCB?
I don't think they found it. I think it's still inside the building.
Go. Yes, go home, get some rest. I'll be in touch.
Please don't tell me there's gonna be some PTSD narrative or whatever the fuck. I did not hesitate to put bullets in the head of every one of those losers. Especially not the women. And the children too. I don't think there were any children. Game developers know better than to put children in games these days. They're not safe from the bullets of the average gamer. Is he gonna cry like a teenage girl? I mean, what's going on here?
Not now, Seb.
Leave me alone, Mom.
What do you mean, seeing things? At first,
Yeah, is this gonna turn to a gay romance? Is that actually happening?
I don't know, man.
He's gay. Canonically.
Maybe this is the real me. Like a part of me that's been buried down.
Listen to the
Feels like
dialogue.
it's just knocking.
Dialogue
to
is gay.
Look.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
As someone who's known you since way back, I do know you.
Don't touch me.
The real you.
Bad touch. Thanks for teleporting me into my car.
It's been waiting for us. It's a tail.
I got it. Don't worry.
Are you drunk driving?
Is there any consequences for this? It's just like GTA, guys. I think I lost it already.
A video game.
Get it? She references that. She references video games.
Yes,
because they're
bitch.
in a video game.
You ain't real.
I don't see them
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
If I was a betting man, I'd guess by your self-righteous tone that you are in some deep shit.
So what, man? You got nothing. I was out for a drive and then I pulled over to take a piss. That's it.
Come on, man. We know that this was a drop-off. I was the one that was following you.
Hello, King, Triple D.
I can't do this right now. They have
Orb
access
hunting.
to our cameras. They'll see everything. I'll be
Best of my
slaughtered.
ability.
They? Who's they? What they are you talking about?
Oh, shit. You're one of them. You're working with them. No, please,
What do you mean one of them?
Please don't hurt me. I didn't do anything.
Wait, you can't trust this guy. He's working with him. He's got the thing on the back of his neck. Don't understand. He's working with...
Now.
They really think we're gonna be interested in the whole like sleeper agents repressed memories subplot, but like I haven't really been given a reason to care about it. Oh, there it goes. Oh, what? Okay.
I got this.
Wowie
Rhythm
zowie,
game?
as he'd probably say.
Keep the cursor aligned with the guideline. Give mouth. What? Why am I giving mouth? Gay? Why are you gay? Stop! Don't touch it. He's gay. Don't touch kids. No, gross. That's gross.
He really
Stop
was
doing
gay.
that.
I told you.
No,
it's not a
did
meme.
not give this to me. They didn't give the one woman to me either.
Welcome to the very first IOI showcase. We're gonna have a really fun night talking about games, first looks, deep dives, and yes, sprinkle in a couple surprises. But, you know.
Would I do CPR if I was a hot woman? Yes, of course I would. And then I'm gonna get arrested. So he's gonna.
Well, according
she's
to his
gonna
recent
wake up and
video,
be
that's
"Ew,"
never gonna
and
happen.
then I'm going to prison.
Get in there and look around.
What happens if I just start blasting? You alerted the residents. Oh my god, how'd I do that? I was about to say, I seem to recall him triggering the dialogue when I was...
I'd like to believe he was just having a laugh with Jay Frosty. I could be wrong.
And I got company.
Whoa, dude, I'm literally on the ground. You guys couldn't hit me. Literally just lying right there. You fuckers suck. Yeah, thanks for just letting me shoot you in the head, dumbass. You can't even shoot while driving in this fucking piece of shit game.
We got company.
Alright, why don't they just shoot me? I'm right there. Yeah, shoot. Oh my god, a woman? Am I gonna get killed by a woman? They all missed? They all miss. Oh. Guys, cars are not bulletproof. I know it's a fucking movie and video game trope, but like really, holy fuck. How would I, there's no way I would survive this. What the, this is retarded. In fact, I'm not surviving this.
Bud, we can't say that.
Surviving. I'm literally not surviving.
This fell.
Wait, this fat bitch is helping? The obese crazy chick is helping me.
Really was her final straw.
Oh, I guess I gotta marry her after this. I have no choice. I don't make the rules. What does she look like? Let's see her.
Finally, a woman that he actually likes.
Like, it's literally just some random hag. What the fuck? A random obese hag is helping me shoot. What the fuck? This is the best thing that's happened in the game so far.
Honestly, maybe if I watched the Death Stranding 2 streams the whole way through, I'd make some parallels, but it seems like he's unironically enjoying this more than Death Stranding 2. I guess Death Stranding 2 was a good game, and so it made him think about his realistic reality, and it made him depressed and whatnot. Whereas this goofy little dumb turn your brain off game has more stuff to laugh at, joke around with his audience. So, you know, it's a better experience.
She's killing them. Wait, she's shooting me now. What? Huh?
Give me your gun.
I think it's better for both of us if I hang on to it, yeah?
Do what I say, or you'll end up like him.
Are you there? Come in. Backup's on the way.
All the whites die in this game. It's only mutt people.
Dead?
Dude, she looks fucking weird, man. This game is so uncanny.
Hey, I didn't kill your friend. Okay, I'm just here to make sure that you get out alive. Can you drive?
Can you shoot?
Wow.
Well, she just
More
gave
movie
up
trailer
her gun
noises.
that easily. She was about to shoot me, and then she's like, all right, I trust you now.
Yeah, he likes it because it's a dumb little shitpost game that he can turn his brain off
God.
to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Are they breeding?
Are we fucking dead?
We do.
This is fine. Yeah, this is just fine. We've become the new Ghost Rider.
No, just see that!
Look at him. He laughs.
Everyone
He
knows
laughs
the
at
fucking
failing to
implant
protect
except him.
women.
I don't know what the fuck she's supposed to be. Some people think she's a
Better
man.
gear than this. And
She's built like a man.
of course servers. Got it.
It's kind of got like the Derek
and
facial
she's also
phenotype, I
wearing
think.
trans colors, so who knows? It might be a Troon, but voiced by a biological woman, which would be kind of funny. Charlie?
I'll be seeing you around.
It's got to be a Troon then. It's just not confirmed. Wide shoulders, no tits.
I don't know, would that be politically correct to have a
pink and
cishet
blue,
lady voice
named
a trans
Charlie.
character?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
a man.
I have these gaps.
I don't think that would be
inside
kosher,
my head.
guys.
I can't remember much of the last 5 years. I have no recollection of my time in the service.
I knew it was strange that someone with your military background would accept an entry-level security job. Unless there was some specific reason you wanted access to our facilities.
Dun dun dun. Wow, there were cameras in that room? Whoa. I'm shocked. I kind of hope the twist is we're a sleeper agent and we just fucking terminate her ass in a cutscene.
Oh, please.
That'd be sweet.
Mr. Silva wants to see you at his home.
Really?
Oh my god, the Mr. Silva, Elon Musk himself wants to meet me?
Diaz.
Hello, Mr. Diaz. I'm Claudia Marco's assistant.
Oh, you can just call me Jacob.
Come on in.
Can Elon Musk not afford to hire hot women? Is that just not possible?
Marco only
No,
surrounds
because
himself
if
with
he
the
hired
best.
hot women, he
No, I
would
guess she's
just
not
breed
too
all of
bad
them.
looking, but still. By current year standards, is a 9.5. It's not that bad, guys. It's not that bad. Fucking the equivalent of Elon Musk can afford the 10 out of 10s. It's just they're not allowed in modern video games. Fucking Larry Fink will come to your house and sick an army of castrating goblins on you.
Jacob Diaz. Mr. Silva.
I thought he said earlier in the video it wasn't Deborah Wilson.
favorite parties?
This game,
Well,
this game's a budget
sir,
game. Maybe they couldn't afford her.
Like to think I'm pretty polite.
Excellent.
That's it.
That's disgusting, Eddie B. You look at black women in games and you think Deborah Wilson.
Diana's party after all.
I'll send the attendee list to your lens.
Great. And
There's already one packed in the drone.
thank you.
This is not very politically correct
You're
behavior
flying.
there, Eddie
What?
B.
He's not on the list.
Then put him on the list.
I'm flying. Time to crash this shit then.
Crash 2 music right here.
How much more health could this possibly have? I'm in the red.
So is Phil. He skipped 4 days worth of streams.
I did it! I did it! Yes! Finally! Holy fuck, how long did that take?
Can't stay long.
If you want your rockets here in Red Rock, you need to play nice. Seems Mayor Vega will win another term.
Are there any young, like, smoking hot women in this game? Probably
I don't
not.
think so.
Look at the back of his head. Recognize anything?
Dude, everyone knows the implant. Everyone knows it except me. What the fuck? What is that writing? That literally every human alive knows what the implant is except my dude.
Mr. Silva, what an absolute pleasure. It's nice to see you.
As I'm sure you're aware, our rocket launch is only a couple days away and you still haven't given us clearance for launch. All right, cut the shit. What's it gonna take, huh?
Well, give me access to the back-end system of my city bots like I've been asking. and then we'll talk.
Why would the mayor have access to the city bots?
Jacob, sets are mine. Yes, sir.
Come and stand with me.
Yeah, we're mixing drinks like a proper slave. Let's go. I guess somehow she's the Trump analog.
Global warming.
But what if Trump was woman?
And corporations who have used their influence to create policies to influence themselves and to better their own situations, rather than you, our average Joes, are going to be blown right out of Red Rock.
Uh-oh, his...
Big ups to her, Ziggy. Welcome in, welcome in.
What do you say, Rocket Man?
Something's wrong.
He drugged his drink.
Interested in multiplanetary
It's
colonies.
a synthetic
and
man
Red
kind of
Rock
night doomer,
citizens.
Ziggy. Just no
Make
life
Red
in the
Rock
area
great
Lord game while
again.
listening to him talk about Mind's Eye.
Hey, hang on, Marco.
What? Why'd they tase me? I was
Don't
only out
tase
for
me,
like
bro.
10 seconds. Oh, Jesus. No. That must have been some super explosives, because we've seen how much health the fucking hover cars have. Oh, now they're shooting. They don't shoot me while I'm unconscious? Why would they decide to shoot me now? They could have killed me if they wanted to. Just put a bullet in the back of my head while I'm unconscious. The hell?
So what looks like Shia? I kind of see it.
Oh, is that another woman I see? Sorry, double tap, as they say. Why are there so many female mercenaries, dude? This is what happens when bitches don't have kids. They throw their lives away. This is a
See?
cautionary
It
tale.
always goes
Have
back to
children.
breeding
Do
with
not
him.
be a career woman who becomes a shitty mercenary and get your brains blown out by a mutt. This is the worst game I've played this year. Good question. I don't know. What do you guys think? Have I played anything worse than this year? The hentai games you play are probably worse than this. As games, but, you know, you don't play hentai games for the gameplay, right? Breakers is worse than this. Time that guy out for 24 hours. My mother asked me
you don't
what
play the
fuck
horse
I'm
girl
wearing,
game
and
for
I'm
the
just
plot?
like, I don't know.
Or
It's
the
clown
gameplay?
day today. What the hell? Did you see my arm? Oh my god, my arm! What's happening? My arm! What's he doing? Look at my arm, look at it! That's funny. No, you're gonna give me your car. You're gonna give it to me. You're gonna give me your car. What? I'm in a
He was
mission?
not given the car.
Wowie zowie. This game just says terminal mutt face. I can't stand looking at it all the time.
I have manners.
Yeah, what you looking at, asshole? Huh? What, you're gonna look at the...
What kind of GTA clone doesn't have car stealing? Even The Simpsons Hit and Run had car stealing. Or rather, you hitch a ride. You hitchhike. Because it's a family game.
Drone? You're a bitch.
Third in the moon.
Okay, I fly in her face.
Check the bedroom.
She literally...
Busted. Don't let her grab you.
I'm about to bust.
What? Wait, what? I still... Excuse me? They had dialogue for don't let her grab you, and then I still got a game over. What a fucking joke. Oh, you can't destroy that. I want to hit those civilians.
I got this.
You know what's always funny is looking at chat and like, why does he drive like that? Why does he crash into things? It's like, because I don't care, man. Look at this. Look at this. None of it matters.
And it don't matter.
Yeah, just like just like DSP. He was goofing around in the game because he didn't care about it either. You gotta make your own fun.
None of this matters.
Two drone companion. Fantastic. I can see the bond
It's kind of a
forming
fair
already.
mentality. The game does look pretty bad. I don't know. I'm not into GTA or GTA clones.
Yeah.
I prefer top-down GTA.
Crater.
That was Kino. That was a little bit of Kino.
Too. Time to see how you and your new
What the fuck? Why'd
I
that
don't
truck
think
just fall
I don't
me
think
down
he'd
in
be
this
able to
pit?
take it
Did
if
you
his
see
kid
that?
was gay, Castro.
One that is fitting us.
What the fuck? I just crashed into nothing. What? Huh?
Some thought.
The invisible boatmobile.
Jacob, shoot one of those robots one more time and I'll be forced to ask Repeat to have you escorted from the premises.
This supposed to be a robot?
Was caused by me.
Dude, look at these random ass people. NPCs are just driving into the hole. They're just driving it. Holy shit. My god, is that a hallucination? Fuck it, let's do it. At least you get to shoot, guys. Oh no, it's Superman 64. Are you fucking kidding? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I hate, dude. This isn't real. This is not a real video game. It's not real.
I'm supposed to get into this penthouse from here.
You know, I never put these videos on, but he does do his own pre-streams called Doomer Hour. But I just lied to you. They're not pre-streams, they're post-streams. So after his streams, which are not archived, the fans have to archive him because he doesn't do it. Because I think it's fair, like, wokies would report him because they're always keeping an eye on his channel for when he makes a mistake so they could report him for it. But he does post streams where he, all that shit you heard in the Death Stranding 2 video is stuff he already kind of talked about on his Doomer Hour segments. But as I said, those have to be archived by the fans, so a higher chance that you guys will never actually see those segments. One of his fans who archives his streams, Cry, he clips those segments, and I feel like I definitely watched that guy's stuff on stream, but I don't think I watched any of his Doomer Hour compilations. But the Doomer Hour compilations are just all of that Death Stranding 2 video. It's like a microcosm. No, the Death Stranding 2 video is a microcosm of what the Doomer Hour videos are. But yeah, he's always kind of been like that. Not all. It was a gradual decline. But I don't even want to say decline, because, I don't know, I cap for him a little bit, because I used to watch him a lot more than I do now. But I will say, and he admits it too, the quality has degraded noticeably, chat. That's why I hope the brother succeeds with his videos, and that kind of gives him a little inspiration, like a kick in the keister, to start making good videos again. And not just, you know, be so overly reliant on his streams, which is ironic that I say that when I'm on a stream myself, but like I don't make videos. Well, I do make videos, but my videos are just lazy ass clips with barely any editing. I'm not a fucking anti-wokey video maker person, you know? You get it? Imagine a 2-hour video though. Guys, I followed your advice and it still didn't matter. See, I told you all. See guys, I told you it doesn't matter. Proceeds to be nihilistic, despite claiming that he isn't nihilistic, but I digress.
There's no direct access from the roof, so you're going to have to improvise. Why don't you take the time to enjoy the beautiful views of the city from up there?
Whoa!
Okay, I was about to say, did I live? Can I have, like, more guns? Why are there so few guns?
Looks pretty good for a PSP game. It is. It is quite a technical showcase of what the PSP is capable of.
They got
It
you
is
hooked up like
upscaled,
some
to
kind
be
of super
fair.
soldier now. You're having head glitches from memory loss, and all they do is reactivate the hardware that caused that shit in the first place?
I'm getting the answers that I need now. It's like I found my calling.
Yeah, murdering hundreds.
Like this right here is a nice little area for the console.
Comment on me killing people, man. No comment. It doesn't. It doesn't even matter. I tried.
No, I know you're talking about Daxter. I know.
So far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm not allowed to tase. Why am I not allowed to tase? That's fucking lame. That's lame. I'm not allowed to tase.
Staying in DC control, but I'll follow along in my car.
Oh, it's gonna automatically drive.
You can get close enough without being seen.
Yeah, I'm already there, asshole.
Starting the transfer.
Wait, is that me? Did I just crash into the back of her? Oh my god.
For real, for real?
What? Yeah, I think that is me. I fucking crashed into her car. Am I gonna crash into her again?
It's on those files.
Dude, holy shit. How? This isn't real. This isn't a real game. And one good thing about this game, you can run people over.
Quincy can't slide into a hover.
Jacob.
Hey, it's her again.
Do you really think I'm that dumb?
Give it up, Claudia.
Wait, what? Elon Musk's assistant is evil? When did I miss that plot point?
Apparently you did.
Yeah, just sit there and let me shoot you, you dumb fucking piece of shit. Oh fuck, I'm actually gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. Where's she facing?
All right, but this has to stop right now.
But I got her ramming into her. God damn it.
No end to your ego, is there, Marco?
Why can't I shoot in a car, man?
This is happening. And there's nothing you or your brain-damaged sidekick can do about it.
Not brain damage, all right? Enhanced.
Wow. She just took that crash.
He's not gonna
Just
catch
kept
me.
going.
You know what? You're boring me, Marco.
This is scripted. Scripted.
Don't you dare hang up on me, you little.
Scripted.
Now then it's just the grown-ups left.
She's bulldozing through cars.
You're not gonna catch me.
Yeah, because you're cheating, you fucking bitch. That car just teleported in front of me.
An extremely long scripted chase sequence later. Am I gonna get an email for the Sonic music?
You realize your brain doesn't work properly, huh, bud?
All right, this game, there's something fucking wrong. Did this get play tested? I'm not sure. Oh my, you gotta be fucking kidding.
You wouldn't catch me.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. All that horrifically long chase sequence just for her to get away. Can I at least steal one of these? No, that one's destroyed.
Rigby, get a trace on her right now.
So less that Phil was right about this game and more that he was kind of parroting what everybody else was already saying about it.
Oh my god, white guy soy rage. That's not propaganda.
He's soy raging.
The story's 30 hours long. You're lying. You're a liar. Why would I even believe what chat has to say?
He appears to be having a seizure, sir.
Oh my god, a seizure, dude.
Get us out of there.
Yeah, kill us. Yeah, kill her first. Nah. That's what happens when you have a woman in the unit. The men get distracted and then they get killed.
Still getting the feed? Yes, sir. Still on. It's incredible.
His brain tissue is damaged, but the implant is still intact.
Take it out.
Sir, it's still connected to his temporal lobe, but he could die.
Do it.
He said take it out, sister.
He saw in there.
Yes, sir.
Why would they need his footage when they could just take the fucking drone's footage?
Do you recognize this?
Don't ask questions, just consume.
Well, you should, because you're related. Except you have arms and legs, and you're wrapped in organic material.
I don't understand. This is turning into like way more boring Outlast right now. There's just some random crazy guy cutting you and shit. Oh, he's freeing me?
I remember now. The mission. I saw these lights. And then it was like I was a passenger.
You remember that he played this.
I killed them.
You
silly.
discovered something in that cave. Something
Dude, he loved this game.
that didn't want to be locked away.
And now it's trying to worm its way out.
What?
This is a frequency emitter. Think of it like a translator.
Translator for what?
Translator so we'll be able to hear them.
Them? They?
Who are they?
Install them around Red Rock.
Them?
Location to your lens.
Anti-Semitism?
We're on the path to uncovering some.
No wonder he likes this game more than DS2.
Here, and I'm not just talking about memory recall.
Who was that hired you?
I'd say. I hope I still get my 32K. How do you know?
The guy we heard.
At least GTA this shit.
I know it was only his voice, but I swear it's this guy from
Excuse me?
Bert Summers.
Okay,
is
that's
this like a
embarrassing
taxi type of thing? Like what's going on? Give
well.
me this car. I want it.
I don't know who to trust on this.
Can I have any cars? Do I have to drive that?
See what I can find out.
God damn it! Why can't I take any cars?
Yeah, this guy had a face like a plate of spaghetti.
I like spaghetti.
This game sucks, man. What happens if I blow up this car? Do I just game over? I mean, I'm kind of curious. Okay, yeah. All right, let's see what happens. Game over. Here, let me shoot it. Oh, God. Well, I wanted to get out so I didn't die, but...
Yeah, he did 2 streams and then fucking rage quit it. There was no rage, you fucking idiot. Where was the rage? Your detractors are making things up again. No! How did that happen twice?
Holy fuck.
I just need to look for 3 more
looking through
gems.
the footage, trying to find highlights from the next 3 missions, and yeah, there's just nothing. These might be 3 of the worst levels in video game history. First, an incredibly boring factory shootout where you're just shooting these robots who stand out in the open and are bullet sponges to basically everything except your 3-round burst bullpup rifle for some reason. Then you have the worst stealth mission in video game history, quite possibly. I know that might sound like an exaggeration, but look at this.
Game?
You're just slowly trailing behind these fucking robots until they
That's
turn
no different than
around,
Assassin's
and then you
Creed.
walk past them, and you do that for like 20 straight minutes. I'm not joking. And then finally, the worst one of all, yes, worse than that stealth mission, you stand on a big rocket and quote-unquote escort it to its destination, which just means flying your drone in the selected spot while it just slowly drives across the fucking runway. Oh my God, I can't believe this is real. This is not a real video game. I know I've said that a million times, it feels like already, but this is some of the worst padding I have ever seen in my life. So as you can imagine, the highlights start to get a little thin from here. So if you see me jump from level to level, that's just because nothing interesting happened. All right, back to the video.
Where the hell is my security? Wow, Silva. Leaving the house twice, and this time to trespass.
Oh my God, it's female Trump.
That's rich considering all of this is stolen property of Silva Corp. Oh, no. All these bots belong to Red Rock City. You have Diana to thank for that.
Tons of metal can't even die right.
I'm sorry, sir. We're still working out the bugs.
Still having trouble with the hardware, Colonel? It's
Oh,
general.
fuck, I can't def
You
look
never
anymore.
did respect the chain of command. Your voice.
Oh my God, dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. It's the dude from my past. Whoa, sleeper agent. Holy shit.
It's time
Wowie
for you
zowie.
to finish what you started.
Dude, this fucking... Now he's got me saying it. Technically, Mario said it first. For the record.
Well, there goes the mayor. What the fuck is happening right now? Are the ancient aliens hacking the robots for me? Is that what's going on? I honestly don't even know. Can I shoot her
battery
again?
money.
No, come on. Die, mayor, die. Why can't I kill the mayor?
Power them down.
Player choice? Player choice? Player choice? What? She's stuck. Her pathing is terrible. What? Dude, what?
Moving.
This checkpoint is like 10 minutes ago. What the fuck? What? Why can't I move?
Yeah, it's an illusion of choice.
That's my ally who's being retarded right now. No, Elon, what are you doing?
Elon, no.
Venus rocket, go. Come on, it's gotta blow up, right? Something's gonna blow it up. It's gonna unleash the nanomachines. That's gonna devour people. Something's gotta.
You wish. Then the game would actually be fun. Hey, you got a trophy.
Get here now.
Okay, that happened, I guess.
Wow, that just happened.
Oh my god, the northern lights in Nevada at this time of year. Why is the general on the front lines? That's such a shitty movie trope.
Everyone knows he'd be chilling in the back. It's everyone else's life on the line.
Do I have EMP powers now or something? How convenient. How convenient. Oh no. 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 Blammo. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Place for Hunter will what caused the
What is going on? He's having too much fun with this.
Don't ask me what they do, but they needed power sources and triangulation.
I don't even know what the fuck they're even talking about. Like, what even is the plot? I have no idea what the plot of this game is. Oh, what the? Holy shit, what is this AI? It literally just ran right past me. Pew, 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 pew.
Fire in the hole.
All right, can I just stand right here and die? That idiot.
God damn it, Hunter, do something! This door's not gonna hold much longer. Come on, Lily.
This game is fucking bad. Oh man, the woman robot's gonna save us. Of course.
Is she? It's your products! There's a panico! Oh no.
Dude, I probably gotta X out of this game before something bad happens to my computer right after this.
This is not edited. I can tell.
Hello? Excuse me? Okay, I think I know what happened.
The fuck? These guys only spawn in if you go this way?
10 health, and he shot me frame 1.
You need to shut down the whole system.
Excuse me?
That's dumb.
Are you nuts? That would wipe out
You
every...
only spawn if you enter the tunnel from a certain direction.
What? Of the kin? No. Lamry. Commanding an entire army of bots, just like this one.
I'm sorry, what the hell are we talking about here?
Jacob has seen things that we cannot comprehend. We have to trust him.
It's such a bad movie plot.
Absolutely not.
Like a really bad, like, B movie plot. The death robots are fast. What the?
There's robots everywhere, Jacob!
Bro, I could drive at like 100 miles an hour. Why are you driving that fucking slow, dude? We're in a fucking sports car. They're not even running that fast.
You won't be needing this.
She's just taking my eye out? I just let a woman. Oh no, it's just my contact. Really? We got our ass beat by a woman. Good game. I hate this game. This game fucking sucks.
No.
This game is fucking complete trash.
Wow.
Elon Musk's secretary is like a badass. Are you? This is so bad. This is the worst game. Oh yeah? Or what? Or what? Or what? Are you gonna shoot me, bitch? Did you see the bullets went straight down into me?
Start digging.
Digging?
I mean, is it? I mean,
Oh,
he's
what, am I
having
a
fun with
slave
it
now?
though. I don't believe when
You
he says
fucking
it's that
racist
bad.
bitch. Every white woman, I swear.
Digging.
This white woman's bringing back slavery. Okay, my dude's he's a monster. He dug a hole that fucking deep in like 2 minutes. Holy shit. Well, the fucking achievement just spoiled that I live. All right, now I shoot her.
Get the sniper rifle, it's in the back.
Why'd she take all my guns? I mean, obviously I know why, because she was gonna execute me, but I mean, why can't I just have them? Can I just have them? What? Then they just shoot? What? They just riddle her car with bullets, right? And kill her? No, they stop? Okay, cool. That makes sense. This is an AI video game. Ah, shit, not again. Get out. Get out, don't die. Get out, don't die. Get out, don't die. Why are you jogging like a pussy? Oh my god, they melted me. Melted! Get out! What are you doing? Oh my god, holy shit, run! Alright, since there's no player choice in this game, I'm guessing I can't really take advantage of the fact that I just snuck around the building. No way, what? Player choice?
Marco, I made it inside.
Player choice? Oh, okay. Crush your skull.
Is that all you got, Sugar Plum?
Step on her neck. Kneel on it, actually. Just kill her. Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a character I'd want to save.
That guy's the reaction times of a fucking slug. Oh, then they just stand there. What? This game is so broken. It's so broken, man. They just stood there.
You couldn't imagine the pain. All I wanted to do was
Main character does remind me of someone, but I can't put my finger on
There
it.
was one thing.
He's got like
I don't know why. It
He's
doesn't
got a
matter how hard you try.
streamer gamer phenotype.
Time to die, yes.
Are you fucking serious? The dude literally is a cyborg. Wouldn't he weigh like at least 500 pounds? They said he's like, he's a fucking cyborg. He could weigh like up to 1,000 fucking pounds. And that little tiny woman just pushed him off the ledge.
Let's go in some bots.
All right, we got my drone back. It's drone time. I'm the drone strike some motherfuckers. They should have gave it a bomb. If they gave it a bomb, that could have been the grenade in this game. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Grenades! It happened! It happened! Over 8 hours in, we got grenades. They're pretty good.
I think it'd be longer how he was acting.
In other words, the closer I hit, the more damage is done.
Oh, shit. Are you fucking kidding? The closer you get, the more who would have guessed? Oh, wait, this thing can shoot.
Meanwhile, you play GTA 2, you get Molotov cocktails like right
I finally
away.
got a vehicle that can shoot people. The game is actually getting vaguely fun.
Just climb up
like,
any building, building rooftop.
Why was this not at the beginning? Oh, fuck.
As a determinist, I have to accept my fate.
Oh my god, die, please! Please! Oh my... Oh, no. I'm dead. Wowie zowie, the black bed saved us.
Hey, Diaz!
Wow.
You ought to take out.
You're late!
Wow, that's so funny.
Wowie
Fucking ancient
zowie.
aliens, aren't they?
Random puzzle sequence.
Why would they put a puzzle? There's no puzzles like the entire game, and they just put puzzles right at the end.
QA argued
They
for
gotta pad out
puzzles.
that
There was a
runtime another 10
startling
minutes.
lack of puzzles.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting drafted either. People keep pretending like things are happening when nothing ever happens.
Don't make me tap the sign.
This time it will happen. No, that's not cope. The cope is thinking that they can even fucking draft Zoomers. secretly the politicians know things are fucked. I know that deep down
It sounds like something
they
a Zoomer who doesn't want to be drafted
the
would say.
excess males, the sub 5 oofy doofy beta bucks deluxe, etc. etc.
It's beautiful.
But like they don't want to fight, and they're probably useless in warfare anyway. So they're probably panicking internally. But dude, we're fucking in like an alien pyramid, and like I feel like nothing's happened.
Till the coast is clear.
Like what was even the point of all this? Oh fuck, what the hell? No announcement that the enemies saw me or they know I'm coming? Just like, oh, we're shooting you now. What just happened? Why did I switch to my drone? I did not hit Z. Oh.
Manual control.
Oh shit. Yeah, that was supposed to happen. That's it? The cyborg guy gets taken out by 3 shocks? I love how we're gonna kill every white man in this universe except Elon Musk.
God damn it.
Oh, he's gonna shoot himself. The AI is gonna make him shoot
It's the
himself.
future Elon wants with this new America party. Yes.
What did you do?
He's literally the only white guy.
Wasn't me. But I caught you on camera. Wasn't me.
What Marco does is for Marco. Always. If he went to any extra effort to...
You can. So you can kill your allies. It's possible.
I have to fight my
You
way
just get
through.
punished for it.
Jacob, that would be suicide. Maybe.
Oh, look at that mud face.
I've been looking for a reason to
Now that's a
show.
protagonist.
Glad to have you with me.
Yes! Yes! Victory! Rigby's down! Kill that bitch! Woo! I win! My win!
The FBI taught me the way of the gun, but nothing like what your training experience.
Sorry. Did the FBI train you to take a grenade to the face?
Enemies up ahead. Look alive.
Grenade, go.
If they didn't, they probably should have.
Did my own grenade hurt me from the other side of the crate? Guys, remember the end of Metal Gear Solid 1? Remember that? You remember? I remember the end of Metal Gear Solid 1.
This must have taken years to build. Millions, if not billions of dollars. This just lying under us.
Whoa, what the hell was that ADR? You heard that?
That weapon, what is it?
That weapon, what is it? That weapon, what is it?
It says remember this line for later.
Go.
All right. It's
Can
your
you imagine
funeral.
if I didn't have a grenade? That'd be fucking torture. I can't believe the grenade goes through cover. I can't believe it goes through cover. I can't believe it.
You gotta find a way up.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding. No fucking way. Oh my, oh no.
No checkpoints?
Oh no.
No, these ones are hard.
There's no checkpoints?
What?
Lots
there are the
ahead
orbs
is
I'm missing
how she
right
got
there.
promoted in the FBI.
Wowie zowie.
This has gotta be it. Yeah. Shoot her in the head next. Alright, well, we're fucked.
I don't want any part of your future.
Bruh.
Kinda embarrassed
the
I
robots
missed
just
those
let
with
him
how
pull the gun?
easy they were to find.
You think your gift was made in a lab by Morrison and Silva? No. You and
These
I.
fuckers fucked up their game.
their kin.
They don't work at Watt
Made by
Rockstar, they're
them.
frauds.
Once they left, we became weak, complacent like mankind.
Special delivery for Diaz. All the way from Scotland.
Oh, one more to go.
You're no kin. You don't deserve. Die!
Really? She saved us.
What they gave you.
Are you fucking kidding?
Looks like.
Would you have had it any other way, though?
Must be the kin.
Of course the woman was gonna save you. Come on.
They're trying to get through.
Oh my God, Jacob. Did you know what this is? It's the harvest.
And we are the crop.
I'm afraid so, Jacob.
Are you fucking kidding?
How do we stop this?
My DNA. I'm kin, right?
The DNA makes proteins. Get in there, Mutt Man. You can be the hero this world deserves.
I know what I have to do. Nobody else is dying for me.
Except Deborah Wilson. Except for her.
Woo! Yay! Mutt Man saved the world by sacrificing himself. We did it.
You got a trophy to prove it. There's the orb.
That's it. Sacrifice, no one else dies. Wow.
Big
Beating
ups.
the game is a rare achievement. That means less than 10% of people who bought this beat the game. That's how.
I mean, you can say that of most games,
like
so.
that. Are you fucking kidding? I missed the rocket launcher. I guess I never picked up a rocket launcher. I don't think. Where was it? It was the one-shot tough robots. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw the rocket launcher. Right there.
I don't know, but I'm taking it. Well, looks like this packs a punch.
Well, at least I got another rare achievement. Is it infinite ammo? God damn, this would have made the game a lot easier. Fuck, it has infinite ammo. Oh man, dude. Oh man, I was playing on hard mode secretly, dude.
It's a challenge. People respect you more now.
Save myself like 15 minutes at least.
I missed this one.
I guarantee I would have saved myself 15 minutes with this shit. Yeah, only 9.6% of people have beaten the game. The average is 20%. And only 2% have gotten every achievement. There you go.
Is he one of those 2%?
Top 2% of Mind's Eye players.
He is. Well, not exactly a full review. He's lazy. It's just a highlight video. It was an hour of him laughing at the game. I'll say this. At least he enjoyed it. Though it's a bit... Okay, he enjoyed it for the wrong reasons. He enjoyed it as a nihilist making fun of games for sucking. And it did look like a poor, slobby game. But, like, he didn't enjoy it because it was a truly good game. It was like a so bad it's good situation. He only enjoyed it because it was bad, and because he could play it with his viewing audience, and they all crack jokes together, where he has fun. But then at the end of the day, he still feels like he wants to die on the inside. And then when he, does the year in review, it's probably gonna ultimately say that the game sucked and it wasn't worth playing, despite those memories, because memories aren't worth it to him. Remember, when all these games go away, he says it's like he'll have nothing to show for it. So memories don't matter to him. Yes, that's true. Alright, I still got a shitload of orbs to find. I'm gonna find all. You can't stop me. Daxter's gonna find every fucking orb. So help me. So help me. Anyway, we're caught up with Synthetic Man. Hey, Capital. Trying to 100% Daxter here. The PSP game Daxter, starring lovable Otzel Daxter the character in his game Daxter the Game, as a part of Jak and Daxter the franchise. Oh fuck, it teleported me back. It's a new implement. Pretty sure I haven't watched this on stream yet. Is the game good? I've heard very mixed things about it. I actually like it. I stopped accelerating to answer the question. I probably should not have done that. Yes, I do enjoy the game. It's I'm playing it on PS5, so the graphics are upscaled, but the cutscenes are not. So the cutscenes are still blurry 120p, 140p, 240p.
So I originally played it on PSP. I remember enjoying it, and I'd say this playthrough, I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed it originally. I gotta replay Jak 2 and Jak 3 to get my opinion on those, but I thought it was just gonna be like middling, you know, the average, but no, I was pleasantly surprised. There's a lot more under the hood to this game than the surface would lead you to believe. It's just a shame the developer never, you know, had another chance to take a crack at, you know, the IP. It never got a sequel. I thought the platformer was pretty good. And the exterminating, I love killing bugs. Like, it's deeper than Jak 1, while being lighter than Jak 2. Right now, I beat the story, so I'm just backtracking the previous levels to get all the precursor orbs and the metal bug gems. I've already rescued Jak, dude. My ears are appreciating these saws.
You're going to love this.
Thank you for the follow. Catch up with the Muppet Detractors. I could put on the Arlo video next, the Arlo troll video. The new Arlo troll video.
On November 18th, 2020, researchers in the Moab Desert discovered something unusual. While flying over a remote patch of wilderness, a lone passenger spots an artifact that, for all intents and purposes, should not exist.
Here for the Blue Muppet. He hasn't put out a video in 11 days, Capital.
Rugged, dusty
I think you were here during one of the segments I was watching where he got in trouble for his comments on Pikmin 3's update. He's been keeping out of the spotlight ever since that controversy. He hasn't uploaded a single video in 11 days. So we just don't have any. I'm caught up. I've watched all the videos. It is not. We're waiting on him to come back.
Terrain is a thin pillar of metal. Its age, creator, and purpose are completely unknown. The structure is more than a dozen miles from the nearest signs of civilization. It stands about 3 meters tall and consists of what appears to be 3 stainless steel panels arranged in a triangular prism. The sheet metal is embedded in the ground with prefabricated grooves cut directly into the rock underneath. The whole object is in nearly pristine
detractors made him go into
with
hiding.
hardly any visible damage or wear. It contains no writing or any details that could possibly reveal its origin. For the wildlife rangers who stumbled upon the site, it's the most peculiar thing they've ever seen. And as far as they know, they're the only people on Earth who are aware of its existence. The crew are now faced with an odd decision. Their immediate instinct is to share the mysterious object with the rest of the world. But doing so would attract a lot of unnecessary traffic to such a remote spot in the desert. Unassuming sightseers attempting to reach the landmark could end up getting lost or stranded. With this in mind, the researchers arrive at a compromise. 2 days later, the Utah Department of Public Safety announces the discovery on its Instagram page. The internet will get its first glimpse of the fascinating structure, with one catch. Its location was to remain undisclosed. In an official...
They should have went full remove BG on that shit, because we're about to have some Shia LaBeouf tier, you will not divide us shenanigans.
Press release, the publishers chose to name the object under the curious label of the Monolith.
But first, the sponsor. What are we shilling?
The creator of the Monolith is unknown to the rest of the world.
We fucking won, chat.
But are you?
No! Ah! I fell for it to get an award.
In modern times, staying anonymous is much harder than you think. If you use the internet in any capacity, it's only a matter of time before some very unsavory people know exactly who you are.
We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty.
In the last 5 years, you've probably noticed an alarming rise in fake scam messages filling up your inbox. That's because just
I don't even want to look at my email anymore because of that.
Your personal data is constantly leaking. It gets scooped up by shady companies called data brokers.
No, I don't think this is NordVPN. I think this is that other one, Aura?
Compromising your privacy.
The one dreading show.
These companies collect your information, package it, then sell it off to the highest bidder. And guess who's buying? Scammers on the other side of the globe, who bombard your phone and email with non-stop spam designed specifically to rip you off. Just take a look at what one of these data broker reports actually contains. It's disturbingly detailed with names, addresses, phone numbers, and much, much more. All captured and sold without your consent to people you'll never meet. And the worst part is, this whole process is completely legal. So if you think that Uncle Sam is gonna step in and save the day, you better keep on dreaming.
Ricada said it was legal.
It seems that on the internet today, everyone's out to get you. It's about time you finally had someone on your side. This video is sponsored by Aura, your go-to service for getting online crooks to back off and leave you alone. Ordinarily, to get your personal info off the web, you have to waste countless hours tracking down these data brokers and manually requesting that they take your name out of their system. Aura will scour the web and track down these brokers automatically so you can scrub your data in just a few clicks. But that's not all. Aura will also alert you whenever your sensitive data gets exposed on the dark web. Combine that with real-time credit and fraud monitoring, and Aura is your all-in-one solution for online security. They're so confident in your protection that they'll even insure you for up to $5 million of identity theft damages. The internet is like the wilderness. It's best to leave no trace. Take back your privacy today with Aura. Start your 14-day free trial with the link in the description below.
Arlo's promos are shorter, along with Carl jokes.
Sign up now and become unknown once again. When your privacy's under control, it gets that much easier to disappear into the wild. And who knows, while you're out there, you might discover something incredible.
At least he has good segues back to the main idea of the video.
Broadly speaking, it can refer to any single massive stone. In the field of geology, the term may describe a distinct rock formation that stands out from the surrounding landscape. In architecture, a monolith is more specifically defined as a tall, freestanding spire. It's a form most closely associated with the stone obelisks of ancient Egypt. These ornate monuments started appearing nearly 4,000 years ago and signaled a turning point in the course of human civilization. When the ancient Egyptians first constructed these objects, no one had ever seen anything like them. Not only did they tower over the landscape, their proportions seem to defy conventional wisdom. If you've ever tried to stack blocks as a kid, you understand that the taller you build something, the more precarious it becomes. The laws of physics don't tend to agree with structures being both tall and slender. To unlock the obelisk, mankind had to reach a certain level of mastery in mathematics and craftsmanship. Their existence served as an unmistakable...
What did the orbs unlock? They unlock secrets in the game. I get one at 1,000, but I don't know what it is, you guys. But like stuff like concept art. There's other secrets like masks that you can wear. A little skin for your vehicle. I can put my goggles on. But I prefer them with the goggles off. It's a silly little mask. It's like a Sly Cooper mask. Pretty cool, huh?
Stroke of intelligent design. However, perhaps the most significant detail about the obelisk is why they were constructed. Never before had so much skill been dedicated to something with no practical purpose. These monuments were never intended for any sort of human habitation. In fact, their purpose was entirely religious. They tested the limits of how far we could go to satisfy something that we envisioned as greater than ourselves. But it turns out that the desire to show our reverence may have actually revealed our arrogance. Because in attempting to appease the great deities of nature, we produced something that could not possibly exist in nature. The obelisks were designed with a strict adherence to geometry. They were fashioned with fine edges, level faces, and precise angularity, properties which are forbidden for any stone produced by natural forces. They capture our attention not just as a prominent landmark, but as an indisputable creation of man. If you were trekking through the wilderness and spotted one of these on the horizon, you would know that other people must not be far. It was here where mankind's obsession with the monolith began. Before long, we started to
Well, I guess shapes like these obelisks aren't common in nature. Aside from maybe pyrite. Pyrite, you typically don't see squares or rectangles in nature. It's usually a sign that something was man-made outside of pyrite.
Worship the stone
Pyrite's
itself,
the exception.
and not necessarily what it represented. After the fall of the Egyptian Empire, the gods for whom these monuments once stood had been rendered null and void. However, the victorious Romans had developed their own affinity for the stones. They liked them so much that they found the tallest one they could and painstakingly shipped it back to Rome. This practice would go on to be repeated by many of history's most powerful nations. Today, ancient Egyptian obelisks can be found in Istanbul, Paris, London, and New York City. They survived to witness a totally different world, and now they're far from the only monoliths around. We currently live in the
what a
age of the
segue. Skyscrapers are also
engineering
monoliths,
marvels
though.
so sophisticated
Right?
that they make the dusty stone blocks of the past look downright primitive. But as our towers soared higher and higher into the clouds, our relationship with the monolith started to change. In its modern usage, the word monolithic tends to carry a negative connotation. While the ancient obelisks evoked a sense of human familiarity, today's skyscrapers achieve the opposite effect. Many would describe these things as cold and intimidating, which could just as easily describe the entities that occupy them. The modern world is filled with ambiguity. So much of our society is dictated by shadowy corporations that tower above us. Their motives are often murky and dubious, which makes their presence unnerving. As businesses have grown more greedy and dishonest, their relationship with the public has turned adversarial. Today's skyscrapers are much more than a simple show of force to the outside world. Their true purpose may actually be to conceal what takes place on the inside. In an age of paranoia and atomization, we now consider monolithic things to be far less human and far more alien. Today, the single most well-known example of a monolith can be found in the realm of fiction. It serves as an ominous visitor in the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. Its design resembles little more than an opaque black box, but for such a basic prop, it manages to produce quite an unsettling response. The monolith stands out to us as a physical impossibility. It's too smooth, too slender, and too perfect. It appears in places where it absolutely should not exist. Human beings are supposed to be the most intelligent creatures in our domain. It would be deeply threatening for us to encounter
turns out they're
anything
mouth-drooling
smarter.
morons.
Throughout the film, the very presence of the monolith evokes suspense. It sits perfectly still, but it feels alive. When you look at it, you get the sense that it's staring back. The monolith is real yet intangible. It's simple yet incomprehensible. For us, it's a window into our deepest fears and our greatest desires. For whoever built it, we're just animals living in their world. If we're lucky, they'll show us mercy. It's strange to consider how an inanimate object can have such a powerful effect on our emotions. Sometimes, to truly understand ourselves, we need to venture into the abstract, to things that blur the line between reality and imagination. I believe that most of the human experience exists beyond the literal world in front of us. We're constantly troubled by places we can't be and people we never see. We dedicate great amounts of time to
Phil's
worrying
troubled
about
by
the
people
future
he'll
or
never meet
reminiscing
every
about the
day.
past. Our minds race to make sense of the growing complexity that confronts us at each passing moment. The only time we truly get to rest is when we're lying in bed dreaming. Reality is often unsatisfying, so we invent new ones. I can't say for certain what it is about the monolith that fascinates people so much, but for one
The
chilly
idea of what
week
it
in the
could be,
Utah wilderness,
what it represents.
we proved that after all this time,
And because people were
we're
bored.
still obsessed with them. On November 20th, 2020, the Utah monolith was revealed to the world. The initial post flies under the radar until the DPS publishes an official report 3 days later. At this point, various online news outlets start to circulate the story, and before long, the monolith is going viral across the web. The public is fascinated by this thing and they're eager to know more about it. Thus far, officials have managed to keep its location a secret, but that wouldn't be the case for much longer. Now, under normal circumstances, a story like this probably wouldn't have drawn so much attention. But the monolith just so happened to be discovered at a unique period in history. In the midst of a global pandemic with no end in sight, most of us had been cooped up indoors for months with very little to do. People are desperately searching for something, anything to feel excited about. They're spending way more time online, learning about the world, and trying to make the days pass just a little bit faster. A few hours after the press release, news of the monolith makes it to the GeoGuessr subreddit. Moments later, a particularly skilled individual makes it his mission to crack the case. By cross-referencing the geological clues with the probable flight path of the helicopter, the user is able to pinpoint the exact location of the structure. The breakthrough helps unlock another mystery of the situation. By reviewing the historical satellite imagery on Google Earth, the user identifies that the monolith had been standing undiscovered since October of 2016.
Damn.
After 4 years of solitude, everything
I don't think they ever
was
found
about
out
to
who made it
change.
either.
As soon as the coordinates were revealed, curious
I told you it was a
visitors
Shia
began to
LaBeouf
descend
tear
on the
off.
site. The spectacle
find out
drew in
where it
people
was.
with wildly different motivations and backgrounds. There were outdoorsmen, photographers, reporters, cloud chasers, UFO enthusiasts, and plain old skeptics who just had to see the thing for themselves. To their amusement, the monolith was far from an elaborate hoax. In the middle of the desert, tucked away at the bottom of a canyon, was the real thing. You could walk up and touch it, and even climb on top of it. With no rules and no one around to enforce them, people could pretty much do whatever they wanted once they got there. With each passing day, the number of onlookers continues to grow. The monolith is now becoming a full-blown tourist attraction, and the authorities are not happy. Due to its remoteness, the site lacks any public infrastructure to handle the rise in traffic. Many people trying to access the destination are plowing directly through the landscape in off-road vehicles. Without any toilets or garbage bins, various forms of waste began to pile up around the area. Officials are immediately concerned. The rise in activity could threaten local wildlife and damage nearby historical artifacts. In the days after the reveal, several state agencies released public statements admonishing the spectacle. But beyond that, there's not much that they can do. The monolith happens to reside on public land, falling under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Land Management. This type of domain is specifically designated for recreational use by American citizens. Generally speaking, anyone is allowed to hike and camp here as long as they're following state laws. Aside from towing a few vehicles, officials can't really stop anyone from taking a trip to the middle
He will
of the
not
desert.
divide us
The
from
crowds,
our monolith.
however unpleasant, were legally allowed
It's
to
on
be there.
public land,
so there was
bitch.
no getting rid of the people. But what about the thing that was drawing them in? In the United States, it is unlawful to build a permanent structure on federally managed land. This provision is primarily aimed at deterring squatters in shanty towns, but it also applies to artistic installations. The monolith, however discreet, had spent its entire existence as an illegal structure. The moment it was discovered, it was running on borrowed time. On the morning of November
People don't know how to shut their
28th, a
fucking
new
mouths.
wave of eager
They
onlookers
could've just left
venture
it
out into
alone.
the desert.
No,
But to their
no, no.
dismay,
They had to
the
expose it to the
monolith
world.
had vanished. Most presume that the Bureau of Land Management finally stepped in, but they are quick to deny any responsibility. In fact, no official agency had authorized the removal of the structure. Eventually, a photographer comes forward claiming to have witnessed the monolith's final moments. He recalls that on the night of the 27th, a group of 4 men surrounded the object, tore it down, and hauled away the remains in a wheelbarrow. All of a sudden, this mysterious group of vigilantes had quite literally stolen the spotlight. By now, the monolith had become a national fascination, and the public demanded answers for what led to its demise. Soon enough, one of the culprits reveals themselves. On December 1st, a slackline performer by the name of Andy Lewis posted a video to various social media platforms. The footage depicts himself and 3 accomplices dismantling and removing the monolith on the night in question. Lewis's motive was simple. He wanted to restore the landscape to its natural state. Prior to the intervention, as many as 100 vehicles had been seen near the site of the monolith. If left unabated for much longer, it's possible that number could have risen to the thousands.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that bug cage over there. I'm not sure how I reach it.
The spectacle was already out of control. Unwilling to wait for an official investigation, they decided to take matters into their own hands. Needless to say, many were not too pleased with the explanation. At this point, the public seemed to care more about the monolith than the environment around it, and the folks who took it away ended up receiving a considerable amount of backlash. Critics were quick to point out that Lewis had been previously banned from the park system for illegal base jumping, which shed some doubt over his status as a conservationist martyr. Over the next few weeks, several members of the party claimed to have experienced harassment and even death threats over the matter. Eventually, Lewis would publish a follow-up video showing a mostly reconstructed monolith in his backyard. In the same post, he attempted to clarify some of the ongoing drama around the removal. Seemingly backtracking a bit on his original motive, he mentions rescuing the monolith from a supposed rival plot to destroy it, although this detail has never really been substantiated. He also claims to have donated the remains to the Bureau of Land Management so that its origin could be properly investigated. But after all this time, whatever investigations were conducted have brought us no closer to finding the mysterious creator of the monolith. During this whole fiasco, no credible artist ever claimed responsibility for installing the structure. This was possibly due to fear of legal repercussions, but it's hard to deny the temptation that this anonymous mastermind may have experienced. For about a week-long period, the artist behind the monolith could have potentially become one of the most famous people in America. Who knows what that could have done for their career, or how much extra money they could have made down the line. But whatever the case, it's clear that whoever built it had more important things in mind than fame and fortune. The public would try in vain to find them. The monolith was initially attributed to visual artist John McCracken, who lived in the Southwest and had a history of making similar sculptures. However, his death predated the installation by about 5 years, making his involvement rather unlikely. Currently, the most plausible culprit may actually be a Utah welder by the name of Derek Despain. He was known to build metal structures that resembled what was found in Moab, and supposedly lived just an hour away from the site. Curiously, around the time of its discovery, Despain vanished from all social media. Thus far, he has yet to comment publicly about the matter. At this point, it seems unlikely that the true creator will step forward anytime soon. Perhaps we're better off not knowing. Human beings are driven by the unknown, the ethereal, the parts of life that still feel like magic. I believe that if the monolith had been a conventional sculpture by a documented artist, it would not have come close to the same level of notoriety. It certainly would not have contributed to what came next. The end of the Utah monolith was only the beginning of something far greater. Over the next few weeks, people start discovering other monoliths. They are showing up all around the world. Just like the original, nearly all of them are of unknown origin. Appearing mysteriously and anonymously, they number in the hundreds. It's almost certainly the most monoliths that humanity has ever constructed over a 1-month period. As was the case with their predecessor, most would be swiftly confiscated and dismantled. Before a brief window of time, the monolith ruled the day. There's a good chance that we still haven't found them all. None of this had to happen. When the original researchers first laid eyes on the shiny metal object in the middle of the desert, nothing was stopping them from just tearing it down and keeping the whole thing a secret. And yet, against their better judgment, they decided to show the rest of us what they found. Some primitive instinct convinced them that the world needed to see it. At a moment when many of us were experiencing the most miserable days of our lives, we had finally found something to feel excited about. In hindsight, this whole period was just one big fever dream that most of us would be happy to forget. However, for a span of time characterized by so much dysfunction and hostility, it's nice to know that in the middle of it all, people never lost touch with what makes us human.
Cherry Pop-Tart time.
In our most trying days, we could still go out in the world and make something cool for everyone else to enjoy.
desperately searching for eggs.
If you're watching
eggs,
this, you probably
eggs.
can't name any individual who was alive 3,000 years ago when the first obelisk was constructed. 3,000
Test
years
me,
from
bitch.
now, practically everyone alive today is destined to meet the same fate. The term monolith has one other meaning. In the field of anthropology, it refers to extraordinary wonders that were left behind by people who are now long gone. Beyond a certain point, we can never really know who they were and what they stood for. The only evidence we have of their existence is what they created.
I like that old saying about like the second death, where it's not just like you die, but you die a second time when somebody says your name for the final time. You truly die when you are forgotten.
Petroglyphs. Some of them date back even further than the earliest Egyptian pharaohs. The dry climate and solid terrain has preserved these artifacts remarkably well. The markings represent a one-way message through time. In a vague sense, we can understand them, meaning that whoever painted them must not have been so different
It's too
from
late
you
for
and I.
existential conversations.
For as long as this narrow thread connects them to the present, they will not be truly forgotten. In the end, human expression will outlive human beings. The things we give to the world will eventually be our only legacy within it. We can never know the people of tomorrow, but hopefully, they'll get to know something about us. What we leave behind for them will probably be ambiguous, just like the times we currently inhabit. In the distant future, long after the last trace of our modern zeitgeist has faded away, our descendants will be taking a trip through the desert where they will discover something unusual. At the bottom of
Another
a canyon
monolith.
in the middle of nowhere, they notice a triangular cavity inexplicably cut into the ground. Unlike the other ancient artifacts that can be found nearby, this one seems to serve no discernible purpose. The observers are puzzled as to who made it and for what reason. It's so bizarre and out of place that some of them swear it must have been aliens.
Pretty good. Nice, short, and sweet implement video. Usually puts out longer stuff, but yeah, so then we never found out who made it. Sometimes it's about the mystery, chat. We don't need the mystery unraveled. It would actually suck if we knew who made it and what their motives were, because then there would be no more mystery behind it. You see? Do you get it? You understand? Okay, I'm missing just fucking 2 here. 87%, 17 orbs to go? What are the majority of these that I'm missing? 1 in the construction site, 6 in the transit system, 8 in the tanker? Okay, I did really bad in those levels. We need to keep alive the mystery of Bill's week off. What do you think, MTC dude? What's the mystery here? Why is he forsaken us? Alright, here's the I promised the Arlo troll video. This is 4 minutes. It's by a different guy than the last guy. Arlo hatred is now a burning topic.
Arlo. Sweet old Arlo. I would consider him a pretty iconic Nintendo YouTuber. Arlo has been making videos about Nintendo for who knows how long. With his simple but iconic blue puppet. Even if I haven't seen every single Arlo video, I could definitely say that I'm a fan of his content. I want to go back to the year of 2015 to 2016. Arlo made a video discussing the problems with current Paper Mario, and he was not the only person to have problems with the series. In this video, Arlo is in particular—
This is how he got popular from this video. You got a short one? Okay.
positive, but he's also not negative too. Arlo comes off pretty nuanced in this video, and even compliments modern Paper Mario on its ideas. It still holds up and might be one of his best videos he's ever made. It shows us that Arlo is able to have nuanced discussions. There's no point in this video where Arlo says, no, you're the problem with current Paper Mario and you can't accept change. No, he doesn't do any of that. What's the point of me bringing up this video, you might be wondering? There's a bit of a problem that he has. Sometimes, but not always, Arlo will upload a video that is not that great. YouTubers have the occasional stinker video here and there. It happens, we're only human and we make mistakes.
Ramble channel slop video.
Flickering or something.
Oh my god, it's about the Pikmin shit!
It happened when I was
It's about the Pikmin video! It's about the Pikmin video.
And we make mistakes.
Tiny little bit of flickering or something. And I did get one crash. It happened
one crash. One. He got one.
The menu. I got it. It crashed. I mean, it is unfortunate. Nothing about this I would consider borderline unplayable. I don't even know if I would call it completely broken, because like I don't know, like again, it's mostly like when I enter a stage. It's just, this is yet another thing where everyone can be like, can you believe Nintendo is selling this? Can you believe that they would allow this to happen? They're selling this game for $60. This is just another piece of evidence that shows how horrible and greedy they are. But to me, even if
Wait,
there are
we need to show this to Synthetic Man and his brother. We need to show that whole video.
Nintendo's gonna fix
we need to red pill them, black pill them about this saga. I need their take on Arlo.
But like that's been,
please.
And I did have one crash, and people were, and I was like saying that wasn't a big deal, and then people were like, okay, but like that's actually a huge deal because crashing is a really big thing. The thing is, it only crashed when I exited to the menu. It didn't crash mid-game.
Oh my god, what happened to you, Arlo? Where's the nuance? Where's the actual discussion? I'm not gonna go
Where's the nuance? Dude, this is like a 4-minute, it's just a 4-minute video of some dude shitting on Arlo. And like half the video is Arlo's own opinion of this clip we've seen 10 times already. I ran into a lot of crashes on the Switch 1 games on Switch 2. I haven't yet, thankfully, but it's just, how many times do I have to listen to this really bad take from Arlo before I've decided I've heard it enough? Apparently, I haven't heard it enough yet, because I keep watching videos where Arlo gets shit on for having that opinion.
The thing is, it only crashed when I exited to the menu. It didn't crash mid-game.
Also, he compares Arlo to Sir Moist, presumably for having a fence-sitting take. It's not really fence-sitting, though. He's just straight up sweeping.
My god, what happened to you, Arlo? Where's
what
the
nuance?
Where's the actual discussion?
My
I'm not
nuance
gonna go
money.
too deep into it, but on Switch 2, Pikmin 3 had a lot of bugs and glitches. Arlo decided he'd make a video talking about it on his second channel. The intro is actually pretty okay. What really bothers me about this video and the following video that comes after it, Arlo makes the excuse of, well, it's gonna get patched later. I can perfectly understand if Arlo didn't run into as many bugs as other people, but he really downplays it. The game might have crashed on me. That's not an issue though. That's actually perfectly fine. Arlo says that he wants to come off as level-headed in this video, but he doesn't. He'll criticize an entire series for going down in quality, but can't criticize Nintendo for their poor console decisions, which actually would have made for a pretty interesting topic to see from Arlo. Dude, you're allowed to be critical. You can criticize Nintendo. His second video isn't any better. It's the first video, but longer. There are some parts in this video that really bother me. He almost tries to excuse what he says in the first video by saying,
a little too hastily, I didn't have the whole picture, because that's the thing about Topic Arlo. You know, these videos, they're pretty fast.
Topic Arlo
he also
is
says
a
this
slop
too.
channel.
I need a little more positivity in my life. I need a little bit less negativity.
He's coming up with
trying
excuses.
to get at here?
He needs more positivity.
Fine to make low-effort garbage. You suddenly can't criticize companies anymore. You're gonna try to be more positive in the future. It reminds me of how iDub said that he hates the content he made back then because it was hurtful. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah. Do we have another casino fan? Secret casino fan?
Can't criticize companies anymore. You're gonna try to be more positive in the future. It reminds me of how iDub said that he hates the content he made back then because it was hurtful. Maybe it's just me, and I don't speak for Arlo's fans, but he doesn't seem like that negative of a guy, and I think his fans would have the same exact belief too. I'm now questioning on why this second channel even exists. He felt like it, or he just needed more money.
Revenue.
I really don't know what other reason I could give for this. Or he really wants to come off as a more positive individual, which is not bad or anything, but to me, me, Arlo was in a perfectly fine spot already. I think being nuanced is a perfectly okay thing to have. It's not bad. I just feel that eventually one day, if he continues to do this, he's not going to be respected anymore. Arlo will be looked at as the laughingstock of the Nintendo community and will be considered a bootlicker. I still like Arlo.
He already does get looked
for him to stick to what he's good at.
A bootlicker. What a very quick, short, succinct, and to the point A-log video. Well, I mean, let's be honest. The guy sounded kind of special himself, you guys. Billy Mitchell blocked Carl Dinger. Wait, blocked Carl? For what purpose? He was winning. I saw that iDubbbz blocked Billy Mitchell. Oh, okay, so I was about to say. Okay, sorry, I continued reading. Blocked iDubbbz. Yeah. Wait, Billy Mitchell blocked iDubbbz. Don't you mean the other way around? iDubbbz blocked Billy Mitchell? Okay, now, speaking of Arlo A-logs, this is the original one that we watched. He came out with a new video. This one is Falling Out of Love with Video Games.
There's been quite a lot of talk spelling doom and gloom for the video game industry as of late. I remember essentially since 2023, I've been seeing a lot of videos saying that the gaming industry is dead, gaming is dead, however you'd like to phrase it. And usually I love to spell doom and gloom. I love being a little negative, but I think really with the Steam summer sale that is currently occurring at the time of recording this, I actually do kind of feel good about video games again, because I'm being exposed to video games that have already come out for quite a bit now that I can play at a discounted price. It's a good reminder in a deluge of a discourse saying that video games are so expensive now. Microsoft raising the price of the console. $80 games becoming standard, starting with Mario Kart, and somehow Xbox expects people to pay $80 for the Outer Worlds 2. That is a Game Pass game at best, and you really think anybody's gonna pay $80 for the Outer Worlds 2?
I still maintain this guy sounds like Coggers to me.
There is nothing good to look forward to at all. Which, if you've seen the bunch of summer showcases, of course hosted by Jeff Keighley for the most part, yeah, there's not really anything all that exciting.
I forgot about your video. I'll get to it.
I watched the entirety of the Xbox showcase. That was really the only one I was interested in because it was essentially leaked beforehand that we would see a Persona 4 remake.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Oh boy, yeah, the Persona 4 remake definitely looks a little rough around the edges.
Wait, let's see. Oh, I almost bumped my water. I got so scared.
Child. She's having child. She's going to be having a child, and god damn it, I was distracted by good news. Wait, I got an infinite dude. No, stop it. Get. What the fuck? I never seen that move ever.
Is that not like the same voice? I found this alt, guys, and his alt really hates Arlo for some reason.
Now, hopefully it may be better by the time it actually comes out. Who knows how long it'll actually be out till. The Persona 3 remake, it looked pretty finished when we first saw that. It only took around 7 months for it to come out from announcement to release. This looks extremely early into development and probably won't be out till October 2026. And it's also a part of another issue is just the abundance of remakes lately. You've seen it with Silent Hill 2, and now they're making a remake of Silent Hill 1. Obviously, this all kickstarted from the Resident Evil games, which, as good as the Resident Evil 2.
That clip was pre-second puberty. This video is post-second puberty, obviously.
Remake that was definitely the culprit. Just to put into perspective, Persona 5 came out in 2016, and since that time Atlus has released a bunch of re-releases, of course. Then we got SMT5, a bunch of spin-offs, and the remaster of Persona 5 itself, a remake of Persona 3, DLC for said remake, and now an announcement for Persona 4 remake. And all of this before we got an actual sequel to Persona 5 being Persona 6. This isn't to speak on the quality quality or whether or not it holds up to the original. Because obviously, if you grew up with the original, you're going to hold that much closer and dearer to your heart than you will the remake when you're a jaded 20 to 30-year-old. But when a remake of a GameCube game, PS2 game, or original Xbox game gets more sales than the new entries into the series, I think that presents a problem, not only with the industry, but the consumers of...
Thankfully, that didn't happen with Paper Mario. The Switch one ended up outselling the GameCube remake. Well, there's probably more that factors into it than just that.
That industry. This can also be seen with Disney at this point because as of
we hate
talking
those
right
guys.
now, the new Elio movie, I'm not saying it's a good movie, but it's original and nobody's seeing it. That kind of goes for...
Well, I didn't even hear that Pixar had a new movie until I took niece Dingus to McDonald's, and apparently there's a new Pixar movie, and nobody said anything about it. So like you have new IPs that come out, but then you don't do anything like to promote them, and then the kids don't know they exist, and the parents don't know they exist, so they don't take the kids to go see it, and then you're like, well, it seems like our new Pixar movie isn't doing pretty good.
Every single Pixar movie.
No, Triple Duke, I meant like the GameCube remake. Origami King outsold Thousand Year Door remake is what I mean.
Within the past roughly 3 years. But compare that to the Lilo and Stitch movie. Also, Despicable Me 4 and Inside Out 2 apply as well, where they're either remakes or sequels, and of course people are going to see them. Lilo and
Origami
Stitch
King
and that
sold
new
better.
Mufasa movie especially being bad, considering they're live-action remakes of animated movies. The Mufasa one, it was like a sequel to the live-action remake, and more people saw that than saw Sonic 3. I'm not a part of the problem. The only real game I was excited for in the Xbox showcase was Super Meat Boy 3D.
Come through?
And in Chaz's stream chat, everybody was just posting the soy jack face because I was actually excited for something for once.
Wholesome friend slot. Oh, it's Mario.
This will be Meat Boy.
What?
So this will be Meat Boy graphics.
Why is he caked up?
2012.
Oh no, he's getting.
What was the thought behind the live action remakes? None.
Okay, actually, this is hype.
Yeah, there's 3 Sonic films, MDC, dude. 3.
Yeah.
This actually does look good.
It is literally Manic will see like an action game and be like, whatever. He sees a whimsy slump platformer and he's like, hell yeah, this is hype.
Like, why are you going to see a reaction stream if you don't want the hosts of the stream to be excited over something? That's like the whole appeal of reaction videos. To see somebody overreact.
He likes baby games, like Synthetic Man.
But they are overreacting and they are performing. Unless you're Jinx. It may really just come down to nothing really feels new anymore. Everything is either referential or treads on some ground that has already been treaded before many different times across many different genres. Like, there was a dark age where just about every game was either a shooter, sports game, or Dark Souls-like. We may be exiting that. I'm not exactly sure. We have these new consoles and we've had them for just about 5 years almost at this point. And what
it doesn't
really
feel like that's been the case at all.
What truly next-gen games are there? It's gotten to the point where they're still releasing Call of Duty games on the PS4. Just about every yearly installment game still comes out on the Xbox One and PS4 at this point. More so the PS4
I'm surprised
because
the Xbox
who
One can
plays
even
or buys games on Xbox anymore? Once a friend told me to put this into perspective, it really spoke to me. Where the new Call of Duty game, which is coming out on PS4 in 2025, talking about Black Ops 7, that is equivalent of 2018's Black Ops 4 being on the 360 and PS3. Mind you, Black Ops 3 was the last game to be on 360 and PS3, and that just removed the campaign and some other aspects too. So Call of Duty was able to cut off last-gen hardware in 2015, but is unable to do so in 2025. Possibly this is being done to accommodate the Switch 2, maybe, but just imagine how bloated that game file size is going to be once it's only next-gen and PC. You're going to need to buy a whole new SSD just to install Call of Duty, because just in general, file sizes for games are insane. A lot of this people attribute to Unreal Engine 5,
no,
which
they
is
didn't
the
fix his
engine
arms.
that a lot of studios go with now. Nobody can make their own proprietary engine anymore. Even a lot of games still use Unreal Engine 4 nowadays, and the file sizes are a lot smaller and they run a lot better than the games made in Unreal 5. So really, was Unreal Engine made for video games or was it made for background movie effects? I mean, I thought Doom 2016 2016 was bad when that came out, back in 2016, obviously, almost 9 years ago. But that's puny compared to the file sizes now of a lot of games. The new Indiana Jones game, you know, easily over 100. For some reason, it only runs on like the newest hardware. Like, how did you get this running on a Series X? But these are the spec requirements for PC. But with how big games are, the read and write speeds of an SSD is necessary for most games nowadays. You can't just play a game off the disc anymore. And I really do think that does play psychologically into why games don't feel special when you get them, because you just download them. Like, how many games do you have not played on Steam at all? And can you even remember why you bought it other than, oh, it looked cool and it was on sale? This even applies to when you order a game online and it gets delivered to you. It's like, there's no story there. It just arrived at your front door. You're just browsing some website. This is why games such as Astrobot that came out last year and won Game of the Year, deservedly so, felt so special, because when I got the game, the physical edition, obviously the disc worked. It installed the data from the disc and not from the internet. And also the case came with a little poster slash comic inside of it. And that did feel really cool to get. It was like I had this special bond with this game before I even played it. And it obviously helps that Astrobot is amazing.
Every game used to be like that back in the day.
Games in large part have kind of decreased, or something has been lost along the way with this new generation. And people do like to just throw AAAs under the bus and say that they're the only issue and just provide indie games as an alternative, which I don't think that's essentially possible or fair, especially when for a long time a lot of indie games were either roguelikes, Metroidvanias, 2D pixel platformers. That is not going to scratch the same itch as, say, a Stellar Blade, a Call of Duty, a Street Fighter. But if you like Metroidvanias, then there sure are a lot of them. Have you considered actually playing Metroid and or Castlevania? On the other hand, I do think the way that we consume video games can often be detrimental to our own enjoyment, especially when we're seeing a bunch of discourse all around the internet even before a game comes out. And when the game does come out, it is a race to be the first one to review it. If a review comes out before the launch of a game, it's a paid shill. If it comes out after and it's negative, oh, it's just rage bait. It is really weird discussions around video games.
Raging.
They're just so vitriolic. Like, for some reason, my videos on video games always are the most controversial, which is crazy. And as much as I don't see the appeal of it, if you really want to play on the PS5 Pro, I mean, it's your money. You might as well just do it. If you're that much of a PlayStation Power user, just go ahead. I don't care anymore. If you want to play Mario Kart World at launch on the Switch 2, go for it. The only money that you're spending is your own. And at the end of the day, we're just talking about video games and video game consoles. Play what you want and just don't go on Twitter, essentially. You won't have to hear from anyone. I really don't like talking about what video games I'm interested in or what I'm playing currently, current year, because it's always either, oh, you should hop on this is so much better, or people just calling it some glup shito indie game. Or if it's a JRPG or anything from Asia like Stellar Blade, then you're just going to get called a gooner for playing the game. I will say there are good games or potentially good games that are coming out in the future that I am excited for. We're not going to be completely negative in this video. Think of one game that you are potentially excited for, okay?
It comes out in 10 days.
But Castle Crashers is coming out with a new DLC, which, considering the game's been out for like what, 17 years at this point, that's kind of cool. New DLC for a nearly 2-decade-old game, and that's only going to be like $5.
I heard they were redoing the art style too.
I might as well get it. Other than that, there's the new Donkey Kong game that's coming out, which actually does look pretty good. I wasn't sold on it in its initial reveal during that Switch 2 presentation, but after seeing the Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct, whereas entirely the game for like 18 minutes, yeah, it looks great actually. And I didn't necessarily love Super Mario Odyssey. Hopefully it doesn't have the loaded collectibles problem that, funny enough, both DK64 and Mario Odyssey had. But at the end of the day, it really does not matter how many exciting games are coming up, because I already have so many good games that I still need to play, or games that I've been told are good and that have been recommended to me. And frankly, I could sustain myself off of games that I own probably for the rest of my life. I really do not need to buy another video game for the rest of my life, and I'd be just fine. And that's not even talking about the games that have already come out that I haven't even, gone around to buying at this point. I might pick up Ready or Not on the Steam sale, maybe. We'll see. The only thing I know about that game is on like the second mission, you're busting some like furry Discord groomer. Also, a new Five Nights at Freddy's game came out, The Secret of the Mimic, which supposedly is like a sequel to Security Breach Ruin. I didn't even know they had another Five Nights at Freddy's game coming out until like the day it came out. I might actually have to finish Security Breach and then actually play Ruin. I bought that at launch and I glitched and it deleted my save file. That game truly was a buggy mess at launch. And you know what? That was, I streamed it, so I got my somewhat money back. Not really. Do you know what was the most disappointing game that I've ever played, potentially? It was Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. I bought that day one, played it on stream, and my guest on the stream that I was playing with, he was the player too. We played through the entire prequel trilogy. I was like, that kind of sucked. I was in denial.
Oh,
you
man.
can see it on the stream. I was in denial. I didn't want
You'll
to
vote
believe
for that scam game
TT
too.
Games fumbled a Lego Star Wars game. I didn't even know this till recently. They made a whole new proprietary engine just for that game, and then they realized, oh, this sucks, and then scrapped it. They made a whole engine just for the one game. That's how bad the engine was, that they couldn't even bother to use it for another game. But that's essentially my thoughts on video games as of now, as I'm recording this, as I'm uploading this. Tell me what you think in the comment section down below, and let me know if you want some game recommendations, because my game recommendations can be a little unorthodox, probably not going to apply to everyone, but I like games, okay? At least I want to.
Wow, I like games too. Got a lot of common, you and I.
Back of my head telling me to make videos, telling me to actually do something productive.
Where are these orbs at? Ah! Pretty good, albeit definitely a rambling style video for sure. Now, Ivan had his video, which I almost forgot about, but then I remembered it. This is, what is this? 2000s critics review Super Mario Strikers on the GameCube. Whoa, bud.
It's been almost a full month since Switch 2 hit store shelves, and we're finally getting the next game for the Nintendo Classics. That's right, Nintendo announced that expansion pack subscribers will have access to the GameCube Classic Super Mario Strikers on Thursday, July 3rd. Yeah, that's pretty cool news. But is this game actually worth playing? To answer that question, I decided to flip through the pages of Electronic Gaming Monthly, GamePro, Game Informer, and more classic magazines to see what the critics said back when this game first came out. Oh, I sure hope you have
Just
your
go
cleats
outside and get
handy,
shocked.
because we're hitting the pitch hard in this new episode of Nintendo Classics Review Crew.
So the idea is that they just dig through magazines and look for what people said back in the day? That sounds pretty cool. I can vibe with that. My way! Corazón! So es Mario! ¡Órale!
Rougher, tougher. The game will never be the same. Super Mario Strikers is here, only for Nintendo Game
2D Metroid?
Rated for everyone.
You can't go wrong with really any of them.
Earlier this year, we sadly lost Super Soccer. Now, just a few months later, and we gain a soccer game, Super Mario Strikers. See, the world is whole again. This is the first of several Mario-themed soccer games Nintendo's released over the years. It actually comes to us from Next Level Games, the Canadian developer whose only other game before Strikers was NHL Hits Pro, the midway game designed to do for hockey what NHL Blitz did for football. This is an extremely over-the-top version of the popular sport, with all the Mushroom Kingdom trappings that you'd expect and the kind of unrealistic plays that you can only get in a video game. The critics were already big fans of Mario playing golf and tennis, but did that extend to the soccer pitch? Let's find out. When it comes to Electronic Gaming Monthly, it was 7s across the board. All three of the editors gave Strikers a 7 out of 10, placing the magazine right in the middle of the scale. G-Ford summed it up this way. The latest stop in Mario's wide world of sports tour has a familiar feel to it. Highly accessible gameplay, light on simulation, good fun. By keeping the matches short, adding power-ups to the mix, and introducing the two-player Super Strike to the game, Mario Strikers appreciably livens up the sport. But I have to blow the whistle on a few points. The lack of mini-games and multiple modes is shocking. Switching characters mid-play doesn't always select the most logical dude, and passing is a little too sensitive. Also, why can you only have one Mushroom Kingdom A-lister per team? Damien agreed. It's funny what a little Mario can do.
Interestingly, Battle League made it so you could have... It was like, what was it? You'd have multiples of Toads, Yoshis, and Shy Guys, but you couldn't have duplicates of the regular characters. But you could face off... You could have other people on the team play as the other characters and have duplicates that way. It's like you could have 2 Marios on the pitch, but only if the other team chose Mario and you chose Mario. In these older games, I don't think that was possible. Like, even if you did multiplayer, only one person got to be Mario.
How and Strikers launching a barrage of turtle shells at an opposing soccer player makes a strange kind of sense. This exercise in Mario brand extension could just as easily be based on water polo, lacrosse, or hockey. While the arcadey gameplay is simple to learn, it packs some real strategy in a 2-player game on both offense and defense. As we go down the scale, we see Maxim Magazine give Super Mario Strikers the same sexy 7 out of 10 score as EGM. Game Informer went a tad lower, with critic Kato actively disliking the soccer game. Mario's woes in the sports genre continue. Mario Baseball.
Well, Game Informer, was Game Informer the one notorious for like giving all Mario games low scores? I think they were. They gave Paper Mario Dousing Your Door like a 6 out of 10. They fucking hated that game, man.
Had its gameplay problems, but at least it was structured far better. It had mini games, it had an overworld map to play around on. Conversely, Mario Strikers is as basic gets. Play through a bunch of similar tournaments and repeat until you're so bored that you're tempted to turn on the tube and watch a baseball game. This is only suitable for small children who don't know any better and those who like to be tickled by Mario's mustache rides. Game Informer gave Super Mario Strikers a score of 6.75 out of 10.
Why such a wonky score?
On the other side of the EGM divide, we see Nintendo Power give the game a so-so 7.5 out of 10. Chris concluded that Super Mario Strikers is a great first step in a long series of quality soccer games.
Oh yeah, Nintendo would never go below 7 for their favorite Italian plumber style. Gave the first 3-party game score so low as a Nintendo of America sent them black. Congratulations! Oh yeah, I remember reading about that. It's like a little certificate. I wonder if they still have that.
Have all the bells and whistles of a.
Well, I mean, they went out of business, but they came back, didn't they?
Well-established franchise, but the core gameplay is nearly spot on. Unfortunately, the only modes are single-player exhibition, multiplayer exhibition, and a handful of cup challenges. It would have been nice to see a little more variation in the gameplay.
Yeah, it's probably since been forgotten
Nonetheless, for sports game fans,
it's custom Nintendo memorabilia. Come on.
Multiplayer fun, Strikers will fit the bill quite nicely. When it comes to the highest score, we once again have to look at GamePro, who of course gave the game a perfect 5 out of 5. That's just what they do. As the latest in the long legacy of Mario sports games, Super Mario Strikers is a standard bearer. It's easily the Mario Kart of soccer games, and that should tell you a lot. Even if you think that you're a confirmed soccer hater, this game just might rock your world. Look, it's true. This game may rock your world, but I'd go in with tempered expectations. Most of the critics agree that the core gameplay is fun, but there just simply isn't enough content here to keep players engaged for long. This game and the series did eventually become a hit at parties with the competitive multiplayer sessions, so there's definitely a way to get the most out of Mario Strikers. Just don't go in expecting it to be as robust as the other Mario sports games Mario Classics app.
Hot Mario 本気で蹴りますよ。当たり前じゃ。ビッター止めたるわ。ほな行きまーす。よこい。
This on the big screen.
何してんの？危ないかな思って。
Hey, thanks for watching me break down these classic reviews. If you liked what you saw,
thank you for being in, what would they call it, an aggregate? Thank you for being in aggregate, sir. Question of the day, excluding racing, what sport does Mario excel best at? I would say partying. Partying is a sport, for sure. Emblem. Engage.
I hear that you should know that we post new episodes just like this every time classic games get added to modern consoles. We have one of these episodes for every single game on the Nintendo Switch Online. So, you know, check out the playlist when you have a minute or two. Now, here's the question I don't want to do that. What sport is Mario best at? First rule, driving is excluded. I know you're going to be tempted to say Mario Kart, but don't. I want to hear your argument for other sports. I can't wait to see your picks in the comments below. In other news, we're going to be back this weekend with a list of the top 276 games on the Nintendo Switch Online. It's going to be a massive countdown that will include the 4 GameCube games. While you wait for that, I strongly recommend you click the subscribe button and support what we're doing here. Until then.
Are you going to beg if I don't? See. Will he beg? Oh, he probably won't. Wow, we're cutting it down. Running out of videos here. At least for stuff that I got prepared. We won't be done till all the orbs are collected. This one is just entitled Somehow There's More, and it's by our favorite fella.
I thought I was done with these. I thought we had done all the theorizing that could possibly be done before the launch of this game. But Nintendo let a lot of people, not me, play Donkey Kong Bonanza for an extended period of time. Everyone is running wild with the story that some of the Odyssey developers are making this game. I say some because when Nintendo answers the question about who's making this, they're not going to give you a list of names. A bunch of people who worked on Mario Odyssey are also making this game, and a bunch of people who worked on Mario Odyssey are probably also working on the next 3D Mario. No, 3D Mario isn't delayed till 2030. Are you nuts? Anyway, while IGN was chasing stories DK Vine posted 4 years ago, me and the boys were fixated on something a little more scaly. Let's start with the Cranky conversation. This has been analyzed up and down, only to see another Cranky conversation play out exactly the same in the Canyon layer. What gives? Does Cranky literally say the same thing in every layer as his mind and sense of self deteriorate? Well, that would be very dark and kind of funny. I don't think that's what's happening here. One of two things are going on. One, the conversations you have with Cranky play out in the order that you find him. In other words, the conversation depends on how many times you've talked to him before, not what layer.
That's probably what it is. I don't mean to interrupt them already, but I figure that's what it is.
He's in. 2. Nintendo is actively hiding the developments of the story in general and Cranky in particular. The way I heard people describe their time with the game was that they were dropped into a variety of save files, not carrying over from one place to another. What's interesting about this is that even now, about a week from the launch of the game, Nintendo doesn't want to divulge too much about the story. I mean, it's also possible that there isn't much of a story in this game to begin with, but let's run with the assumption that this marketing campaign has significantly less lying than the Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity one did. That's a stab at that game. It's not a prequel. They told us it was a prequel. I'm still mad. Give me my $60 back. It's pretty wild that they're still keeping everything under wraps. Back to the Cranky Kong thing. We always found it sort of odd that there wasn't an icon of sorts next to the villain that he was talking about. EPD has been doing this for a long time in most of their Mario games, and this game is no exception. When DK chats with this giraffe-shaped rock with googly eyes, he shows all the icons of Voidco. Alright, Control, but what if there's no icon because Donkey Kong hasn't been properly introduced to Voidco when you first talk to Cranky? That would be possible. Would it be kind of weird since the game doesn't make you talk to him? I'm thinking that the conversation plays out based on the order you find Cranky in every layer, which means they really wouldn't need a reason to obscure Voidco. Also, they're usually described as a group with this giraffe rock with googly eyes telling us that. Speaking of this giraffe rock with googly eyes, Don't Mind Joe pointed out that it also mentions Voidco brought a monster to steal all the Banandium gems. It's described as having huge feet. I could see this being one of the creatures that Grumpy Kong builds, but doesn't he usually build these in front of Donkey Kong? Also, Professor Chops is in in the game.
Oh, you haven't played the game yet.
Where he belongs. Is that not enough for you? Let me introduce you to the Hylian64. He had a truly incredible write-up on Twitter about Donkey Kong Bonanza as a whole, with lots of cool nuggets of information peppered throughout. He's also on YouTube with an interesting documentary of Final Fantasy VII. Ooh, check that out, nerds. Deep down his Donkey Kong... I'm just kidding, I like Final Fantasy 2. Okay. Deep down in his Donkey Kong thread, he noticed something that slipped by the rest of us. Look at Grumpy Kong in this scene. He's holding some sort of artifact in the shape of Void Kong, but what's that there? Ooh, that looks familiar, doesn't it, gang? We've talked before about the theory that Void Kong is actually...
Wait, what was the tweet?
That looks...
One detail I haven't seen anyone touch on yet, and I think it's quite major for Void Kong's transformative abilities, is this shot right here. And then shouts it out to DK content creators.
Familiar, doesn't it, gang? We've talked before about the theory that Void Kong is actually a disguise for K. Rool or some other creature, and this might be a hint at that. He's kind of looking like he's in the Kong Bonanza with that same design. That's where this video might end. But then I was perusing the old Fammy boards. Professor Chops dropped another bombshell, linking VGC's coverage of Bonanza. I almost feel bad making fun of the character earlier in the video. Almost. Let's go back to that conversation with the giraffe-shaped rock with googly eyes. He points out that the monster is residing in the Click-Clack smokestack. Now, before you suggest that this is the Grumpy Kong or Mad Mixer boss battle, check out this map that Koofle de Doofle made on Reddit. This is some kind of third party stomping around. It's also not any member of Voidco, so who could it be? The big angle of the Smash trailer was the impending appearance of K. Rool, indicated by stomping and screen shaking. We've talked at length about K. Rool being a possible puppet master behind Voidco, but what if there's a different relationship at play here? Decoy Man on Fammy boards lays out the case for K. Rool being controlled by Voidco. Skips noticed a connection between the strange gold eyes that we see on most enemies in the game. Check out these Japanese masks. They often represent demons or vengeful spirits. The masks are reminiscent of Oni. These could be demons, orcs, trolls, and the like that also have fangs and horns. They wield clubs like many of the crocoids that we face in the game. We could see some...
So the new theory isn't that K. Rool is secretly leading the bad guys in this game. It's actually that they're controlling K. Rool as a puppet. And he's like their slave.
Where K. Rool and the Kremlings are being used as muscle by Voidco to reach the planet's core. You can see the math for this too. Outside of Grumpy, who seems to be more of a builder than a fighter anyway, Void Kong is quite lacking in the muscle department. While they have plenty of schemes and gizmos to manipulate, they don't seem to have raw power. Perhaps they're orchestrating the Kremling army along with K. Rool, just like they were using Pauline. A lot of the guys in the Discord chat are feeling like this may have cracked the code for this game's general plot. Nintendo dropped a profile for Poppy Kong that has some interesting information on the character. Let me read you some of the little blurb. It says that she's the head of intelligence for Voidco, but she's often planning for her own ambitions. This tracks with that weird stanky look she gave Void Kong in some of the other footage. There's also this scene that we get a screenshot of, where the other 2/3 of the Void crew seem to be flustered and caught off guard, while Poppy has a unsurprised look on her face. Makes you wonder if Void tricked Grumpy and Poppy, and if they'll turn on him at some point. Some of the text that I've seen of Grumpy Kong suggests that he's not as sinister as you might think. Maybe he's more of a guy doing a bad job than someone outright evil. On another note, I've seen a lot of people talk about how the Banandium gems resemble the crystal bananas from Jungle Climber. Too Crispy had a theory around that. I missed the boat on that video until now. While I don't imagine they would go in on a bunch of Jungle Climber references, they've covered so much ground with the rest of the franchise that it's not really out of the conversation. They got the rolling from the retro games, the clap and the giant fruit from Jungle Beat, and even a Professor Chops reference. Professor Chops! He didn't even have a name in the first game. It also would kind of fit with K. Rool and some other creature being able to balloon in size and rain meteors down like Crispy says. That's exactly what happened at the end of Jungle Climber. Speaking of Crispy, he did a bunch of interesting Donkey Kong Bonanza videos too, like decoding the banana language that we see all over the game. Be sure to check him out. But yeah, on second thought, Jungle Climber does end with K. Rool being brought back to Earth on a cable dangling from a spaceship. Now I know how this sounds. It would be absolutely bizarre for them to tie Donkey Kong Bonanza into a Nintendo DS spinoff that didn't even crack 1 million copies in its day, but I'm here to tell you it's not impossible. While Jungle Climber did indeed go under the radar for many people, it's very much a part of the series' DNA. This is the game that started the whole trend of characters hanging on to DK's shoulders, and this is the company that altered the K. Rool design to give him that tan belly that would be used in Mario Sluggers and Barrel Blast. As far as Donkey Donkey Kong games that aren't some sort of sports spin-off go, this was the last appearance of the Kremlin King. Hashtag Justice for Jungle Climber. Heavy inspiration from Journey to the West, a big celebration of the Donkey Kong brand, and the grand return of King K. Rool. Whatever the case is, we're going to find out pretty soon. This has been a short but absolutely insane hype cycle. While I can't wait to see what is actually going on in this game, I've had a lot of fun exploring all these theories with you. It's been wild to see how much of a conversation has been stirred up, even when it's making fun of me. At the end of the day, I'm just ecstatic that we have a new Donkey Kong game to talk about. It's been way too long. Unless Nintendo drops another big lore type of trailer or outright confirms K. Rool, this should be the last video that we make on the subject. To bookend this, I'll say that after everything we've seen, I'm still hung up on this boulder theory. Like, seriously, who else is laughing in this cutscene? I think we'll get a tease for K. Rool in the early to mid game, and then we'll have some sort of Bull King persona going on. The why and how of it all? I have no idea. There are a multitude of ways that they could fit him in the story, and the only thing left to do now is sit back and see how it all plays out. But while you're sitting back and waiting for Bonanza, check out the full hype and speculation playlist we made for the game, especially this Hollow Earth video that has a special guest in it.
Whoa, nice segue. K. Rool is in. I've not changed my line of thought whatsoever. K. Rool is in the game. He's in. He's in. He's fucking in. I don't care what you say, you guys. K. Rool? Yup. He's in the game. But video certainly does raise the question of how he'll be implemented. I was just going along with the theory that he's like the secret leader, but it could be possible that they're just using him as like hired muscle. Perhaps against his own will? It would be kind of demeaning of his character to do that to him, though. Everyone demanded that K. Rool be in Smash. Everybody loves him. He's a beloved character. Was really overdue for it, too. It took fucking 5 games to add K. Rool. Like, what the hell? He's Donkey Kong's arch nemesis. Think it's an old game enjoyer? Are you also encouraged by people having opinions about these games? Or as an old gamer, are you also encouraged by people having opinions about these games? These type of baby games? Define encouraged. I like people playing. I'm biased, so if people play these types of games, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a baby game. I like that game. You know, I'll like watch them play it. What do you mean by that? I mean, like encouraged. I play better because people have good opinions about the game. Thing is, this game is great, and that gives me energy to go on. Any kind of opinions about these old game reboots? Continuation seems kind of good. Means people give a shit. Oh, you mean like, okay, you just mean the general tone of the video that we just watched. Yeah. I don't know, it's not a reboot of Donkey Kong, it's a continuation, but since you said that, it's like, I don't know, just clarifying. You understand that it could be either or, but it is a continuation. I like the guy. He's not, this guy isn't like, you know, he's not like Synthetic Man or Arlo. He just clearly has a passion for Donkey Kong, and he wants to share it with the world. And he's just the person I've been watching for updates on the game. No, but yeah, no, it is good to see. I don't know. I don't want to get into the realm of toxic positivity, but it's good to see that there are still people out there who see a game and get excited for a game. And on top of that, you know, chances are the game is actually good. Okay, I'll look for your video. I got like 2 levels left to do. Here it is. What so far have what you have seen in the new DK stuff that you've not liked? A near complete and total lack of my man Funky Kong. Alright, this video is not 1 but 2 new Metroid games.
You fucking kidding me? Is this real life? Not 1.
Wait. Wait. How old is this? If we're showing the old Prime 4 how old is this? No, I'm actually curious. Let me pull up the actual link here before I actually watch it. I will watch it, but how old is this? Because this guy must have been waiting a long time if he's showing the old logo. "8 years ago, Mamma Mia!"
But 2 new Metroid games. Metroid Prime 4 and Metroid Samus Returns, which is a remake of Metroid 2 Return of Samus. What the fuck?
Is he
Who
mad?
legitimately listening to this right now could have honestly predicted that, Metroid Prime 4 was going to be the minor news as far as Metroid goes for this E3. Did you think you were going to get any Metroid news at all? I didn't. I thought that the series was going to be on
This
ice
guy's
with
like
how poorly Federation
he's a
Force did,
he's
but no.
hyped dingus levels here.
Holy shit. Samus Returns looks awesome. There is no other word to describe it. The visuals, this almost looks like a
Ended up
game
being
that
okay.
I would want to actually use the 3D mode of my 3DS. Kind of a novel concept. The visuals, stunning. The backgrounds, I saw a stage with this almost like quartz crystal in the background, which is just gorgeous. The music, oh my god, there's music. Take that.
Oh, I would
other M.
hope there's
What the
music.
fuck? I mean, it's old classics. It's the main theme that plays in the.
How jaded do you think this guy is now?
Of Return of Samus. I heard.
No,
some Modern
I know.
Warfare
I
in
was
there.
there for
I
the
even
reveal
heard
too, MTC dude.
the
I wasn't a
footage that they
zygote.
had with the Gamma
Surprisingly,
Metroid.
I did exist for this
I thought that
reveal.
was like a remix of the Parasite Queen.
I was a little excited too,
Each of
even
the
though I
fucking Metroid
didn't really
fights
play
look
much Metroid.
Different and awesome.
I knew of the series,
this
certainly.
idea of Aeon abilities to help you navigate the place. The idea that you can put pins on the map, just a simple little thing like that, adds so much to exploration. And of course, Dark Souls parrying. Fuck sense moving. That was not the way to go. This style, melee counters, which is, Dark Souls is the formula that popularized it, and almost every game nowadays uses it, but they use it because it works. And it lets you do stylish shit without holding your hand while doing it. You still have to get the timing for it. Sense move, oh my god, you could just spam the fucking D-pad over and over.
Yeah,
and just
other
boom,
M
boom,
was
boom, boom,
2010?
boom. Sense move.
Then Federation Force was 2015.
Some of these
we don't talk about that
cinematic
one.
attacks that Samus would do on like the Zeta Metroid that they showed. Oh my god. The fights look difficult. The manual aiming is a much needed change to the Metroid formula instead of just jumping around. I mean, I like to jump, but it adds something to 2D Metroid that kind of simulates the lock-on thing that Prime has. Oh my god. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. And I know
You wanted
there
this.
was another Metroid 2 remake last year that was very quickly cease and desisted. I know that exists, and I've never played it, and I probably should. But as far as the Metroid series goes now, you finally have every single event that happens in the Metroid chronology on a game that's not horribly outdated. The first Metroid, horribly outdated. Metroid 2, try and find anywhere the fuck to go in that game. There's so many hidden passages, and that's not a bad thing, and most Metroid games do that, where they'll have like a dead end, and you'll be able to bomb something. But the thing about
people call that a
Metroid 2
Metroid
is
moment.
that it's the game that introduced the spider ball, so now you would literally have to bomb everywhere. Not so with the Aeon ability that lets you find hidden shit. Oh my god. This is the game that I wanted. Mercury Steam, the company
So
that
mad
worked
about
alongside
Federation
Nintendo and
Force.
Sakamoto
I
to make
can
this
imagine.
game,
Listening to
I
how
think they
hyped he is
deserve
now
all the
for this
credit
one.
in the world. It looks gorgeous. It looks like it plays really fucking sleek. And if this is a sign that we're gonna have, once again, 2D Metroid and 3D Metroid kind of working in harmony, that's all I can ask for as a fan of this series. I mean, it's been a very dark decade so far. 2010, we had fucking Other M. 2016, we had Federation Force.
Nobody tell him it's only going to get
30th
worse.
anniversary of Metroid just came and went with no big fanfare whatsoever. But this is what I wanted. And how about those fucking amiibos? God damn, they look good. Between these and the champion amiibos for Breath of the Wild, oh my god, I have such an addiction to those things. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed my little first thoughts on the two. I mean, I can't even say my first thoughts on Metroid Prime 4 because all we got.
This guy must have. He must. It was probably so bricked up for Dread.
Was a logo for that, but you know what? That's finally coming back too, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm cautiously optimistic for the Metroid series now. The dark times are thankfully over. For now.
Yeah, I imagine he must have pogged out real big at Dread, and now he's finally gonna get Prime 4 at some time. At some point this year. Well, chat, we finally come to the end of the playlist with this last video, which is to say there's one video left. And this one I added just the other day. A true crime channel's demise, the JCS mystery. I've never watched this channel, but it came up in the algo. So he better not be woke. But what if he was?
Friendship is based upon harmony, climate,
As if it would matter. The right opinion? So you're familiar with this person?
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time. And in my existence on YouTube,
oh my god, he's a PNG person.
And days analyzing people while...
I don't usually watch channels with like, you know, the kind of channels that were popular way back when, where it'd be like a PNG of a character crossing their arms. I did not know this was a format that was still popular on the YouTubes, but apparently it is. In 2025, we still have the avatar rudely crossing their arms disparagingly at a thing that they dislike. He's like the Kraken guy. Oh, the guy who does videos on Amberlin. I know who you're talking about. Okay, so you're saying it should be good then. This is Dingus viewer approved.
Providing my thoughts and explanations on their behaviors. In fact, a lot of people have. That kind of content has become its own genre at this point.
That's what I associate that format with, the Squid Guy.
Now! There was a time when people would just do shit on YouTube, no matter how viral or eccentric, and viewers would take it in, provide their reaction, and move on to whatever the next upload was. That initial reaction was enough stimulation. But times have changed. Now there is a mark of those more allured by a deeper understanding in how humans operate, and understanding what goes on beneath the surface. An interest in the psychological, I suppose. The best targets of these sorts of analyses are always those that appear to defy more logic than others, whether that be through just the extremity of their rationality, or just through the heinousness of the actions. People are curious as to what the answers behind such behavior are. Whether that's because they have a penchant for understanding people, they like to make sense of things, or they just enjoy a good story. Whatever the reason, it's clear that nowadays the how and the why are just as important as the what. It's not like there's a scarcity of potential video subjects on YouTube, but the interest isn't just restricted to this singular space.
Alright, thank you, Anti-C,
if you go looking, you'll find plenty of content analyzing celebrities, historical figures, and these subjects at the center of today's video. True crime. I mean, where else you going to find a hotbed of
my
so
favorite
many
genre.
curious characters to take a closer look at than those fresh out, or in, the slammer?
Believe me, if I started murdering people, there'd be none of you left.
True crime has retained its reputation as one of the most influential genres on the platform. With the increasing saturation of content, it's sometimes hard to draw the line between those who actually pursue this content out of actual desire to raise awareness and educate the viewers, and those who are just looking to cash in on tragedy. Though in some cases, the signs are a little more...
That's going to be Phil in a couple days when he talks about his mom.
Welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you.
Unfortunately, audience expectations are so low that honestly nothing about this sort of content is remotely shocking anymore. And it's not like there's much that can be done about them other than hope that eventually people will realize that what they're watching is progressively decreasing their quality of life. It's a shame because true crime is probably a genre deserving of some of the most sensitive hands. You're dealing with cases that have consequences, not just for victims, but also the accused. Being analytical article is a necessity, looking at evidence, supporting and against, thinking critically about it, trying to rationalize exactly what might have happened, and putting it all together in an effective story that entertains explanations without leaning too heavily into speculation. Although there were plenty of channels that definitely covered these elements, there was only really one slap bang in the middle of this intersection of true crime and analytical content. This was a channel by the name of JCS, also known as Jim Can't Swim.
Not that Jim.
Lady, you've never seen her. Go ahead.
Franklin appears very calm and collected.
Presumably, this is going to be about how it has recently been alleged that this channel in particular has devolved into AI slop.
But it's important to recognize that the setup is very unusual for a murder interrogation. There is too much
I just hate how he would constantly delete videos.
Franklin is in a defensive corner with a table separating him and the cops, which may appear insignificant, but gives him some degree of psychological invulnerability. This makes it much harder to mentally break down a suspect and minimizes the chances of a confession.
Founded in 2018, JCS set out to focus on the more procedural aspects of true crime, most often using interview footage of subsequently convicted criminals to craft a narrative, breaking down their interactions with law enforcement and also looking at the implications of such behavior with their quote, criminal psychology angle. The channel started as a dual project on YouTube and Patreon before moving exclusively to YouTube in 2020, likely after their videos started to perform pretty well. And when I say pretty well, I mean very, 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 very well. Their channel may not be the most followed in the true crime sphere, but as of 2025, they have multiple videos in surplus of 20 million views, with their most viewed video concerning Nicholas Cruz sitting on a staggering 66 million.
I never watched the video myself. Well, it kind of broke my heart to hear the allegations, and then he ended up deleting it anyway, right? Yeah, just taking it off because he got too much heat from it.
Inconceivable for this type of content. With this in mind, it would be safe to say that JCS have experienced their fair share of success.
Now, I want you to kick me. Come on, kick me. Okay, do it again. Do it again.
Ouch.
Okay, you'll block it every time.
However, this isn't to say they hadn't experienced struggles either. They come to blows with YouTube a few times, most notably in 2022, when a series of YouTube's decisions caused them to announce an exit strategy from the platform altogether. In this moment, creators and audience members rallied around the channel and put pressure on YouTube to walk back their attacks against JCS. As many articulated at the time, Jim Can't Swim was a true crime channel that served a purpose on the platform, creating high-quality, detailed content that was enriching the community with its educational value. If anything, YouTube should be lifting them up. The people spoke and YouTube supposedly listened, stepping back and giving JCS the space to produce content how they wanted to. But what did that look like?
Breaking news in New York, the CEO of United Healthcare was shot and killed by a masked man near a Midtown Manhattan hotel early this morning. The shooting appears to be targeted, but police do not know why.
On the morning of December the 4th, 2024, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was shot and killed by an individual federal prosecutors claim is Luigi Mangione. The social media response to this was otherworldly, and you wouldn't be blamed if, taken in by the fray, you'd missed the new upload from your favorite YouTuber, JCS. No harm done, you could always watch it later, couldn't you? Well, it turns out that this video was removed so quickly that a lot of people don't even know of its existence. An existence that represents one of the most bizarre, dumbfounding, and insulting creative decisions by an otherwise reputable channel. One that made them indistinguishable from all the slop they'd long been seen as the antidote to.
So imagine my surprise when earlier this month, after a year-and-a-half long hiatus, JCS comes back with a video that immediately feels off.
I've seen this guy before. It's not Xander Hall, is it? Where did I see this guy before? Was it a Kino Casino episode? This punk's face is... I've seen this punk's mug before, chat.
JCS comes back with a video that immediately feels off.
A creative decision that confused all those who had been rooting for them barely a few years back and made them wonder about the identity and the intentions of the so-called team behind the channel.
At least it's AI slop, not like seeing your favorite small-town lawyer getting arrested for 26 grams of cocaine and other drugs, and said 26 grams of cocaine also being found in your daughter's hair. I guess there are some things truly worse than, you know, getting accused of using AI.
And ask the question, who are they to judge? With no clear answers from those involved, and only one
JCS
person
got me
connected
into
to
it
the circle
too.
actually providing some
It was really
explanations,
disappointing.
JCS appeared to have much less to say this time around. How could a channel so fixated on a high detail of analysis lose all self-awareness in the space of less than an hour? Had Jim just found himself out of his depth, or was there more bubbling beneath the surface of this hot water he found himself in? My friends, let's try to analyze this true crime channel mystery.
Alright, so this is where the ad should be, right? Are we in between part 1 and 2 right now? Yeah, I think so. Ah, shit, I knew we should have been in that meeting. How
Is there
am I
a
to
show
keep up with this
segment? Like,
schedule?
what are we?
Well, you could start by
What are we
closing
doing?
Cookie Clicker. That's for one. Yeah, it's an idle game. I just have to have my phone up, and I'm not actively playing
Whoa,
the game.
Cookie
It doesn't
Clicker,
matter.
that's
When
a
you
new
come to
one.
work, you gotta be locked in. You gotta be focusing on the job, okay? Well, it doesn't really
Let's
matter,
get
does
some
it?
cookies.
Gentlemen, what is all the hubbub about?
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Look, you're not going to keep track of a project if you're doing it all in your heads.
Well, what do we do then?
Well, if you're struggling to manage projects, Odoo I have the solution for you.
Oh god, not again.
Odoo is an all-in-one management software helping you manage your whole business, and their project application helps you keep track of your brainchild from blueprint to printing press. If you're someone who is always preoccupied with one enterprise or another, like many hardworking individuals, then this is the program for you.
Dedicated ad break.
Here you create a project and break it down into stages. With that sorted, you can go ahead and seizing the day.
I thought it was going to
adding
be about
tasks,
Cookie
assigning
Clicker.
them
I
to
got
the
too
right
excited.
people, adding deadlines and scheduling activities such as business calls and personal
At least this is
duties.
a service that
All of these apps
the
are the
videos
same, though.
we watch
What's
usually
different about
don't
this one?
promote.
Don't encourage him.
It's kind of
Well,
different.
I'm so
It's
glad you
kinda
asked.
unique.
With Odoo, you can choose between different views like Kanban, List, or Gantt, each with their own
Yeah,
approach
plug in
to
my
project
controller.
management. If one isn't to your speed, just switch on over until you find the right fit, so you'll never have to bicker again. Maybe. With Odoo, you can centralize information like emails, log notes, and files for yourself and your colleagues through the chatter, collaborating with them in real time on every step of the creative or logistic process. You can choose what you share and who you share it with, allowing you to maintain control over your progress towards those final goals that you set right back at the start of this.
And how much is it?
If you're a new Odoo user, then the first app is completely free with unlimited hosting and support. If you find it to your liking and want to integrate more of
Oh,
their
is this
apps
a
into your
Microsoft
workspace, then there are
Office
subscriptions
suite
available.
situation?
But for a first time around, there really is very little to
Gotta
lose.
pay individually.
Well,
Ah.
I suppose I could give it a go.
Nice.
Did he join just to tell us that? I take it you're new here. No newer than you, my friend. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Well, it's not an insult, I'm just stating a fact. You're the one that's not prepared for work. Well, you started...
Follow the link in the description below and download your first app completely free with Odoo. Jim Can't Swim was launched in February of 2017. It's hard to exactly say when their first upload was posted, but we know they were gaining subscribers for any of their newest recorded content, so they likely experimented with the genre before settling on a style. Going by an old channel URL, they might have been known as Prison TV at one point, but I couldn't confirm if that was the case or just a placeholder. There are a litany of theories as to where the name Jim Can't Swim came from, and because I want in on the fun too, I'm going to say it came from this online grammar test. Nowadays, JCS is known for the large intervals between uploads, but back in 2018 they actually uploaded on a fairly regular basis. In fact, archives of their upload schedule say that they would upload at least once a week, often more. Their original upload model was somewhat different as well, covering different aspects of criminality, with videos not just on police interrogations but on young offenders, inmate perspectives, and even some more general videos on subjects like narcissism. Most of these videos have been lost to the sands of time because they were removed rather soon after their upload, presumably because it wasn't long before one series stood out amongst the others.
Modern interrogation is a study in human nature. It requires a great amount of confidence and a complete understanding of social influence. Interrogators are essentially human lie detectors, highly trained in psychological tactics and mental manipulation, which begin before even a single word is spoken.
The most compelling police interrogations was a video uploaded in September 2018. Although it had tried other content up to this point, it quickly became one of their most successful uploads. The video in question featured a compilation of police interviews interwoven by a narrative from a commentator known as Kazoom, a creator who had been a YouTube stalwart since the late 2000s.
Isn't that what happened?
The The clip was shown by the prosecution in the trial. She received life without parole.
The video provided a fairly cursory summary of these interviews without too much narrative to break up the source material in question. In spite of the fairly bare-bones production, these videos likely provided Jim and his team with the first taste of real prosperity on YouTube. And they sought to immediately capitalize on it with multiple follow-up videos in 8 parts. These videos continue to outperform all of their other content, most of which they would go on to remove. And by January 2019, they had cleansed most of their content to focus on these interrogations.
Well, they're like, why constantly delete videos? Well, what's the thinking behind that? Because doesn't that just kill your discoverability? That's what Quartering did, and everybody laughed at him for doing it. That's what Phil did, and people laughed at Phil when he did it.
Given them a bright idea on how to take their channel in a new direction. One of their earlier videos had been the interrogation of Jodi Arias, which would be removed and then the topic reused a few years later, but it seemed to perform well and probably made them realize there was a more effective way to utilize this source material.
This is what is known as the pause technique. After the suspect answers a question, the interrogator will remain silent while maintaining eye contact. This physical demeanor gives off the subtle cue that he expects more information to be divulged and may already know more than the suspect realizes.
Their next video was the first of a 4-part series on Chris Watts, who become known for the rather unflattering accolade of murdering his entire family. JCS had planned to upload a multi-part series on his interrogation, his failed polygraph test, and his confession, with a soon-removed 4th part on his extramarital affair. These videos were accompanied by a far more thorough script than previous interrogation analyses. Alongside the credit to Kazoom was another by the name of True Crime Loser, who is also believed to work with JCS in some capacity, possibly script writing. They were clearly pretty savvy on SEO, as they like to experiment with different thumbnails, including this one where he was topless, which I suppose attracts a certain type of audience. Throughout this time, they also ran the channel in tandem with their Patreon, which they would upload exclusive content to. It seemed they had a pretty good system down, but nothing that was going to break any records. This was until 2020, when our favorite recurring character, COVID, hit, and more people than ever were spending time online. It was this time JCS took the very bold decision to discontinue posting on their Patreon, saying that it was becoming a streaming service and that all content would be posted onto YouTube from here on out. It's hard to exactly say what their reasoning was behind this yet, but maybe they just wanted to focus their energy on something they thought had the potential to really blow up. And they weren't exactly wrong.
After the initial statement you just heard, Casey was asked if she could take police to all places of interest. She happily obliged, and then proceeded to lead them to a multitude of fake addresses which she had nothing to do with. She then took them to her supposed office at Universal Studios and literally led 3 senior investigators to the very end of the building, taking over 25 minutes to walk to, before she finally turned around, put her hands in her back pockets, laughed, and admitted that she didn't work there.
In August 2020, the channel had its first real bump when they released the video, There's Something About Casey, which covered the now prolific case of Casey Anthony. This was obviously a great sign for the channel, but they wanted to build on it, and they did, with a video titled Jennifer's Solution. Although this was a notorious case to those who were interested in crime, the name Jennifer Pan probably didn't ring as many bells for the general public. Yet this ended up performing better than their video on Casey Anthony. Why? Well, I mentioned earlier that JCS had been experimenting with thumbnails and titles. It seems that they'd settled on something around this time as well. The simple yet effective presentation of a shot of the interrogation room and a small quote that reveals just a modicum of information about the person at the center of the case. Around August, they had gone back over their old content and retroactively changed most of the thumbnails to be in keeping with their style, and clearly liked the results they were seeing. Jennifer's Solution, however, dropped with this thumbnail, capitalizing on catching the attention of fresh viewers and quickly accruing over 10 million views. The deceptively casual title and thumbnail masquerading the morbid would become their signature style and would be utilized in practically every future video, pairing with increasingly detailed analysis.
Yeah, and then every true crime channel proceeded to use that.
Of notorious criminals. The channel moved from strength to strength and
Oh, hey, Alien. What are we listening to? Sorry, I've been playing a game and watching a video. This guy's going over this true crime channel, Jim Can't Swim. I figure if you watch any true crime, I can't even talk. It's so late into the stream, late into the night. If you've seen any true crime content, you're probably familiar with that channel. Recently, he got into a controversy, which he is alleged to use AI for his most recent video, and he took it down. It popped up in my algorithm, so I was like, yeah, why not? I give it a shot, even though I haven't watched this particular YouTuber before. Aside from being British, there are no crimes against humanity committed by him yet. I'm just joking. Maybe.
provided exponential growth to the JCS team, alongside views that very few content creators as a whole, let alone in the genre, would ever see. In spite of all the traffic they were receiving, JCS maintained a relatively low profile outside of their content. Every now and then they give thanks to a creator for promoting their channel, and maybe post a meme here and there, but otherwise it was safe to say we didn't really know too much about Jim. We assumed there was a Jim because he signed off some of his messages with his name and a kiss, and sometimes he'd become a bit sassy, but it was always acknowledged there was a team behind this content as well. If anything, the social media post told us two things. One,
Or
that the channel
TikToks?
wasn't
I
really
do
most
not
invested
use
in social
TikTok.
media outside of the YouTube channel,
It's
and two,
not
they
for
didn't
me.
seem to have the most patience for them either. Yes, if they weren't thanking someone, they were normally not happy with someone, whether it was TikTok, YouTube, or Hassan. It was these moments, though, you saw the more human side of the channel and its operations. They were grateful for the attention, but appeared anxious about a variety of matters, such as their content falling into other people's hands, people impersonating them, and the issue as old as time, monetization. These
Better
are
you don't
human
TikTok and
struggles
roads
that many creators
focus. Yeah,
experienced, and when you see those,
it's I just see it as brain rot Zoomer core. Like I even stopped using Twitter as often as I used to. Just because I don't know, it's just nothing gets accomplished on Twitter. I think is the conclusion I came to that resulted in me using it far less. And I don't know, I feel like I'm all the better for it.
emotions seep through in their words like they did with JCS, you begin to trust that they care about these cases as much as you do. With all that said, though, they'd still crafted out an impressive niche on the platform, with a pioneering style that felt personal to them, but also possessed a wide appeal, backed up by actual substance that seemed to inspire people to take an interest in criminology, while also handling these cases with the respect they deserve. It seemed like they were setting an example for creators all over the platform. So how would YouTube repay them?
By taking them down? They had some issues with YouTube, if I recall.
By the time 2022 had come around, true crime content was dominating YouTube, with numerous creators drawing millions of views for videos covering the world's most dangerous and depraved criminals.
So there's clearly something compelling about true crime, and the way it lets us consume content about grisly murder from the comfort of our couches. But what does that say about us as human beings, and as a society? Are we all secret wannabe serial killers, nosy voyeurs, or both?
However, with popularity soon followed pushback, and it wasn't long before some began to ask questions as to how respectful and ethical much of this content was, and YouTube's own part in promoting it. Now, true crime content has always maintained a reasonable amount of popularity with the general public, but for YouTube, the cold feet around having their platform manifest into a dark place with topics that had potential to veer into apocalypse territory had always caused them to be quite censorious. Although Jim Can't Swim hadn't drawn any great controversy with their content, the style they employed in their videos, which relied on clip-heavy analysis of killers and their often grisly crimes, was bound to set off some alarms at YouTube HQ. JCS already had their fair share of friction with the platform, not being monetized, not having a YouTube support team, and having to fight tooth and nail to have their videos considered suitable for the platform. They went through a lot of stressful scenarios, however nothing could quite prepare them for the new year of 2022, where a couple weeks after their newest upload they came to blows with the platform once more. Tweeting on January 6th, they tagged Team YouTube requesting they respond to their ticket regarding one of the most viewed videos, Wrath of Jody, a video which primarily covered the criminal interrogation of convicted murderer Jody Arias. It had already been uploaded for over a year
the lady
by
in that
this
video
point
was
and hadn't seemingly
nuts.
drawn any notable backlash, so YouTube's decision to remove it didn't make much sense.
just bugged to fly
But
back.
YouTube responded quickly saying they would look into it. A small problem easily solved, right? Well, apparently not. Over the next few days, Jim took to Twitter to say that multiple further videos were being messed with, including their Christmas with Cliff, which was their newest upload, the McDaniel video, and the Nicholas Cruz upload, pretending to be crazy. In two quickly deleted tweets on January the 8th, they claimed YouTube were running ads on reaction videos to their content, despite those channels being monetized, all while demonetizing their own content, implying that YouTube were fine pocketing the money as long as it was beneficial to them. YouTube again responded to their other tweets tagging them, stating that they were looking into this, but obviously not fast enough, as JCS continued to vent their frustrations on social media platforms, now calling on people to mobilize in attracting YouTube's attention.
I didn't even know the dude had social media. Just goes to show you, it's a waste of time.
The call was heard, with other creators reprimanding Team YouTube for their poor judgment and communication, while demanding that JCS's videos be reinstated. With pressure mounting, many hoped that common sense would prevail, but a couple days later, on January 13th, JCS announced that YouTube had refused to offer the return of the videos, and that they would now have to enact an exit strategy from the platform. According to JCS, YouTube would argue that their content had violated the violence and sensitive events policy. Obviously, JCS did cover these matters in a way that might blur the lines of monetization, but everyone broadly agreed that complete censorship was a massive overstep. There was more than enough context to understand why these
guys,
videos serve some form of purpose on
those
the
ones don't
platform,
drop
educating
gems.
or at least informing. It seemed the JCS were all packed and ready to go, posting an announcement on their channel too. It was a very final statement with them thanking their audience for all the support, but accepting there was very little that they could do alone. But they weren't alone.
And a lot of people think that if the JCS videos are considered like sensitive topics or violating sensitive topics and violence guidelines, then true crime on YouTube is just dead.
Hearing that YouTube were driving one of their most prolific true crime creators off the platform provoked YouTubers and fans alike. Outside the fact that all these situations feel like they can happen to anyone, it just wasn't fair. Out of all the crap that people have served on the website, YouTube decided to take umbrage with a channel that seemed to possess a beating heart and an actual purpose. People raised their voice even more, and the threat of losing a channel as significant as JCS also clearly rattled YouTube, who responded a few hours later, pledging to return with more answers. A few days on, the first positive update came that JCS were working with YouTube to establish a solution that would return the videos to their channel, and 3 days later they returned with positive news. One of the videos had
Extremely
returned, and they were
positive.
working with YouTube to restore the others. As comes with the territory of working with YouTube, it wasn't all plain sailing, and they would return a couple weeks to complain that the support team had aired them once more, even requesting their followers send them some video therapy to help them through these tribulations. In May, they took to Twitter to complain that Jennifer's solution had been, quote, shut down just after hitting a spike in views. The video was still up at this point, but at the start of June, JCS put out a tweet again stating this may be the end, and that the channel was, quote, being attacked, with YouTube responding once more stating their partner manager would be in touch. Needless to say, it was a roller coaster, with JCS admitting they were going through something personal as well. They shared a couple of videos about controlled breathing, which seemed to imply that this, among other situations, had really taken its toll. Over time, though, the videos did return to the channel, with the channel turning their attention towards posting some memes here and there. This shift of focus, occasional complaints aside, seemed to say that Jim Can't Swim was staying on YouTube for the foreseeable future. But the uncertainty of that future still hung in the balance. It was clear that for whatever reason, YouTube or YouTube's robots
I don't think that's
had
how
a bee
I
in
was
their
supposed to
bonnet
get
about
over
the True
here,
Crime
but okay.
channel's existence. Yet with all the power of the people behind them, the best they could do is keep on moving forward and deal with the problems as they came. Although people had reservations about true crime on YouTube, this drama made it clear that many felt that JCS was a different kind of crime channel, one that didn't necessarily sensationalize their topics and maintained a factual, educational tone. Nearly
It's
every
factually
creator from the
accurate.
true crime sphere has some criticism directed their way. For YouTube to take aim at the one which seemingly had nobody annoyed was one of their most unbelievable decisions. But it also
That's 'cause he
went
was the most
deeper than
popular
that,
dude.
to a channel's passion, ability to create, and livelihood. This
Hey,
drama
get
had
outta
shown
here.
another side to JCS that many hadn't really been privy to before. One very human, one which was stressed, one that turned to the community to help bring attention to an injustice. Fortunately for them, the community responded emphatically, bringing attention to a cause and providing their support in ways that JCS promised to repay. But how are they going to do that? Well, although the rest of 2022 wasn't without its issues for the JCS channel, it seemed that the core conflict with YouTube was over. They uploaded a couple videos on their second channel with True Crime Loser while working on resolving the main channel problem, but by the end of the year they returned with a video to glorious fanfare from all and an accompanying post explaining that after a back and forth with the platform, they had finally given them some tools that should help them navigate the intricacies of existing on YouTube. The video was uploaded later that day titled Yardley's Ex-Boyfriend, covering the murder of the titular individual and the interrogation that followed. It was presented slightly differently to previous uploads, without the usual interrogation room thumbnail, but at least it was monetized. The video performed decently, though not quite up to standards of prior uploads. Yet this did not deter them, and in the new year, they uploaded more content covering the cases of Grant Amato and Sarah Boone shortly after. These cases performed better, with the coverage of Sarah Boone's case exceeding 20 million views. Finally, Jim Can't Swim were back in the swing of things. Although, to a few loyal followers, something just felt a little off.
This is 42-year-old Sarah Boone, who you just heard on the 911 call a few seconds ago.
Yeah, this doesn't. No, I can already hear it. This doesn't sound right, chat.
There was a question hanging over each of the new uploads. The Sarah Boone upload in particular attracted some attention from people slightly concerned as to what was going on behind the scenes. Although Kizum was credited as per usual for the voiceover, he sounded markedly different to earlier uploads. Not in a way that most people who put this content on the background would notice, but definitely one that sparked a conversation here and there.
The ex-husband leaves, and the officers wait for investigators to arrive.
The accent's there, and the bass is there. It does sound like his voice, but something about the intonation is off.
This police officer was brilliant. Her temperament was perfect for the situation. The investigators simply asked Sarah to stay somewhere else for the night, and to come to the police station the following day with any questions she might have.
Glad I never listened to any of the AI videos. This is
This is horse shit. Like, what the fuck? What were they thinking? Could they not get the voice actor back? Wouldn't he have a case then for them using his voice?
Sarah stayed with her ex-husband, then showed up at the sheriff's office the next
Can't
day
even
at
listen to it, it's so
3:51
bad.
p.m. with an entire handwritten page of questions, the first of which was about when she's getting back her phone.
The voice here just didn't seem to pay much attention to the syntax. Each line felt somewhat detached from the other, and there was this strange repetitiveness in how the vocal tone fluctuated that just didn't sound right. And certainly didn't sound like the voice we'd come to know.
The only problem is that the lead interrogator really doesn't like Sarah, and abandons the task of pretending to, which makes this a significantly flawed, yet remarkably entertaining process to bear witness.
Now, Kazum is a competent commentator. He's been creating on YouTube for God knows how long. Although you are prone to misreading sentences when reciting a script that's been given to you by someone else, he'd already proven himself more than capable of performing to a professional capacity in previous videos. This just wasn't right, and some people had a hunch that maybe this manifestation of JCS wasn't quite as human as the previous. But they had been flirting with something known to many as artificial intelligence. That didn't sit right with some. In spite of its increasing use and popularity, AI had grown a highly contentious reputation in the creative industry, particularly due to concerns that people may use it to replace actual human labor while stealing from it at the same time, but also just because it almost always ends up depleting the quality of the actual creative output, with more than a fair few examples already proving this point. However,
It's
without any
soulless.
clear indication from JCS as to what they were
It's
doing,
scum.
a necessary
It's
bit of
garbage.
version just asked Kazum if this was indeed the case. The response was, well, uncertain. Kazum says that in the most recent video, they used something similar to AI, without confirming any of the theories. A few people quit to respond and say, AI or not, it was definitely worse than previous videos, and that they also felt the script just wasn't as good either, that something was afoot. This was repeated in a small Reddit thread where a few people
AI is
gathered to try and work
transcripting.
out what was happening. There were many different claims.
I would say a lot of it does end up becoming soulless slop. To put like a mediating, level-headed take on it, it's a tool, but the over-reliance of it results in the soulless slop. You can use it, but over-relying on it typically leads to just garbage. And people use it as like a they use it as like a shortcut, right? When it's the point of it is meant to assist. Like what was it? Was it Coggers? Coggers was telling me like that I should use it for writing, not as a substitute for my writing, but more so. Hey, look! Wait, no, there are the orbs right there. But to give me a prompt and then just to give me like inspiration. Shortcut, do the entire thing for me. Yeah, that's what I mean. Use AI as a writing buddy. But I look, I know you brought that up, but I would just feel even to just use that as inspiration, I don't know, it wouldn't be entirely organic to me. I'm just weird like that. Someone who's written a book, I would never. Yeah, it just when he originally brought that up to me, I was like, oh, I probably wouldn't want to do that. As someone who is always eternally in writer's block. You know, ask some questions and stuff to help the flow of creativity. I don't know. Even you pitching it in that way to make it sound like a good thing. Bouncing off ChatGPT for technical detail ideas on a thing I want to make, a radio show type deal. That's you using it for what its intended purpose, where it's just a tool to assist you on the way to you making what you want to make. The problem is when you over rely on it and then you just use that not as a tool but as a shortcut to get the desired output. Then the desired output just becomes soulless slop because AI is just trained in all this other shit. So you get what you put in, and when you put in nothing, you get nothing in return. Let's say you're making a 3D picture. Would you rather take the time of 2 weeks to make every single model, or would you rather just download assets and use them to fit your purpose? Well, probably the latter. Well, wait, no. To go back on that. If my goal is to make the 3D picture, I would want to make the 3D picture myself. So, option 1. I'm looking at it as, you know, because something like that would be akin to like an overlay, right? So I would download an asset for an overlay, then use it for the overlay. Like this little picture, this little dumb little gif of Daxter right here. But I'd say that's different than what you're suggesting. Sorry, my brain. I am brain fried right now. But I'm picking up what you're putting down. A lot of bigwigs will say to make the models because they are bigwigs when there's nothing wrong with downloading assets. I think the thing about that is that again it takes away from the creativity aspect, where it could have been something unique, but instead it's something that's pre-existing, like asset flip games that use stuff from the Unity store. If it's a generic picture, then downloading assets is nothing. It's a super weird thing that maybe you want to make the models, maybe even download some assets to help out. I say that's again. Using stuff as reference, I'm okay with. For me, when it comes to like the realm of like actually creating something, I don't know. I'm for referencing stuff to assist you, but you won't know. You have to create shit. You have to create shit to think as I do. I can't rely on a soulless AI chatbot. It's soulless. No, I'm not an asset flipper. I'm no better than FromSoft. No, it's okay when FromSoft does it. People will forgive them. So I hear. A lot of artists have this I have to do everything myself mentality. It usually hinders the flow and progress. It does. It does. But it makes it all more organic at the end of the day. Because it's, you know that you did it. You didn't have to put in a prompt and tell the robot to type the whole novel out for you. But you're right. At least in the saying that like artists that procrastinate too much, that feel like they have to do everything themselves, usually results in their workflow being fucked with. I can vouch for that. Because all these years later, the Dingus novel still hasn't been made. Alright, we have one more orb to collect, and it's in the construction site. I just gotta get the last 2 gems. The Great American Dingus novel. The Great American Dingus. I still owe 2 writing streams. I have not forgotten. It's just a gazillion games I must play, and not enough time in the world. And to be honest, writing streams just feel perfect for fucking 1 in the morning where nobody is live. These are streams that I don't want anybody to watch. Streams that will never be archived. Streams that I feel a little shy about doing because it's me sharing my stupid bullshit writing that I haven't even shared to my own family or friends. And then there's the aspect of me being so confused with what I even want the shit to be. I'm on, what is it, draft number 7 or 8 of said novel? It'll get written. Maybe in this lifetime. Maybe, probably. You guys will be the first ones to read it.
Claiming that JCS had lied in the past as the reasons why their content was taken down, and then anyone pointing out these lines and discrepancies would be censored on their platforms. There was this belief that something was going on behind the scenes, that JCS were attributing to publicly identifiable issues to keep audiences off their back. This was purely theoretical at this point, but it was also clear these concerns weren't just isolated to a handful of people, that if at least a small portion of people noticed the exact same thing, there's probably some merit to it. There was one reassurance from Kazum, that this was apparently a temporary measure and that future videos would...
I don't get how the asset thing is similar to using AI. For me, it's just the aspect of I didn't make it. And it's only in the realm of me creating something, so like, writing. Whereas,
You know, for me putting over an overlay together for the stream, you know, in that case, I don't have a problem using an asset. It's just a silly little overlay. But art is different, chat. Art is different. Is it okay to use AI if you're a redhead? Redheads no longer exist in this post-modern world. All redheads have now been outlawed. So says I. How am I missing 2 gems? What the? I got 2 gems and 1 orb to find, chat. Let me, I gotta load the level again. I'm so close, guys. It's gonna take till like 6 in the morning, but we'll do it.
Would return to the usual voiceover. It does make you wonder why.
So you shouldn't use it to be a real artist. Shut up! Stop debunking me at 5 in the morning where I don't have proper arguments to come back at you with. This is the only way you can get one over on me in a debate, huh? You gotta engage with me. You gotta engage with me in the hollowed halls of debate at 5 in the morning to get one over on me, huh? We've never heard someone say using an asset is cheating, but sure, maybe they do somewhere. Why are you bullying me? Stop. I pour my heart and soul out to you guys. And you're like, dingus, you should just take the easy way out. No wonder your fucking book hasn't been written yet. I just explained what I was explaining to Goki. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were yelling at me. The more important it is, the more personally involved you should be in the creative process. Thank you. Thank you. MTC Dude understands. It's something special to me, so I would like to be involved with the creative process as much as I possibly can. You get it? Do you understand, Chief? Get it, Chief?
They did it in the first place, but who knows at this point? Or
Goki, I don't actually... I'm being silly. I know I'm not actually saying you're yelling at me. You're typing words on a screen. I don't... I'm being hysterical. For laughs.
all people would have to do is wait for the next upload to find out if this promise was accurate. So the fans waited, and they waited, and they waited. All to no avail, and JCS's audience became increasingly impatient and confused. As far as we knew, JCS was back, but now they were quieter than they had ever been. Their socials were completely inactive, and people
the account was
to the
sold.
most recent tweets inquiring of their whereabouts. Had they finally succumbed to YouTube? Well, going off previous posts, you'd think there would be more noise if that was the case, but they weren't posting anywhere else. Had the stress just become too much for Jim and his team? Possibly, but you'd think they would have done that at the peak of their conflict with YouTube. It all felt strangely uncanny, especially with the rumors surrounding the channel's team. Now, it was
encouraged me to finish my boat.
Given that they often didn't reveal much about the individuals
will
behind
finish
the
the
channel.
boat, guys.
It didn't feel completely baseless either, especially now they had gone radio silent barely a year after fighting so hard for their channel. It just didn't make sense. As soon as they had triumphantly returned, they disappeared into the abyss once more, and people were left
gave up
wondering
and
what
sold
exactly
it,
was
let's
going
be
on with a
honest.
channel whose premise and production seemed so straightforward. Would they ever return? And what would they return with?
Behold.
Well, towards the end of 2024, people would receive their answer. But it was an answer that would only leave more questions. The wait for the next JCS video lasted over a year, and some probably gave up in believing there would ever be another video on the channel again. However, as a great philosopher once said,
They were wrong.
Don't stop believing, hold on to that feeling. And on December 4th, fans finally received a new Jim Can't Swim episode, this one covering the cases of Amelia Bassoon and Joshua Ramsawmy, an admittedly fascinating case of a supposedly loving couple who rushed to throw themselves under the bus when interrogated over a double murder. This had been covered by other creators, but JCS could always bring their own signature style to the content, right?
Wrong.
Behold, the sacred union that unites two souls into a lifelong journey.
What the hell?
On the 2nd of December of 2017, Amelia and Joshua got married.
The video's introduction.
Now doesn't he like fucking the voice in the Sarah Boone video sounded way better. It's just trash. It's filth. It's garbage. I was told this was a temporary measure, sir. Why is the AI even worse now?
is a completely gravity-defying experience, and certainly not in a good way. Whereas in previous videos the slightly synthesized voice flew under the radar given it was matched by a script pretty detached from its subject, here the opening declaration, "Behold," demands a human delivery, and it just is not given it. However, if that was your introduction to the video, this wasn't going to become any less bizarre as the intro proceeds, trying to tell a story, but with the AI-generated voice immediately removing any intrigue there could be.
They danced through the night to their favorite love songs, which consisted primarily of Ed Sheeran, then continued the celebration in their luxury hotel room that was overlooking the river.
The visuals are equally confusing, with this weird dancing visual and comedian/musician Tim Minchin being shown when they talk about Ed Sheeran. I think it's meant to be a joke, but there's no setup or delivery, so I assume most people were just left wondering who the bloke with the guitar was. The delivery doesn't become any less stilted as they begin to describe the family house, with bizarre animations that don't seem to reflect the usual pacing of a JCS video at all.
They moved to Florida, bought a house, and absolutely loved it. Except the only issue was that it didn't have a nice enough kitchen.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, want an AI voice acting for my thing, many characters, but it's too monotone. AI can't capture the soul of a proper cadence yet. Then you try to hire voice actors off the internet, and they only know the anime voice. Why are you doing a GPM shout-out? Not that there's anything wrong with that, of course. Look, it's GPM, there he is. He's gonna say the thing. Well, I guess it must be a shame if you can't go outside, baby boy. How old is that original Ralph stream when he first said that? It was post-COVID. It had to be post-COVID. Back when you fuckers wouldn't watch him on Trovo, he was said. Now, to be fair, Juzzy, you know how I am with alternate platform services. I only begrudgingly made a Kick account just to squat on it. And I will still only watch Kino Casino over there. There's been a consistent character trait of mine. You can ask Goon. It's impossible to get me to make an account on another streaming site.
It's the family house with 3 microwaves.
So they decided to commit first-degree fraud.
You can see how an artist would have delivered this intro fairly well, with the rosy romantic exposition being contrasted sharply by a tonal shift into their criminal behavior. But the AI voice doesn't register those nuances and the suspense is meant to build, so it's read with no investment, as if their fraud was just as consequential as a grocery run. The next part of the video isn't as noticeably jarring. It's edited a bit strangely, but if you're a passive listener, you might be able to tune it out. And once the police interview starts, it begins to feel like a JCS video once more. But then the interrogation keeps going, and going, and going. And there's not really that much commentary either, let alone the sort of in-depth psychological analysis that people had come to expect.
She asserts that Josh left midday and returned at roughly 9 a.m. the next morning, claiming to have been out with his friends. The second detective will now contribute and engage the suspect from a completely different angle.
You know, before we met today, we obviously researched some things, and your relationship with Matthew was abusive. Would you agree with that?
Like, you could at least explain what the angle is, but I digress. The video proceeds now fairly ordinarily with some usual interjections until they decide to try another creative angle, the secondary voice.
The detectives re-enter Josh's room 14 minutes later at 5:52 p.m. The other narrator will now be taking you through the second phase of his interrogation.
I'm sorry, but who asked for this?
Putting everything else aside, just imagine being Josh right now. One moment you're in dreamland, and the next you're jolted back into interrogation room reality.
No. Why is there a second narrator? Why is there the reason people watch the channel presumably would be because of the voice actor that they use, in addition to the scripting, of course, but like the voice is obviously what attracts people to the content here. Why is there, first of all, the AI, second of all, why is there a second voice that's even worse than the first voice?
Being asked if the blanket is helping with the cold by the guy who's controlling the thermostat.
Just as you might begin to acclimatize to the rather jarring vocal delivery of an AI-generated voice, you're thrown an even more synthetic voice that has no real reason to be there. I wanted to entertain the idea that it might represent the dual perspectives of the case of a husband and wife. But why didn't they introduce the female voice when they first changed perspective to the male subject? Why, for the last 10 minutes of the video, did their free trial run out? It just doesn't make any sense, and whereas I can say that at least the AI male voice is based on Kazum, the female one has no identifiable root, and so watching her try to make emotionally invested comments is painful.
Let's talk about the conversation you had with him about what he was going to do.
It's kind of like he's auditioning for the next Star Wars movie, and he's about...
Cringe! We're doing Star Wars references. Cringe! Remember D-Live with its crypto-style streaming? Wait, is D-Live is dead? When did D-Live go away? I was not informed about this. Is D-Live still around? Juzzy, can we get a... Pablo, can we get a D-Live check? Is D-Live dead? I was not informed about this. What's gonna happen to all my lemons? And that was their currency, right? Lemons? Finally, a site where your lemons are worth something. Okay, the site's up.
to rehearse the most breathtaking fucking paragraph in the history of the franchise.
Fortunately, the narrative here is so minimal, it's easy to just tune most of the comments out until the video ends rather abruptly at the 53-minute mark. And I mean, the interrogation was interesting at least, but what the hell was going on for the rest of that video?
All that's happened here is the detective was applying an effective variation of pressure, and the suspect crumbled like a deck chair, well and truly folded like an overcooked noodle.
It's just a series of creative decisions that are so out of touch with popular taste that you begin to wonder how they ever made good content in the first place. There are moments of commentary, but sometimes the video goes on for minutes uninterrupted. The opening has no place in the video whatsoever, and that's not even to talk about the AI-generated voices.
Where's Phil?
I
don't know. Where is Phil?
Experimenting with AI
Where is he?
uploads,
Where's Phil at, Saru?
Under the impression that this wasn't going
Where'd
to
you
last,
put Phil?
and yet it has somehow worsened. The male voice had no tonal awareness in delivering lines that require human interpretation, and the female voice is downright laughable. What were they thinking? They had over a year to create something interesting, something that would bring people back to their channel, and somehow they thought this would work? It didn't, and the glaring AI was immediately picked up by viewers who expressed their bemusement and disdain for its use in
gems and
covering
eggs,
it. Not just from a quality perspective, but from a moral one as well. And around 24 hours after it was first uploaded, the video was set to private, attempting to clean its stain from the channel. JCS would leave one comment saying that they heard people loud and clear, and that this would be fixed by the next video. But it left people asking one very significant question. Why did they break what wasn't broken in the first place? JCS had something good,
they're broke.
And after a hiatus longer than
They
most
couldn't pay
channels
the
would
voice
take,
actor
they
anymore.
returned with whatever that was. What on earth was going on? People wanted answers. Unfortunately, JCS's comment just wasn't enough to placate the masses. But given that JCS had next to no social media presence anymore, these people's only recourse was to ask those who did. And really, that seemed to only be one person, Kazum.
Hey there. Well, these NA meetings have shown me that I spend far too much time online.
Kazum is a very outspoken individual, and outside of his content spends a fair amount of time on social media, interacting and sometimes arguing with others. He had also answered people's questions about the channel before, so he seemed like the first port of call for those who were uncertain as to what was happening. It was a bit strange as he was still credited in the description as voicing the video, even though it obviously wasn't him. It's not exactly something you'd want your name to be attached to, right? However, when people did approach him, he didn't seem particularly sure of what was going on either. Responding to someone asking whether they would be using him again, he said he had no clue. And when approached for elaboration, he stated that his job was to strictly read the scripts he's given, with no other information available. When someone asked why he doesn't just take work with another channel, he states that he has hope that JCS will give him work again, though he's unsure of whether they will, as he doesn't really know why they switched to AI in the first place. He provides more responses a few hours later, which seem more optimistic, seeming more positive now that this was a temporary decision, and reassuring people that he is happy being credited in the description, and that he's being compensated in whatever ways the nearly 6 million subscriber channel can compensate him with. I guess they've fallen upon hard times that can only be solved with AI. A few days later, he posts again on X and YouTube, this time attempting to dispel any misinformation about his relationship with the channel, expressing that he gave them permission to do this and repeated that he is being compensated for it. Responding to people speculating over whether the channel was sold, he states that they have not, and he doesn't think they will unless they completely give up on the project. On YouTube, he also provides additional information stating that they've been away for 2 years due to personal struggles and wanted to rush out videos quickly, but now they understand their mistake and will actually
just put the fucking true crime videos in the bag. Is that mean? Is that you had one job? Oh, is this how I was supposed to access that area? Here are the 2 gems I need. Daxter, come on. Alright. 88%. How am I missing 12? What? I have just about everything in the game at this point. Correct.
Oh, don't tell me it counts the dream mode shit. It probably is. Might be something I have to do off stream then. I don't want to bore you guys with hours of rhythm mini games. Alright, I have literally one left to find.
Take time in creating them. It's clear that obviously he's had some communication with the team behind JCS now, and this is the message that both of them wish to convey. But although there were some who reacted sympathetically, others were harder to sway. There were multiple glaring questions that this yields. Why would they need to rush a video when they've been away for nearly 2 years? How much faster is AI than just asking someone to record a video, especially when the audio isn't even that long? If this was a cost-saving measure, how much were they really saving if they started to compensate someone? How are they this unprofitable when they have a fully functional Patreon open that's been inactive for nearly half a decade? A Patreon that had over 40,000 patrons at its peak. How does a large, well-oiled content creating machine that outsources a lot of its production experience struggles that sets them back this far?
So he's lazy.
Were not really answered.
I suppose he may be.
JCS doesn't actually have a viable explanation that addresses all of it. Given how vocal they've been in the past to mobilize their community, it was strange that they weren't willing to just explain what was going on themselves.
If you've not uploaded in almost 2 years, there's no rush to get something out. You should come back with a bang. A well-crafted video.
People did not buy that this was an issue of rushing quality. Some believe they wanted to cash in on December ad revenue, and although it's certainly not impossible, I'm sure a lot of creators will tell you that December ad revenue hasn't been what it used to be for a while. They probably would have made more money waiting a week to put out a better video, and I'm pretty certain that quality control wouldn't have taken them more than an additional week, given that most of the problems they created take more effort the first time around than just doing it the way they used to. Although Kazum had disparaged these selling rumors, many were still suspicious that something had occurred behind the scenes that wasn't completely unrelated to YouTube. JCS were known for removing content, but a lot of their tweets where they spoke to YouTube and even interacted with their audience have been deleted as well. They removed their community tab entirely, and now they were communicating through their voiceover artist. It felt like a very intentional about-face by a channel that had previously worked to retain a human connection with their audience. And I'll never hate on a channel for wanting to spend less time online. It's a good thing actually, but if you give people breadcrumbs, they're gonna want the whole loaf. And something just did not add up.
Why was a channel that prided itself...
If you give them breadcrumbs, they'll want the whole loaf. I like that. You probably didn't make it. He stole that from somewhere. But hey, we can equate that to Phil right now. Phil giving people breadcrumbs by not specifying like what's going on inevitably leads to people, wildly speculating about Linda, which is why he'll come back from break and then like shit on everyone for the said wild speculation when he could have just been honest about what the issue was. And then, as noted by ALT on his stream yesterday, Phil will take advantage. He'll do situations like that and then just sit and get his jollies off at said wild speculation.
On integrity, on not bowing down to YouTube overlords, and which appeared to prioritize the creative process above all else, resorting to sloppy AI-generated voiceovers with minimal analysis and no heart.
Due to how quickly they removed the video, discussions mostly remained inside circles of people who were actually following the channel. And as said, the shooting of CEO Brian Thompson coincided with the video release, so the irony was the True Crime channel was at least save some additional hassle by an actual true crime. JCS would return a few months later with another video, this one confirmed to be using Kazum's real voice. Here they actually address the prior situation, or at least they acknowledge it, apologizing and pledging to do better. They attest the issues were outside of YouTube and pledge to make it up to their audience with more consistent content.
Here it is.
Now notice how quickly he manages to pull himself out of the depths of despair and into casually talking about his house flipping show.
Many fans were accepting of this, I think grateful that there would be more content in the first place.
It's the
but
clank
others were less happy
mask.
that it still didn't really address anything that had happened, especially their aversion to even mentioning what people were annoyed at them about. A few stated this was just another video that had come from their Patreon, which didn't seem to reflect the commitment for high-effort content, while others reiterated claims they had engineered their drama with YouTube and censored anyone challenging them on it. We'll discuss that soon, don't worry, but it was clear that amongst some they just didn't trust JCS anymore, with former fans recommending alternative channels that seemed more reliable and quality-oriented.
Like
the
dreading.
view count also
Dreading.
reflected this
Dreading.
empathy. 4 million is great for a lot of channels, but it was a fraction of their most popular content, and given how often other creators had taken longer hiatuses and still returned to strong views, it seemed like this was a JCS issue. The lack of clarity paired with their inconsistency seemed to have just exhausted a lot of viewers into giving up on the channel. And that was a shame. But whose fault was it? I think it's very difficult for most people to grasp exactly how a channel without any changes to its personnel or operation can experience such a serious nosedive in quality. But that is exactly what happened with Jim Can't Swim. This genre is never going to be completely consistent because it is based on observational practice rather than science. But those with experience in the area of reading body language should never spontaneously lose grasp on the skill of building a narrative from observing human interactions. And yet JCS did not just do that, they did it while sabotaging practically every aspect of production.
I firmly believe that they used AI to write the script. They did.
The reasons and responses didn't quite make sense. The communication that people were given from Kazum almost implied it was a budgeting issue, that they were compensating in ways that they could, like a YouTube channel with a Patreon with a massive viewer base and in a genre that was at the pinnacle of its popularity, couldn't somehow make sustainable money from creating content that made them popular? Yeah, sure. There had to be a reason for all of this, one that managed to explain all the confusing, contradictory behavior at the heart of this situation. Honestly, this is one of the hardest analyses given how little there is actually out there. But the first one has to be the one that JCS regularly put the responsibility of their dire straits on: YouTube.
You know, I've been in this cage for about 3 years, 5 months, and 17 days, but who's counting?
Most people love to point the finger at YouTube. I love to point the finger at YouTube because it always feels a lot more righteous to have some fury at the big bad faceless corporation who actually do screw up on a regular basis. Many creators will tell you that it is an often infuriating process to reach a human at YouTube who can actually help, and their policy enforcement is wildly inconsistent and very difficult to actually follow, particularly if you're a creator who covers more controversial and sensitive topics. Topics like true crime.
For this video, I've gathered all my YouTube knowledge into a full, in-depth, 1 hour plus course that'll teach you how to start your own monetizable faceless channel with AI. After watching this video, you'll have the entire blueprint I used to go—
I thought it actually cut to an ad. Damn it.
From $0 to $150,000 a month.
That's what I was saying, MTC dude. The whole thing is that I am under the belief that the reason people tune in is for the voice of the narrator. So why would you go full sloppa and just make AI? Like people can tell that shit. They sussed it out right away when they put out that slop video.
That it's actually easier not to try investing in creating actually interesting content when there's so much mass-produced crap that is constantly rewarded. To viewers sympathetic with their plight, JCS were a victim of not merely YouTube's ever-changing culture, but their guidelines. They committed a lot when they committed to YouTube. They had built up a strong Patreon following and chose to mostly put that on hold. It was clear when they came to YouTube they had the expectation that such content would be supported. Yet the reception was lukewarm at best.
This is Jeff.
From the start, JCS had a very strained relationship with YouTube. YouTube did not want to monetize their content, perhaps based on their old compilation videos, we don't know exactly, but they did complain on Twitter about it then. And although they seemingly cleared this up at some point, if you went on the channel, you'd be hard-pressed to find out on many of their early videos. They were not a channel that ran sponsors or merchandise or anything like that. They placed all their eggs into this basket. And although the views said a lot, they appeared to be shafted by the platform that they were posting on, when all they wanted to do was make interrogation room analyses.
You would have loved to have a motherfucker like me in Iraq, wouldn't you? I'd gut them fucking towel heads.
It's worth noting that Cliff never served a single day in the military. He also had no training whatsoever in combat sports or martial arts. Unless you count the made-up variation of Kung Fu he demonstrates throughout this interrogation, then by the end of the night, he'll have acquired approximately 3.5 minutes of experience.
However, we all know what this escalated with at the start of 2022, the ultimate transgression against a channel, the unjustified takedowns of JCS's content.
Dude, that is fucking nuts. What is happening? Why are they doing this?
Hassan.
Like, why are they taking down the JCS videos? They are an incredible fucking channel. They do awesome content. I don't know why the fuck YouTube is doing this.
There are a few situations more provocative than when a creator is targeted by YouTube.
What did that clip provide to the video exactly? That's right, I'm hating.
Particularly when the website seems to target multiple videos at once, every creator knows that means their channel could be up for deletion, and JCS had multiple videos taken down in quick succession. This drove them to the point where they needed to develop an exit strategy, one that YouTube ultimately averted, but only after months-long discourse. Who knows what that conversation entailed, but it did result in return videos that were monetized. JCS relayed that YouTube had given them more tools, but those tools clearly hadn't been of any use. And if their science after March 2023 didn't tell you that they'd given up on the platform, their upload in December 2024 certainly did. Was their AI upload just an exasperated attempt from a channel that was constantly fighting for its existence? Were they another casualty of YouTube's often censorious policy? Well, it's a strange one, with one really burning question at the center of it. If JCS were treated so awfully by YouTube, why do they seek to consolidate their presence solely on that platform? We know that at their peak, they had at least a 5-figure a month Patreon page. If YouTube weren't treating them fairly, then surely they could consolidate their income by referring people to their Patreon and giving it a little activity. The principle of it is still frustrating, I understand that. YouTube has rendered your platform unsustainable alone, and it shouldn't have. But if it would keep you producing high quality content while you're trying to sort out your place in the online world, then surely it was a much better option, not just for you, but for your viewers as well. Yet they just didn't seem interested in this. One of the recurring comments I found from JCS fans was just about how they had actually been scaling back their Patreon since they stopped using it, removing videos and then recutting them for uploads. I don't know the specifics of this, but if anything, it said that JCS were trying to increase their presence on YouTube, despite the fact the platform had been evidently hostile to them. Why would you be relocating content to a website that has, by your own claims, repeatedly removed your videos? Surely it'd be a great idea to at least have a paid platform where you show what YouTube doesn't want you to. That's what the Patreon was set up for in the first place, wasn't it? Maybe YouTube was to blame in part for failing to support a creator, but it still felt like we didn't have the full picture, which would explain JCS's side of the story. So what puzzle pieces would help us fill that in? Well, let's return to the central conflict between JCS and YouTube, where witness testimony and physical evidence tells us an even stranger version of events than the one that we know so far. One of the more cynical readings of JCS's behavior I would encounter is that every decision was just really to increase their earnings. On the surface, this doesn't make much sense. Surely the more financially sound decision would be to return to their at least 40k a month Patreon. However, a former patron commented on a recent upload by YouTuber Aziz, claiming that JCS left Patreon after crashing out over their content being pirated from the site, which of course caused them to lose money. Now, content will always be pirated, and this seemed like a strange thing for someone with 40,000 patrons to complain about. But we do know JCS were very protective of their content, while also regularly removing old videos and deleting social media posts. When someone tried to archive their videos, JCS threatened to strike them. When someone uploaded them onto an archive site, it was removed, probably at JCS's behest. And when people asked them about access to unlisted and private videos, JCS would refuse. In fact, when someone asked them if they could watch an unlisted video in September 2021, JCS said no, with exception to the Prince Andrew one, which was a curious response. I mean, if you don't want someone to watch an unlisted video, just set it to private. For a channel that absolutely rocked the algorithm, JCS's understandings of the inner workings of YouTube seemed shaky at best. When researching this video, I would constantly come across these sporadic claims that JCS was censoring people in their Reddit who alleged that they fabricated or at least exaggerated any rift with YouTube. You can't really do too much with such a claim because what happened between JCS and YouTube can only be as verifiable as the public interactions between the two parties. But there was no explanation that would point to an absolutely crystal clear motive behind falsely claiming that YouTube were taking down your videos. And surely they were putting their own integrity at risk if YouTube were to call them out on it. Nevertheless, the question as to why they would censor people who showed evidence to suggest that they weren't being honest is too curious a corroborated matter to completely ignore. So reasoning aside, what does the evidence say? Well, the videos taken down this time were What Pretending to be Crazy Looks Like, Wrath of Jody, Christmas with Cliff, and the bizarre case of Stephen McDaniel. The best chance of working out where these videos were is looking at the archive sites. Stephen McDaniel does not have any clear archives around the time of the drama. However, the other three do, and they do tell us at least an interesting story. On January 13th, the same day that JCS announced they'd received no leeway from YouTube, the Christmas with Cliff YouTube video was archived, while the archive page says the video had been set to private. This is also the case with What Pretending to be Crazy Looks Like, which YouTube says is privated on the same day. But the Wrath of Jody video is slightly different. On January 10th, that one is archived, but it's unlisted. Now, everyone knows what happens when YouTube takes down a video. It's not private or unlisted, it's just removed. And sometimes they'll give you an explanation, sometimes they won't. One thing is probably true though, that it's not the archive sites that are lying. Now, this doesn't preclude every possible explanation. It's still feasible that YouTube took down the videos and then negotiated them, but JCS left them unlisted or private while they negotiated their return to the platform. But it's certainly not the impression we'd received received going off the tweets, and there are other red flags as well. First, there's the tweet a day before all of this on the 5th of January. This concerned annoyance of the monetization on their channel. It was certainly a coincidence that this came a day before they started making a variety of claims that videos of theirs have been taken down, and although JCS are known for deleting a lot of their tweets, this one was deleted more quickly once their conflict with YouTube began garnering more and more attention. Then there's the tweet announcing the exit strategy on January 13th. Here they show what appear to be guidelines relating to their videos removal. This was the first time they'd shown any sort of screenshot regarding this. The issue is that this isn't actually from YouTube's guidelines for content removal or its susceptibility. This is their guideline page for monetization at that time. And hell, in the screenshot, it literally says that. Even if we're going off vibes alone, JCS are very vague as to what's happening with their content. If you had any videos removed because of a violation of the guidelines, you'd end up with warnings or strikes, something that you'd think they would be mentioning. With this in mind, it's very easy to see why some skeptical viewers cast doubt on whether they actually had content taken down by YouTube. It would have been a massive gamble on our crime channel's end to bet on not being called out by the platform, but YouTube has such awful internal communications, they probably didn't know what was happening, and they are very hesitant to call out any creators, as we've shown before, let alone the larger ones. So the fact that YouTube didn't call this out isn't evidence it didn't happen. But still, what would the motive be for JCS? Well, with the context of other comments by viewers,
sympathy?
It seems that money is at the heart of this.
It's an interesting concept to think of how you might respond to what would normally be an easy question.
After this kerfuffle, although not all their content was monetized, with Christmas with Cliff being removed from the platform entirely, their Wrath of Jody and Bizarre Case of Stephen McDaniel did run ads, and all their future uploads seem to have ads on them as well, with them stating YouTube had given them more tools to navigate this. If what people are saying was true, they realized complaining about videos not being monetized would not evoke the same visceral reaction that complaining about videos being removed would. And to those skeptical, they had successfully duped the community into launching an anti-censorship campaign against YouTube, when in reality they wanted to boost their ad revenue, all while allegedly censoring dissenting voices in their own community. To others who had known them from their Patreon days, this completely fit in with the JCS they knew, a possessive and short-tempered channel that wanted their content to be strictly viewed on their terms. There is one more example that might tell us what's going on. The Jennifer Pan video, which disappeared and reappeared a few months after, while JCS claimed their channel was under attack when tagging then YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki. We know that from archives there was a brief period where a disclaimer appeared at the start of the video for self-harm, which would have impacted the views significantly. Archives tell us that by August this disclaimer was gone, and the video is currently monetized. What changed in that time? Well, we know that the current upload of Jennifer's solution is around 3.5 minutes shorter than the original. The current uploads on Jody Arias and Stephen McDaniel are also shorter than their originals. In fact, this is the case for many of their videos indeed. Had YouTube told them what to cut so they could be monetized? Maybe? Now, if this is the case, I'm not going to hate them for wanting to have their uploads monetized. If these are videos they put a lot of effort and heart into, then I think they should. But I also think there are people who wouldn't be too thrilled to find out their good faith support of a channel have been taken advantage of, and people who'd still be confused as to their beef with Patreon and how much money would be considered enough for them. Is there any explanation that fits in with not just everything we went over, but also explains the sharp decline in quality from the channel and the turn to artificial intelligence?
I don't think that was a gold medal.
You know just as well as I do that this is all utterly confounding. We're like that one It's Always Sunny scene trying to connect these largely unrelated situations that nonetheless seem accented by the slightly anomalous behavior not expected of a channel of this size and influence. The truth was that as reasonable as the suggestion was that the channel had been sold or that ownership had changed hands, the evidence that pointed towards them always being like this was also present, and the theory they wanted more money even though they probably had a lot wasn't complete nonsense.
Probably about 5 things I could have gotten done differently last night, but it's unfortunate it turned out the way it did.
He was found guilty on all charges at trial and sentenced to life without parole.
We know that they started off as a more clip-heavy channel and they struggled to monetize on YouTube. It's very possible that YouTube told them that their content wasn't original enough to monetize, so they decided to invest in scripting and recording more original content, which led to the change in style. In turn, this improved the quality of their content and drew more viewers to it. They blew up after optimizing SEO and creating effective and unique clickbait, but the number of views likely drew YouTube's bots to it, who demonetized a lot of their videos for discussing discussing sensitive topics. Despite the potential to make a lot of money from their success, eventually this began to weigh them down and make their content less profitable than their Patreon days, which in turn led to them.
I will engage in some honest commentary of my own that demonetization can be censorship, but isn't always. I think you have to prove within reason, motivation. Well, demonetization could be, if you're a YouTuber, and it's like your primary means of income, demonetization could be seen as a way of like decentivizing you, you know, getting you down into the dumps, getting you to feeling that it's over, you're felted, no other videos you upload. They said earlier that it seemed like JCS was like, they had tweeted out therapy shit and stuff back before the AI stuff started. So it's possible they could be a nutcase or they're quite emotional. So if you get a few videos demonetized, you're constantly having issues with YouTube. If money is your primary concern, then yeah, demonetization could lead to being, you know, disenfranchised, de-incentivized to putting out that type of content. In a way, it is kind of like you're taking away the primary reason you would make the videos, so you no longer make new videos. So yeah, I see what you're saying. You're being censored because they're taking away your money. So you don't put out the content anymore because you're not going to get anything in return for it.
Them leveling the claims that their content was being removed by YouTube, even though this was not the case. After this was resolved, their videos were monetized, but still required a lot of effort and diligence, including at least voiceover work, but possibly more from secondary sources who they had to pay as well. So they began to focus on centralizing the process, turning to AI to minimize their outgoings and increase the video productivity, which would allow them to compete with mass view slop whose prominence had been growing on YouTube at that time, with YouTube becoming more lax towards unoriginal content. JCS hoped people wouldn't notice while they passed it off as original human-made content which was neither human-made nor original, as many would claim they were just cutting up old videos they previously posted elsewhere. Unfortunately, unlike others still on YouTube, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they'd actually built up a reputation for creating good content, so their December upload was such a betrayal that people just couldn't switch off their brains and enjoy footage of a criminal squirming. JCS couldn't just cast aside their previous content this time. That's what made them JCS to many viewers. It's a compelling story, and would explain a lot of the erratic behavior that people claim to have witnessed over the years. It would also explain how a channel could suddenly just self-destruct in the quality department, as they were only really creating quality content to appease YouTube guidelines in the first place, up until they thought they'd found a more profitable alternative. At the same time, this doesn't answer every question, such as those relating to the nearly 2-year hiatus they took, which definitely seems to point towards some sort of organizational change. However, we know they've been messing around with AI before the hiatus, so there must have been some follow-through between those people working on the 2023 uploads and the ill-fated December 2024 return. No theory really explains the removals of so many of their videos either. When they were evolving, it made sense to not want to be associated with some of the old content, but they've removed a fair few new uploads as well that were completely in keeping with the channel's aesthetic. If those videos were ever re-uploaded again, maybe that'd explain it, but the JCS graveyard of content is surprisingly large for a channel that would want to maximize its income, and they have worked hard in the past to keep those videos offline. We also don't know if they just pissed anyone powerful off. There were some who speculated that the reason they still wanted people to watch the Prince Andrew video, despite it being unlisted, was because they've been subjected to some form of censorship for keeping it up. The desire for money also fails to explain their aversion to any other revenue streams. If they were really unscrupulous enough to use AI to cut costs, what was stopping them from using it to say,
"The suspect was upset when he found out he was being implicated in his sister-in-law's murder. It's in these moments he could have used better help."
It wouldn't have been any less taboo than the AI itself. Maybe they thought people wouldn't notice something like AI as it wasn't really picked up widely the first time around. It felt like they knew it was a little naughty, but it still felt like the content represented an incompatible system of beliefs. We know there was some kind of mismanagement in handling the content creation side, but we have no clue who or their involvement with the channel. It's important to remember that this channel is often claimed to be a collective of more than one person, but we don't really know what that team does. How many people should it take for this process to complete, especially one that was going to be so reliant on artificial intelligence? How many JCS team members does it take to change a light bulb? The truth is that no matter what we know about a channel and its public conduct, there's always going to be some context that we're not aware of. There could be power struggles going on behind the scenes, diverging visions, spending habits that drag the channel down. Perhaps the taste of success went to their head and they
I guess you
blew it
can
all in
say
Vegas.
Jim can't
Not to mention
swim.
the outside YouTube matters
He
that can
can't
happen
stay
to
afloat
anyone.
either.
Maybe it's one person using the front of multiple people to present a guise of professionalism. Maybe there are a load of investors in the channel who just outsource the entire project. There are hypotheticals that exist outside of all the conditions that we are aware of. Now, that's one thing that definitely rang true.
In regards to one thing he said there, that it's just one person LARPing as multiple people to give it a front of like a professionalism. Every time a channel on YouTube says the royal we, that's what I immediately think. I even if it's like canonical proof that it is a team, it just the usage of we in reference to a YouTube channel just makes me automatically think, oh no, you're just one person pretending like you're a lot of people.
From all the theories was the notion that regardless of their identity, JCS weren't who they said they were.
Sarah may have been hoping that that was the end of it. Really can't say that I blame her for that.
True Crime's quintessential channel crafted a public persona that seemed oriented to their audience's taste. They worked hard to use social media to build at least a somewhat personal relationship with their viewers, appealing to the threat of a large corporation on a creator's livelihood when it felt like they were under attack, and appealing to that humanity when they fell short of the quality that was expected of them. They were rushed. They've been struggling with personal matters, alongside other vague explanations that don't really answer the many questions that this situation yielded. It all hit very generic beats of creator struggles to the point where they don't even address what people were annoyed about in their returning video. It felt like a lot of the good faith that people had afforded JCS had just been taken one step beyond what felt reasonable, complaining about YouTube's bots and how detrimental it is to all the humans who are trying to make a living before turning to AI themselves the moment they deemed it beneficial
Yeah, you're
to
welcome,
the channel.
Cardinals.
If you were a supporter, you wouldn't be blamed for feeling a little duped, but you wouldn't
I'm
be
almost
alone.
done myself.
We don't know how much of what JCS said throughout their lifespan was true. They probably did have their struggles. I don't doubt that. Unless the channel was entirely run by AI, I'd be surprised if someone didn't experience struggles. But I think what people found strange was actually connecting that behavior with the explanations. Something that JCS should have been a professional in doing. But maybe they'd had it a little easy this whole time.
Lets you know I've been on to for too long when I've been on for a third of the day.
Just sits there and nods.
The newest JCS videos are of course corrected by the standards that they're not objectively bad. There are some who say their videos are still just recuts of old content, and they may well be right. But for those who find their new uploads comforting, I'm not going to take that away from them. Nevertheless, the feeling that there was still a hole left where JCS once was couldn't be shaken. This isn't to say there aren't creators in this genre that can craft content at a high quality level. Matt Orchard was a recurring name who many think is the spiritual successor to JCS, but that content has mostly carved out its own space with a decidedly different tone. Nor is it to say there aren't channels that employ that clickbait style and use footage in a similar way to JCS. But the thing is that a lot of them do feel somewhat manufactured.
What exactly did you do to your mother?
I killed her.
How?
I stabbed her.
Okay.
While Sarah may have admitted to the killing several times by now, it's her twisted motive that's going to leave the detective reeling from shock.
We now know that JCS was at least somewhat manufactured too, but for a few years they were able to sell authentic interrogation analysis like no other channel had, or has since done. They had one of the most unique yet high demand niches on the platform, and their attempt to recover that has just not worked. And that's indicative of the shock to the system they gave so many loyal viewers when they decided to turn to AI. For those who are familiar with some of their past erratic behavior, and for those who never trusted them anyway out of virtue of the content they created, none of this was a massive shock. But for a large majority of viewers who had joined at the peak of the channel's success, all they had seen was a series of videos that were strong and entertaining, followed by an upload so atrocious that it would leave you questioning whether the channel was ever good in the first place. Well, I won't say the content was bad, there are a lot of aspects which are impressive, and you can see how they grew the channel to the size it was. But visiting the substance of some of these videos, it can leave you wondering.
The game plan for this second interrogation will be a lot more strategic. Investigators will have studied the footage the day prior and will now have a greater understanding of Jody's personality. The initial tactic is for Detective Blaney to criticize and berate the suspect's character while simultaneously reinforcing fear and apprehension. She makes it very clear from the offset that the suspect's fabricated naivety and sickly sweet persona will not work on this occasion, and Jody's self-esteem will be broken down in a manner that would typically be considered bullying or abuse under different circumstances.
I briefly mentioned earlier, but despite the fact that JCS had criminal psychology in their name, it's a very loose interpretation of the word psychology. Anyone who studies psychology will tell you that you're not really interpreting face value behavior that much, but moreover you're connecting the behavior to all the scientific processes that occur, something that JCS has barely ever done. Their style of analysis is always post-mortem, so there's the confidence in interpreting a liar with the knowledge that this was a criminal. They seem more familiar with police procedure than actually knowing how effective it is in these scenarios. There's an excellent video actually by YouTuber Mooncat who breaks down JCS amongst other channels, illuminating how often misguided this kind of analysis can be.
But what's more telling is how his demeanor abruptly stops and then completely switches right before he looks in the direction of the camera.
This entire analysis is just wild conjecture. No one can diagnose a person's mental state apart from a qualified psychologist who interacts with their patient. Absolutely not.
But he has criminal psychology in his name.
Interrogation tape. JCS offers no clarification that this is all based on opinion. This is just straight up rolled off the script as if it were fact. These videos are often accurate about the strategies being employed by officers, but will use examples of cases wherein the subject was obviously guilty, giving the impression that these techniques are getting dangerous people off the streets, when in reality, these techniques are also putting innocent people in jail.
People going through extreme grief can be just as wild, erratic, and unpredictable as someone who is guilty, and that doesn't even begin to account for the often underdiagnosed mental and developmental conditions that might cause someone to act differently. The number of times that autistic people are completely misunderstood just because they express feelings differently doesn't suddenly mean they killed someone. We simply cannot categorize these things, and there are more than a handful of cases where police officers have used techniques that JCS acknowledged to extract confessions that are subsequently overturned or viewed as given under duress, something that JCS knows all too well themselves, as they did make one video which was a departure from this norm.
Hindsight is 20/20. Everyone is well aware of this aphorism, and what's fascinating is that it not only applies, but is far more compatible to the innocent than it is to the guilty.
With this in mind, I'd be surprised to find too many self-respecting forensic psychologists who endorse this kind of content, and yet millions on top of millions of the general public did. Why?
I just find it strange that we're not upset by all what's going on right now.
This was already a closed case before the interrogation started. The detective already knows she is responsible for the crimes, and unbeknownst to Adele, he is only trying to see if there are any signs of remorse or lack of remorse for the crimes committed.
The Crown's evidence, the judge said, just didn't meet that high bar of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Adele Sorella committed the crime.
Well, probably because it wasn't psychology. It was entertainment disguised as it. With the fact that many of these cases were done and dusted, it enabled JCS to build a narrative that was interesting, difficult to dispute without defending someone who had already been prosecuted, but as unverifiable as it was unfalsifiable. The idea of psychology probably made viewers feel a bit smarter in learning about some stuff. Maybe it gave an impression of this coming from an academic source, but it's fluff, and if anything, JCS merely tapped into the behavioral aspect of human nature to find answers and explanations where it will probably be impossible to do so, especially just from watching someone through a screen. That's why I won't sit here and say that the fact that JCS has acted in ways they probably analyze in their subjects is positive confirmation of any theory we've spoken about today. The truth is,
it does seem kind of like a drama
queen
from the
any behavioral
social
analysis,
media posts.
and shifty behavior can explain public backlash, but it can never prove guilt. Like JCS, interpreting what is visible is never actually the full picture, but for individuals who emphasize awareness of rationale and reasoning, they know you don't rush a return video after a nearly 2-year hiatus out of sincere worry over not delivering content. They know you don't suddenly desert all the aspects that made your videos effective without understanding the ramifications, and they know you don't swap out the most iconic aspect of a channel for a pale AI imitation if it makes no financial or ergonomic difference to you. The ultimate betrayal in the JCS saga was the fact that they're a channel built on the idea that people like to explain what's in front of them, but they couldn't explain themselves. And I think for as long as that is true, the JCS-shaped hole will always be there. Did those experiencing a form of struggle just take erratic behavior to the next level in attempting to manage it? Or did a mask that had been slipping occasionally just fall off in the end? It's a question that JCS and other channels, myself included, have asked over the years. But in the end, does it even matter? When introducing the subject, I acknowledged AI with a degree of disdain. I think it's important to note that I don't hate AI, I just hate how a lot of people use it. JCS falls into the category of a lot of people. Particularly amongst creatives, it's just a really unpopular choice. Although it wasn't picked up too much when the video was first released and subsequently deleted, the sheer audacity of it and lack of justification has attracted a stream of curious eyes who want to try and scratch beneath the surface to understand exactly why they did this, even though nobody's been given a good reason.
JCS isn't some content farm channel and never has been. Even at their most successful, they never resorted to rushing out videos for cash and always went at their own pace, even if it meant keeping the fans waiting. So why, after all of these years, did they suddenly start feeling the pressure? And why did they resort to using a terrible sounding AI voiceover and strange uncanny editing when they have a fan base of millions and millions of followers who they could risk disappointing or worse, losing?
I postulate that the explanation as to why JCS haven't really given anybody a good reason as to why they attempted to overhaul the channel and replace their voiceover artist with whatever
because lazy and money.
Because there probably wasn't a good reason. We practically explored every angle, and even if we take the most cynical perspective, they were attempting to turn their channel into the sloppiest of slot farms. They wouldn't even be good at that going off their upload schedule. I don't think there's an answer that doesn't involve some sort of contradiction or backtracking on what we've heard previously, or a significant revelation that we just can't account for. The essence of the matter is that regardless of who they had compensated, how ethically they went about it, or how much stress they may have been under, JCS took an AI-generated voice to replace the work of someone who very sincerely wanted it, didn't acknowledge it, even crediting the original voice artist in the description, which gave more than a few people the impression that this was a human, and they thought it was a good idea for the channel. They were apologetic when people expressed their dissatisfaction, but maybe just didn't really buy the fact that they made a sincere mistake and rushed it out, especially given they'd done this the year before.
He's a rare slot mill that doesn't do AI to achieve the feat of being a slot mill.
That it couldn't have been produced with the hope of creating something of good quality, and yet it's so blatantly awful that surely its creators couldn't have expected people not to notice the sharp decline in quality, nor surely they could not be aware of the ire it might draw, given that people are quite critical of content that isn't dealing with its subject matters respectfully. Either this was content from people who had no self-awareness whatsoever, or the channel was being run by those who had completely given up on YouTube, both of which should probably steer you away from making deeply personal analyses of other individuals in front of millions of viewers, whether they are terrible people or not. The thing about analytical content is you can be wrong. I can be wrong. We all can be wrong.
And I get to keep the hat.
This isn't just internet affairs, which are still consequential, by the way. These are real-life people who are forfeiting their privacy and prospectively forfeiting their freedom for the rest of their lives. If you can pass judgment incorrectly on a guilty person, you can pass judgment incorrectly on a not guilty person as well. This doesn't mean I think this content doesn't have a right to exist, but the least you can do is try. How can you care about the integrity of such consequential behavioral interpretations if you're willing to half-arse it? It's fair that after this, some began to ask serious questions as to whether the content had ever actually been good. Maybe they were just lucky in the niche they found, hitting a sweet spot between narrative and intrigue, but it still felt like they were working towards an image more carefully curated. This is a channel that had, when met with support when facing down YouTube, promised that they would repay their audience, and unless they were sending checks out in the mail, this was a very strange way to repay people. Then you look beneath the surface and you see the people reporting that they had a pattern of erratic and abnormal behavior, including the not unsubstantiated claims that their major conflict with YouTube was largely exaggerated from a monetization dispute, that they silenced people who caught them out for this, they've been curiously possessive over content, even stuff that has been removed. It begins to look like this isn't really a team in touch with creator struggles in the way they claim to be, that their public persona is more an emulation of what other content creators have gone through in the past. You begin to wonder whether this is a channel really invested in the platform's well-being, or whether it was just a smokescreen. Maybe that's all intertwined with the use of AI because it's another mechanism that allows them to control the perception of their identity. Yet you still find the lack of calculations in all the opportunities they've squandered. The fact they've never taken any measures to increase the reach of their monetization, their massive hiatuses, that their newest content is still allegedly just their old content being re-uploaded, that they can't tell the difference between a private and an unlisted video. They had many of their major challenges facing the channel somewhat resolved, and yet they've continuously mishandled the opportunity to capitalize on them. For all the charges of manipulation, there are also the continuous examples of the generational fumbles at the hands of this team. This weird relationship between expedience and self-sabotage didn't start, but definitely climaxed with the December the 4th upload. And their vague explanations, although impossible to pass judgment on, don't fill people with confidence that this is a channel willing to really shift from this trajectory. I think it'll take more than one video this time around. Regardless of whatever financial incentives are available for cutting corners, the most profitable thing you can do as a creator whose voice matters is maintain a good relationship with your audience. Give them something familiar to come back to and support. It might just be too late though. Every channel has its heyday, and JCS had a fantastic one. One that many creators could only dream of. A successful Patreon, a plethora of monetized videos, and some of the most viewed commentary content in recent history. If that wasn't enough for them, nothing ever will be. Maybe this is enough though. Maybe they've had their fun. Maybe they're just cashing in on the last of their popularity before dipping. The simple fact is, I don't know. Sometimes that's the strength of analytical content, reminding people that interpretation is different from reality, and that even when everyone's allowed their opinions, we're not entitled to the truth. In a world where the search for answers and explanations only seems to intensify, there's no way we can read everyone's minds. And in the case of JCS, I'm quite comfortable in saying that I
did in
can't.
fact choke MTCD.
I don't think anyone can. Given their status, they're kind of unreadable. But I don't
I'll do
think
the
you
rest
need
of those
to.
off stream.
They learned the hard way that providing people with few leads doesn't necessarily mean they stop looking. And when you build a channel and audience of
least I got
confident
the hat.
interpretations and ambiguous actions, you better hope you're not the one sitting on the other side of the interrogation table. Oh, and don't fucking use AI. So yeah, that was the video. A bit shorter than usual. I'm sure some people will be leaving comments about that.
A bit shorter than usual. Or his diatribe's usually 3 hours long instead of 1 hour long. Pretty good, though a lot of gabbing. I don't think we needed the Hassan Piker segment, however short that it was. But the JCS stuff overall, my thoughts. Ah, yes, the dingus take. Very unfortunate. When the true crime stuff was popping off, I too fell for the JCS meme. And I went through all of his videos. I could fall asleep to him. I would put them on the big screen, on the big old screen with the YouTube app. Would watch that shit, fall asleep to it, and it was pretty good. And then that was just around the time where he stopped putting out videos regularly. I'm gonna say he, because I still have my doubts as to whether it's a team. I feel like that's a cope. I just don't know. Something about like just saying we. It's like, but not saying we, but not providing proof that it's multiple people. Not even like naming who the other people are. Just gives me the impression that you're not a team of people, and you're just saying that so that people think that you're a team of people when you're just one person LARPing as multiple people, and you don't even go to the effort of naming these other people who may or may not even exist to begin with. But yeah, when they stopped uploading regularly. I just moved on. I think Dreading is still my favorite of the true crime people. I think Dreading does it right. First of all, it's not AI, even though the guy has like a very kind of monotone voice. It's part of his character, and more often than not, he'll break off into like little comedic tangents to kind of break the ice, smooth over the tension of like a particularly upsetting or uncomfortable case. So just like crack a joke here or there. It's very human is what it is. It's human, chat. You gotta be human. You gotta inject some life into it. You can't be soulless, resorting to AI and shit. Again, as Goki said earlier, dreading would never. Dreading would never. Dreading is dreading is love. Dreading is life. And I just, what I like, that I don't know if other true crime videos do this. Of the ones I've seen, they tend to focus more on the criminal, right? But Dreading pays equal attention to the victims of the situation. And it was a good thing that this video brought up the Chris Watts case. Because in the Chris Watts video by JCS, you only get to learn about Chris Watts himself. Chris Watts, the guy, the person, but the Dreading counterpart, the Dreading coverage of the same case goes all in about the wife, and I learned stuff about that case that I if I had just stuck with the JCS video, it's like I was missing half the story. But like Dreading did additional research, and you learn a shitload more about the wife, and it gives you a little bit more of a peek into what Chris Watts' motive might have been when he did the dirty deed. But yeah, better to have loved than to have never loved at all. RIP JCS. I probably will not watch his content in the coming future.
It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Ree. Lee. Indubitably. Speaking of dreading, there is... I said we were done with the playlist. Like that this video that I put on was the last video, but I actually lied again. There's one more dreading video, but it won't be tonight because it's the end of the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we have collected every single precursor orb, metal bug gem, and mask in the game. 1001 orbs out of 1000 orbs because I guess the Indiana Jones had an extra orb. The Indiana Jones minigame had an extra orb. I know, very, very amazing. I actually did it, and it only took 8 hours, and I'm sleepy, and I'm tired, and thankfully, it's my 1 day off, man. But still, I can't believe much of it was spent playing the orange rat-looking game. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Sorry I was kind of quiet for this last hour. I wanted to focus and get the things. Guys, it's been live for 8 hours. It's fucking 5 a.m. I can't be talking constantly. I can't. I'm going to lose my voice again. Remember when that happened to me? And I made it my entire personality? But, I'll probably do it. Okay, so, you know, the stories beat. I have all the masks, got all the orbs and metal bug gems, but it still says 91%. It did go up after I got the trophies in the Dream Mode minigames. So presumably, the Dream Mode minigames do contribute to 100%. Now, obviously, given the high scores they want me to reach, I'm not going to bore you with like a stream of just that. So I'll probably do those off stream and then show the 100% on the next stream as proof that it was done. But Jack 2 is going to be next. If I can get everything together, that should be Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're looking at. I'll try to be live later today as well because it's already Wednesday. But I'm gonna need to take a nap, guys. I gotta collapse and crash out. Overall, Daxter is a great game. Very Kino, the best the PSP has to offer. If you don't count the 24 JRPGs that released exclusively on the PSP. I guess it depends on what kind of genre you're looking for if you get a PSP. We're probably gonna raid Expired Bread, who's doing Stardew Valley, and she's been live for a minute. So we're gonna go ahead and send everyone her way. I appreciate everybody stopping by, being positive, and all that. Thank you for sticking with me through another amazing, meaningful playthrough style. Read off all the stuff and go off into that good night chat. What's the lesson there, though? Don't use AI? But like AI, again, AI can be a helpful tool. But as a creative, if you give me the choice as a creative to use it or not, I probably would never use it. It's just my thoughts on the matter. It is indeed time sleep. Alright, Pablo. Enough with this deserty music. Get me out.
It's nice to rest your eyes.
Man, do I want to rest my eyes and maybe go outside. Thanks for stopping by. It's another dingus playthrough in the books. I can add it to the dominated list. Whoa, buddy. Thank you, everybody, again, for sticking around. I hope it was worth your while. Fuck the haters, let them live in a box? What? Thank you, Coggers. Your contributions are noted and appreciated. Use AI? No.
And maybe later sing with your barbershop. Why not take a little quick
It's not gonna happen.
and come back for more?
I appreciate your efforts and endeavors in getting me to do it and convincing me. I think you Easy Money, the re-up tier 1 for 30 months. And Demon Flame, the follow. Call Me Astro, tier 1 for 3 months. Cerulean 86, rate with a party of 22. Astro Remote with the rate with a party of 4. 8 Moo 8 with the follow. Izuna, resub tier 1 for 2 months in a row. 2 months total. I don't have the willpower, mental, and all of the above to debate you any further on this subject. Come back to me later today. Bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Be well, thank you. I'll try. I kind of want to lie down. I don't ever want to look at Daxter ever again. I'm gonna have to though. I'll take like a day away. I need Daxter detox. Day 5, guys. Give it up for day 5 of No Dave. Day 5. Is that the raid message? Yeah, fuck it. That's the raid message. Red is a lovely lady, cool, sweet, meaningful, and any other positive word that I can't think of right now. So you should follow her if you haven't already by the time you get over there. She's playing Stardew Valley. You guys like that game, right? Alright, get out of here. Bye-bye. Take it easy.